Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Oboler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. Our scene, a doctor's office. The doctor, a genial middle-aged man, is smiling across his desk at young Mrs. Peggy Connon. And he's saying,
Well, Mrs. Connon, I don't think there is much more I can say other than this. Don't be too afraid. This sort of thing has been going on since the beginning of time. Millions of women. So don't be frightened. Go home. Tell your husband. Be happy.
Thank you, Doctor. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Get the cab, man?
No, thank you. I'll walk.
Okay, man.
Walk. Yes, I'll walk. Takes longer when you walk. No longer to get home.
Baby.
Home. What will he say? What will he say?
Baby.
What will Bill say? What?
Oh, it's out of the question, Peg. Out of the question on the money I make. Now, look, this isn't confetti. It's bills for groceries, bills for laundry, bills for gas. I tell you, Peg, it's out of the question.
Out of the question. He'll say out of the question.
Baby.
What will he say? Oh, Bill, what will you say?
Hey, watch the light, lady.
Oh,
Yeah. Watch where you're going, little lady. Them lights are for you as well as for the car.
what will Bill say?
What? What did you say? Say, you don't feel well or something. Your face, I mean.
Oh, I'm all right, officer.
Sure you don't want a cab?
No, I'm walking home.
Okay. But watch the traffic at the crossings.
If I take shorter steps, it'll take longer. Yes, shorter steps.
Do you realize it'll set us back for the next 5 years? We won't be living. We'll always be paying bills for doctors, for hospitals, for nurses, for this and for that.
Will he say that?
It's been going on since the beginning of time. Millions of women. So don't be afraid. Go home. Tell your husband. Be happy. Be happy.
Happy. Doctor said that, didn't he? Happy. Bill, we have been happy.
Rowing. I don't think I'm going to row anymore. Too hot.
Uh-huh.
Just drift. Now, what was I talking about?
Happiness.
Oh, yeah, happiness. Now, I think that the most important thing in life is to be happy. Don't you?
Oh, yes, Bill.
Now, you take ordinary people. On a day like this, what are they doing? Working in factories, working in offices, working. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But the park is here, the lagoon is here, the boats are here. And if they just had a little common sense, they'd say, the devil would work, we're going to be happy. And they'd come out here and they'd go boat riding.
4 million people. The lagoon would be awfully crowded, wouldn't it, Bill?
No, I'm serious. All right, so I'm not working today, so I'll have $5 less. But I'm doing what I want, and I'm happy.
I'm happy, too, Bill.
Are you? Honest, Peg?
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee. When I think that only 2 days...
And I wasn't even going to the dance.
I took one look at
Oh, but
you.
that's a song, Bill.
Oh, it's the truth. Oh, gosh, I'm happy about you, Peg. I'm happier than I've ever been in my whole life.
Happy. We have been happy.
Perfect. Let's try that kiss again. Da-da-da-dee-dee-dee. We're not...
Oh, Bill. We're good.
You mean we're loud? Loud.
Don't drive so fast.
I'm in a hurry.
Why, Mr. Bone?
I'm on my way to get married. I'm on my way to get married.
Bill, they'll think you've been drinking.
I have. 4 Cokes, a double malted, 2 kisses, and a marriage license. Yippee!
Bill, behave yourself.
Oh, no. The bride and the bridegroom spent a happy night in jail. Hey.
Huh?
It's starting to rain. Shall I put the top up?
Oh, no, please.
Huh?
Want the rain in the face. Oh, it's wonderful, Bill. The wind and the rain. I feel as if I were flying.
Oh, this is Angel.
You know, all my life I thought that if I ran away to get married, I'd be so frightened. But I'm not afraid the least little bit. I love you, Bill. And everything's wonderful, and I'm so happy. So happy. We've been so happy.
Should I, Peg? Should I?
Well, I don't know, Bill.
Well, speak up, Mrs. Connor, or forever have to hold your peace.
It's been 30 cents already.
Oh, I was only warming up. One more time, and I know I can hit it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, mister, I'll try her again.
That's here you are, son. Once for a dime. Knock down the top bottle and win the little lady at Fred's big beautiful doll.
Okay, Peg.
Here I go.
Oh, you hit it, Bill, you hit it.
I told you I would. Okay, mister, pay off.
What'll it be, little lady? A Kewpie or a Popeye?
Popeye.
Here you are.
Thank you.
You can do the same, ladies and gentlemen, with a great big beautiful
Oh,
doll.
Bill, isn't it cute?
Yeah. Hey, let's sit down over here.
All right.
Oh,
Darling, you're wonderful.
wonderful. And hungry.
Oh, Bill, after 4 hot dogs, 3 sodas, and all those peanuts, you ought to be sick.
I am, but I'm hungry.
Bill.
Bottomless Bill from the Ozarks, hit me.
Bill, you're so crazy, and I love you so much.
You talk like that, and I'll kiss you right in the middle of the midway.
Double dare you.
Hey, maybe there's a law against kissing your own bride.
Maybe there's a law against being so happy.
You got the prettiest little funny face.
You know, I used to think that when I got married, I'd be going to the French Riviera, Honolulu, and, well, you know, places like that, and here I am, Luna Park.
Oh, Peg.
No, darling, you don't understand. I like it. I'm happy about it. Why, I'll bet there are thousands of women who've been to all those famous places who'd give every minute of it to be in my place with someone she loves and who loves her. Women are really awfully simple people, darling. They want love. And I've you, and I'm happy. Terribly happy.
Go home. Tell your husband, be happy, be happy, be happy.
I could be happy. Mother. Peggy Conant. Mother. Mother. My mother. Mother.
You mark my words, he'll never make a good living for you, never. No drive, no ambition, a worthless young man. Never make a good living for you, Peggy. You'll never have anything. You mark my words. Just mark my words. For the last time, listen to me, daughter. Now, if you marry that boy, you'll cry a great deal more, believe me. Oh, stop crying, Peggy, and listen to me. Someday you'll be a mother, and you'll understand that I'm telling you these things for your own sake. When you have children of your own, you'll understand.
Understand what, Mother? Understand what? Should I understand now? If you were alive, could you make me understand now? Well, Bill's all right. He's all right, I tell you. It's just that he used to laugh. Laughed all the time. But how can he laugh now?
Rent, gas, dentist, light, car fare. Rent, gas, dentist, light, car fare.
That's what I don't understand, Mother. Doesn't the world want people like Bill who can laugh? Must everyone be wonderful at making money? Isn't there a place for people like Bill who don't want a great deal? Can't things be so that they can make the little they need without growing so old and tired they forget what it is to laugh? And be happy at just being alive.
Fine mess. We're in a fine mess. Where'll we get the money? Where'll we get the money, Peggy? Where will we get the
No. Gotta stop thinking things like that. Got to. Think about him.
Shine, lady. Shine, mister. Shine.
What will he be?
In this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Our brief candle lights but a walking shadow, a poor...
Oh, no! No.
And so, my fellow citizens, standing here in profound humility, where so many of our truly great have stood, all there is left to say is this. In accepting this high office and in assuming the leadership of our great nation in these troubled times, I pledge myself...
No.
In that moment he realized he no longer loved semicolon. In that moment the past with her, comma, last year, hyphen, drenched moment, comma.
Maybe.
And so it is with a great deal of pride that this network brings to you the premiere radio performance of the world's premier violinist, David Conant.
Maybe.
And my diagnosis of the patient only confirms my profound belief that such diseases can be cured.
Maybe.
So, an investment of these issues, with my concern, will net you profit of not less than the sum of twice your investment.
Oh, no. Oh.
Silly Peggy.
You used to say that, didn't you, Mother? Silly Peggy. Because I laughed at the wrong time. Maybe I laughed then. Maybe I'm laughing now because I'm afraid.
It's happened to women for millions of years.
No, not that. Pain goes quickly, I know it, but... Bill. What'll Bill say? No, stop thinking. Stop thinking. Walk slowly. Very slowly. What was I thinking? Oh, yes, my boy. I'll be so much wiser by the time he grows up. Give him advice.
Yes, Mother. Of course, Mother. Yes, I'm listening. You're wonderful, Mother. Oh, you're right, Mother. Just as you say, Mother.
No, not like that.
You're wrong, Mother. I will not, Mother. I won't do it, Mother. No, Mother.
No, not that way.
Why, Mother? Explain, Mother. Tell me if you know, Mother. Why is it like that, Mother?
Yes. Look like... What will he look like?
Lovely child.
May I hold him? Looks like you.
His father's hair. Beautiful child. Beautiful child.
Beautiful child. Yes, why not? Why not? David Conant. Beautiful child.
Hey, Bob, read all about it. War crisis, war in Europe. Read all about it. War.
Baby.
Bill, what if he says it...
Read the newspapers, I tell you. Read the newspapers. There's your answer. Raise them up so they can blow them up. The answer's in your newspapers, I tell you, Peg. Raise them up to blow them up.
What can I answer him? I'm not good at answers. If Bill says that, what'll I say?
So I said to him, I said, Joe, I will not go for a ride. And he said, why not? And I said, why should I? And he said, well, you say if you don't, when will you? So I give him a smile, you know. And he said, you look here, Helen, young, if you think I'm
Girl. Maybe it'll be a girl. Yes, why not? Girl. Mother. A lovely girl.
Mother, you think my dress hangs right? Isn't it too long? Or is it too short? Don't you think I would have it made a little frill here?
No wars. Killing, dying, just...
Mother, do you think I ought to go out with him after what he said to me? Mother, I don't think that's a good school. Really, I don't.
cannon fodder, bomb
Mother.
fodder.
You-
Raise them strong and blow them up. What's the good of it, Peg? What's the good of it?
No, can't be like that. Not with a girl. Ruth. No.
Anna.
No.
Nina.
No.
Elizabeth.
No.
Carol.
Yes. Carol Condon.
Carol Connon, the season's
Carol
prettiest debutante.
Connon, brilliant
Carol
young-
Connon, beautiful young. Carol Connon is nationally known.
What could she be?
What do you know all about babies? You know. After all, look at me. Well, I was wondering about Junior. He won't eat his cereal. He won't touch his bottle. I don't know what to do. I simply don't know what to do.
Maybe.
Carol Connon, opera, tonight, curtain, 8:30.
Yes. Wonderful, Bill.
My daughter.
And you didn't want...
My daughter.
Oh, you'd be so proud of her, Bill. You would. Almost there. Walk slower. Oh, Bill, don't get angry when I tell you. God, don't let us be angry. I couldn't stand it if he yelled at me. I couldn't. I'm afraid. Bill, if you knew I was afraid, you'd help me, wouldn't you? Afraid of you. That's not right, is it? Walk slower. Walk slower. When I get there, Bill, and you look at me, then, for the first time in my life, I can say everything I've been thinking before you have a chance to say anything, then you'll understand how I feel, and because you love me, you won't say anything that'll hurt me, and you'll take me in your arms. Oh, Bill, but I can only think things. I can never say them clearly when they should be said. Maybe everybody's like I am. Talk when it's too late. This time I've got to talk now, right away. The minute I get in the house, because if you talk first and say things that hurt me, you and I will never... Oh, Bill, all I want is to be happy, just a little. Everything's so mixed up all over the world that... Bill, all I know, all I want is...
You say something, Mrs. Connon?
Oh, Mr. Tomasi.
What's the matter? You walk right up past the house, huh? Yeah, maybe you're thinking you don't live here no more, huh?
I was so preoccupied, I didn't notice.
Sure was a hot day, huh, Mr. Connon?
Yes, it was. I don't like to go in.
Oh, but your husband, he's at home, huh?
Home?
Sure, he come about 10 minutes ago. I'm going to see him go upstairs.
It is late, isn't it?
Sure. You put it in the girl, but when a husband come home from work and a wife are not at home, sometimes you get a plenty man, huh? I bet you're scared, huh?
I'd better go up.
Hey, I'm going to come up before you start and fix that water faucet.
All right.
Yeah, who's going to stop?
You think I'm afraid of you? Go on and hit me. Hit me.
Will you shut up?
I'll talk all I want to talk.
Oh, yeah?
What else have I got to do with this stuff but talk? I'm sick of this down here. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Good evening, Mrs. Connon.
Good evening, Mr. Gold. You're playing very well tonight.
Yeah. In 60 years, even a fool learns to do something.
Oh.
Try to go to sleep. Just a little bit. Oh, good evening, Miss Connon. Hot tonight, yeah?
Yes. the baby all right?
Oh, yeah, lots better. See?
He's so tiny, isn't he?
You like a baby, Miss Conlon?
Well,
Yeah, I know. They look like lots of trouble, but you bet you for people what got little babies, the whole world.
Yes.
Believe me, baby's good. Good. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Maslow.
Peggy, that's... Peg.
Bill.
Gosh, Peg, where you been? I've been word stiff.
Was it just walking?
I got home. There was nobody here. I was ready to do a calling all cars, so help me. What, are you going to stand here by the door all night? What's the matter, Peg? Oh, honest, I don't care if there isn't any dinner. Yeah, I'm so full of love for you tonight, one potato to me, and I'd pop like a kid's balloon.
Bill, I want to...
No, wait, I'm going to tell you.
Me?
Yeah, come on over by the window. Phew, it's hot. That's better. Nice breeze to keep you cool while I burn you up with the news right off the press.
News. Bill,
Flash. Ambition comes to Billy Connor.
Bill, if you'd let me tell
How
you...
can you tell me when I'm trying to tell you? Now listen, sweet funny face. Today, the great lords of industry unlocked the octopus long enough to hand Billy Connor, now hold your breath, $5 more a week.
Bill, I've got...
Yeah, so help me, $5. Oh, is that terrific, Peg? We move right into the upper brackets, got everything we want.
Bill, please listen to me. I've
Okay,
got to...
sure, as soon as I finish my say. Now, I got to say it, Peg, because I've been kind of getting up steam to say it all the way home from the office. Now, all this may sound a little screwy to you, but here goes.
Bill, I want to tell you
Oh,
today...
please, funny face, don't interrupt to tell me about the bargain you saw today, because, well, if I stop talking, I'll lose my nerve, and then maybe I won't ever say it again. Peg, this $5 a week. Now, that's over $250 a year. And I began thinking right away how we could spend it.
Spend?
Yeah, you know me. So I got thinking about maybe we'd get another car. But the old jalape's pretty good yet, and then I thought maybe we could take a cottage someplace. But then I don't get a vacation until next year. So, then I got thinking... Why, heck, what's the matter with me? Why should I be afraid to talk to you?
There's no reason to be afraid. Is there, Bill?
Of course not. See, what I'm trying to say is that... Well, look at the newspaper headline.
The war, yes, I
The
thought
world
about...
going to smash, maybe. So I got thinking the heck with it. There isn't time enough to go anywhere or plan anything, and who wants money anyway? So, how can we spend it to make both of us really happy? You know, to make our lives... I mean, if one of us should die before the other, make our lives mean something.
Mean something.
Oh, Peg, I got to say it faster. I won't be able to say it at all. Peg, let's spend the money for a kid. Well, Peg, what do you look at me like that for? Oh, I know we never talked about it, but... Well, I was kind of scared of the idea, and I didn't know if you'd want one. Well, Peg, for Pete's sake, say something. Looking at me. Well, what did you want to tell me before? Say that at least.
Oh, Bill. Bill. Wait till you hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the radio premiere of another delightful musical story, Smiles, by Vincent Newman, starring Gordon MacRae and his lovely guest, Elaine Malbin. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and a multitude of other things you use in your daily life. The same railroads that bring you the finest in safe, luxurious, all-weather transportation at the price you can afford. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Mama Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, sir, Elaine Malbin plays a little girl named Smiles, and I'll be Bob Hastings. A Long Island millionaire, of course, with nothing but time on my hands and you in my arms. Nothing but love in you.
Who do you sing to, Bob?
Oh, nobody. Anybody. Whenever I see the moon coming up over Long Island Sound, I start getting romantic.
Better get rid of the moon or get yourself a girl, one or the other.
You're a fine one to talk, sis. Why don't you get yourself a guy?
Oh, I guess I expect too much in a man. 2 arms, 2 legs, must be breathing.
Well, maybe I'm too particular, too. I keep imagining a girl who's honest, smiling, generous, and...
You don't want a girl. You want a used car salesman.
Oh, well, that's very funny. You know, sis, I can see her in the moonlight, though. I can almost touch her. But she's only in my mind. When the day fades away into twilight, the moon is my light of love. In the night, I am quite a romancer. I find an answer above to bring me consolation. She's my inspiration. There in my imagination, time on my hands, you in my arms, nothing but love in you. Then if you fall once and for all, I'll see my dreams come true. Moments to spare for someone you care for, one love affair for two.
With the girl who isn't there.
Oh, I'll find her, Dot. Fate will bring us together.
Oh, when you start trusting fate, that's fatal.
Well, I went strolling up and down old Manhattan Island, pushed through crowds under flashing theater marquees, turned a corner into the lonesome shadow of black skyscrapers against the starlight. All of a sudden, I found myself in the Bowery by an all-night mission, where a Salvation Army band was beating out its message of hope to the homeless. There she was.
crowd gather round, I've got a message for you. One simple rule that you should follow. Something to cling to when your dreams don't come true. And all the world seems dark and hollow. There is a compensation to every situation. Here is the hope of your salvation. Carry on, keep smiling, don't give in to sadness. Carry on, keep smiling, bring your heart with gladness. Though your skies may hide the blue for a day, close your eyes and see the blue through the gray. You can find a rainbow when the clouds have parted. Life is not in vain, so never be downhearted. Look up where love is calling to you. To carry on, keep smiling.
Say, you have a nice voice.
So do you. Can I help you in some way?
No, you're helping me right now, just being so beautiful.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, I didn't mean to be fresh. You see, I've known you for a long time.
60 seconds. You'd better get your watch fixed.
No, I mean I've been dreaming of you. Your very face for years.
That's an old line if I ever heard one.
Well, who are you?
I'll ask the questions, Mac. Who are you? Some fancy pants playboy who wants to do a little slumming?
Don't be mad, Dick.
I'll handle this, Smiles.
Is that what they call you? Smiles?
It's a silly name, isn't it? When I was a little girl, I got in the habit of smiling, and I never could break it.
I wish more people had the same trouble. Do you work down here in the Bowery all the time?
Anything wrong with that?
These people need me. A lot of them are down and out, and I try to make them feel that somebody's interested in them, somebody cares, so they'll find the spirit to start all over again.
I think that's wonderful.
We're glad you approve.
Now, look, buddy, what have you got against me? Do I have to be down and out in order for Smiles to pass the time of day?
Now, listen, Mac, I warned you that...
Please, you don't understand. You see, this is my father.
Your father? That's impossible. This fellow can't be any older than I am.
Well, he's my adopted father. I guess you've heard of parents adopting children. Well, with me, it was the other way around. When I was 10 years old, I picked him out to take care of me.
When did this all happen?
When I was in the army in France during the war. Smiles had lost a real mother and father in the bombing.
Dick made me change my name from Madeline to Smile.
Say, you know, there's a song about a girl named Madeline.
I guess it could have been written about me if I'd been a few years older.
Oh, Madeline, you are the only one. Oh, Madeline, for you will carry on. It's so long since we have seen a miss. Oh, won't you give us just a kiss? But Madeline, she takes it all in fun. She laughs and says, you see, it can't be done. She would like, but how can she consent? While she's true to the whole regiment. Oh, Madeline, you are the only one. Oh, Madeline, for you will carry on. It's so long since we have seen a miss. Won't you give us just a kiss? But Madeline, she takes it all in fun. She laughs and says, you see, it can't be done. She would like, but how can she consent? While she's true to the whole
Smiles, I never knew a girl like you. Look, we're having a party tomorrow night at our place out in Long Island.
The answer is no.
Oh, I don't want Smiles to come.
What?
Well, not alone. You can come along too, Dad. We'll make the party a big charity bazaar. All the benefits go to your mission.
Oh, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it, Dick?
Well,
Just tell us where and when.
But you don't have to tell me why.
Robert Bryan Hastings, you're in love.
Well, sis, maybe.
But this girl is from another world. It's oil and water, caviar and ice cream. They just won't mix.
You're too cynical, Dot. There's one thing that everybody wants and everybody understands. From Beekman Place to the Bowery. Doesn't cost a dime. Doesn't have anything to do with the clothes you wear or the words you speak. You know what I mean, sis?
I got a hunch, but I'm afraid to ask.
There are smiles that make us happy. There are smiles that make us blue. There are smiles that steal away the teardrops as the sunbeams steal away dew. There are smiles that have a tender meaning that the eyes of love alone may see. And the smiles that fill my life with sunshine are the smiles that you gave to me. Dearie, now I know just what makes me love you so, just what holds me and enfolds me in its golden glow. Dearie, now I see 'tis each smile so bright and free, for life's sadness turns to gladness when you smile on me. There are smiles that make us happy. There are smiles that make us blue. There are smiles that steal away the teardrops as the sunbeams steal away the dew. There are smiles that have a tender meaning that the eyes of love alone may see. And the smiles that fill my life with sunshine are the smiles that you gave to me.
Oh, you've got it bad for this girl.
No, I've got it good for her. She's going to be Mrs. Hastings.
Well, you're old enough to vote, but a lot of people won't like it.
Enjoying the party, Smile?
I didn't know that people anywhere in the world live this way.
I'll bet you didn't learn to dance like this at a Bowery mission.
In Paris, little girls learn to dance. Then they learn to walk.
Tell me something, Smile.
Hey, pardon me, may I cut in?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Dad.
You got cuts.
How did you know, sis?
You're bleeding slightly. She's pretty.
Yeah, so I've noticed.
The guy who came with her's pretty cute.
That's her father.
Yeah? Well, I'd like to be her mother. Oh, excuse me, Bob. I've got to make an announcement.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. I guess you all know this party is for one of the all-night missions in the Bowery. Well, one of the girls from that mission is here. Her name is Smiles.
Dad, what are you up to?
And she's going to sing one of her songs just the way they do it down there on the Bowery.
Do you mind, Smile?
I guess not, if you really want me to sing.
Carry on, keep smiling, don't give in to sadness. Carry on, keep smiling, fill your heart with gladness. Though your side may hide the blue for a day, You have caused...
Okay, cut the comedy. Da-da-da! Cut the comedy.
Is this your idea of a joke?
No, I didn't know anything about it.
You just wanted me to come here so you could make fun of me.
Miles, that's not true. Come on, Smiles, I'll take you home.
Good night, Mr. Hastings. Thank you for a lovely evening.
Smiles.
Let her go, Bob.
You planned it, didn't you? Just to humiliate her.
Oh, can't you see? That's not for you. Carry on. Keep smiling.
I told you, she's the girl. The only girl. Now she's gone, and I'm right back smack where I started.
Time on my hands, and here are my arms. But what has become of you?
In just a moment, we'll return with Act Two of Smiles. How many new railroads do you think have been built in America in the last 30 years? The answer is practically every one of today's railroads is a new railroad. For in these past 30 years, the railroad industry has invested more than $20 billion of its own money for all kinds of improvements. And almost half of that has been spent just since the end of World War II. Just think of the changes that this vast investment has made in railroads. First of all, the biggest difference is probably in the fleet of locomotives. 30 years ago, the diesel locomotive was a dream of the future. The first one, in fact, was just being tried out on the railroads. Today, there are nearly 23,000 of these powerful and efficient diesel units, and most of these have been placed in service in the short period of the last 8 years. During this same short period, another big change has been made in freight cars, with more than 500,000 new, bigger, and better freight cars installed by America's railroads. These new cars make up about 30% of the present fleet of more than 1.75 million freight cars, which move the nation's commerce. And to carry travelers all over the country, the railroads have bought since the end of the Second World War about 5,000 new passenger train cars, the kind of cars that speed you to your destination with unexcelled comfort and safety. In addition to all this new equipment, the railroads have made countless other improvements, such as push-button terminal operations, expanded signal installations, centralized traffic control, and wider use of radio communications. These are but a few of the many new things that have made today's railroads so different from those of 30 years ago, even those of 8 years ago. So when you think of all the things the railroads have done and all the changes that they've made to provide safer and better railroad transportation, you find that the net result is a new railroad system, one that today is doing the most efficient and most dependable job of transportation ever recorded. Here is Act Two of the Lawrence and Lee version of Vincent Newman's Smiles, starring Gordon MacRae as Bob and Elaine Malbin as Smiles.
There are smiles that make us happy. There are smiles that make us blue.
Well, after the night of that party, I knew I had to reach Smiles and explain to her. I tried to see her at the mission, but her father made it crystal clear that I was poison ivy.
Get lost, boy. Vamoose, 23, you know what.
Oh, I was a very big man in the Bowery. What do you do when the only girl you care about treats you as if you were on the other side of the moon?
Okay, you've been moping around long enough, Junior. What you need is the Grand Tour.
Grand Tour?
Mm-hmm. 6 months in Europe. We sail Tuesday on the Ile-de-France.
We may have to change your name again.
I know. I'm sorry, Dick, but I just don't feel like smiling.
That Long Island Lothario is still double parked in your heart?
I'm afraid so.
Would I like to give him a ticket? Look, Smiles, there's going to be a reunion of the regiment in Paris next month. If you were there, it would make everything perfect. You can really get that playboy out of your system once we set sail on the Ile-de-France.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. No such luck. I had a cabin. She was in third class. I stood on my deck, looking out over the ocean, thinking I was running away from her. There she was at another railing a few yards away, looking out on the same ocean, maybe thinking of me. But we never saw each other. That is until a few weeks after we landed.
Bob Hastings!
Can't be. It's not possible.
What are you doing here in Paris?
I came here to forget about you. But, Smiles, how did you get here?
On a boat? I was running away from you.
It's fate. Both run away right into each other's arms. Look, you know that joke at the party? I was just as angry as you were. It was stupid and cruel and...
I should have known that you wouldn't do such a thing.
Smiles. I promise. I'll always be good to you.
If you will always be good to me, if you will treat me with sympathy,
then I will take your advice and be nice as a gentleman can be.
But when you scold at me all day long, and when you hold that I'm always wrong, and when you act as my boss, I get soft and behave outrageously.
You may believe that I am childish for the mischief that I do, but it makes me kind of childish to be criticized by you. You've no idea of how grand I'd be if you would act understandingly. And if you would, as you should, just be good, oh, so very good to me.
Well, Mr. Hastings, we really didn't expect you to show up over here. Never say die, do you?
Not if I can help it. Now, look, mister, I'm pretty sick of this phony father bit.
You want to know something? So am I. I guess that's why Smiles and I finally decided to get married.
Married? Yeah, you can come to the wedding if you want to. Is that true, Smiles?
It's true.
But I thought that... Well, it doesn't really make much difference what I think now, does it? Congratulations, old man. Ought to be in this ceremony. The groom gives the bride away.
Oh, there's not a chance. Once I'm married to Smiles, I'll never give her away to anybody.
Bob,
now, I understand. Don't explain. I hope you'll be very happy, Smiles.
Hello, Bob.
Smiles. I thought you'd be on your honeymoon by now.
No. Dick, well, he changed his mind.
I don't believe it.
When he realized that I was really in love with you, he just decided to step aside.
I can't believe it. The heel turns out to be a hero. Well, what does that make me?
You're a hero, too. Just for waiting until I could make up my mind. You might have had your choice of plenty who be pleasing.
I love to hear your voice, although I think you're teasing.
I waited long and hard.
My will was strong, but now I'm gone, and you're the reason why. I'm glad I waited, oh gee, but I'm elated, so thankful that I waited for you.
And grumbled, oh gosh, I'm glad you stumbled in view.
There were times when I wondered just where you could be.
After all that you blundered, it's lucky in love for me.
Yes, sirree, I know I'm slated to be congratulated. Oh,
with you.
I know, but do you want to take a trip somewhere?
We're on a trip now. I want to go home for our honeymoon.
We can
That way, it'll never be over.
spend all of our lives.
I'm on my hand, and you leave my arms, and love is my home for
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Scintillating Miss Malbin will be back in just one moment. Meanwhile, our thanks to Doris Singleton, Peter Leeds, and our entire company. Smiles was booked by William Anthony McGuire, lyrics by Harold Adamson, Ring Lardner, and Clifford Gray, and music by Vincent Humans, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this same time by the American Railroads. Marvin?
As we pointed out earlier on this program, most of today's railroads are really new railroads. They are new because of the billions of dollars that have been invested in new and improved equipment and facilities in recent years, and because of the broad program of research that has been carried on in every part of the railroad plant. Although there is no such thing as a new model every year on the railroads, the changes that have taken place in the past few years have been tremendous. And all this has been brought about so that you and all America will have the finest transportation service to be found anywhere.
Thank you, Marvin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here again is tonight's guest, the charming Elaine Malbin.
Thank you, Gordon. What's on the show train schedule next Monday night?
Well, we'll have a real change of pace from Smiles.
Frowns?
Oh, no, not exactly. Here's a few measures by way of a sample. Carmen?
Oh, Rosemary, I love you. I'm always dreaming of you.
Mr. Frimmel, I presume.
Right, Dr. Livingston. Rudolph Frimmel at his best, with the gallant adventure of Rosemary. Virginia Haskins and I will be living it up in the Canadian Northwest.
I'll be listening.
And we'll be watching you, Elaine, on the NBC TV opera. That's May 8th, isn't it?
That's right. I'll be singing Salome.
Oh, boy. Well, good night, Elaine.
Good night, Gordon.
All aboard! Well, dear friends, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday night, and Rosemary, on behalf of the other members of the cast and of the American Railroads, this is your friend Gordon MacRae saying goodbye.
Smiles was presented through special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad, and reminding you the Young Women's Christian Association is commemorating its 99th year of providing friendship, guidance, and recreation for more than 3 million young women of America. To an organization with this distinguished record of service, the railroads extend a hearty salute during this national YWCA week. Now, stay tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Tonight, The Voice of Firestone features Jerome Hines on the NBC Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
A glance is enough to detect the faults of democracy, but the good qualities can be seen only by long observation. The laws of American democracy are frequently defective. How comes it then that the American republics prosper and continue?
The Happy Republic, a study in American values. Item 13 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University. under the direction of George Prost, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American values. The Happy Republic.
I wonder if I might have a little silence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, two of our guests this evening, Mr. Tocqueville and Mr. Beaumont, are sailing tomorrow for France.
Fancy picking the middle of February to cross the Atlantic.
Fancy picking any day to leave the United States in favor of Europe.
Alas, madame, we too are patriots.
I know you are, Mr. Tocqueville, and the sentiment does you credit. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose a toast to our guests, and to the United States, the home of liberty, and to France, the home of Lafayette.
United States and France.
Come on, gentlemen. Reply.
No, don't reply to the toast. Instead, just tell us what you think of America.
Miss Fulton, that was the first question we heard when we arrived 10 months ago.
Then let it also be the last as you leave. Surely you've learned something, Mr. Beaumont.
I have learned, Miss Fulton, to admire and to respect American womanhood. And to leave the ladies the last word.
Now, just a moment. You came here when?
May 1831, Mr. Sparks.
You've traveled to many places?
Everywhere.
You've talked to many people?
Everybody.
You've seen many things?
Everything.
Then I support Miss Fulton's question. What do you think of America? What comes into your mind now when I say the word America, Mr. Tocqueville?
America? Equality.
Mr. Beaumont?
America? A picture, a scene on the frontier. We were approaching Detroit. On the one side, Canada. On the other, the United States. In the distance, we could see Fort Malden.
Fort Malden, founded by the French.
Yes, with the Catholic steeple surmounted by a rooster, just like Caen or some other town in Normandy.
I remember very well.
We were 2 weeks in the wilderness of the territory of Michigan. The forest was like a majestic order reigning above our heads. Their branches intertwined, the forest trees seemed to form a single immense and indestructible edifice, under whose vaults reigns an eternal obscurity. There was a silence so profound, a stillness so complete, that the soul was filled with a sort of religious terror.
Not only man was missing, but even the voices of animals and birds were not heard in the heat of the July day.
This wilderness everywhere stretches before you, even to the Arctic Pole, to the Pacific Ocean. But on the morrow of our visit, these mighty forests will be gone. Civilization consumes the wilderness like a forest fire.
I remember the cabin that had a big black bear chained up outside it as a watchdog, and the Indian we met near Saginaw. Just as we were going to cross the stream, this man came towards us in his buckskins, with the sun gleaming on his copper face. He put 2 fingers on my shoulder and said, in good, strong French, with a Norman accent, "Watch out, people sometimes get drowned here." I shouldn't have been more surprised if my horse had spoken to me in French.
Oh, the West is so romantic, Mr. Tocqueville. But I hear Niagara Falls is splendid.
Dear madame, it is as enchanting as yourself.
And so unspoiled.
What strikes you most in this country?
That would take a volume to tell everything, Mrs. Brooks. And perhaps even I would no longer believe it tomorrow. There are, however, 2 or 3 impressions which strike me about this country.
Tell us.
The first is that this people is the happiest in the world.
I agree, sir.
It seems to me, Mr. Perry, that this country owes its immense prosperity much less to its peculiar virtues, less to a form of government, of itself superior to other forms, than to the particular circumstances in which it finds itself. Never before has a people found for itself such a happy and fruitful basis of life. Here, freedom is unrestrained and subsists by being useful to everyone without injuring anybody. But there is undeniably something feverish in the activity this imparts to industry and the human spirit.
Mr. Tocqueville, nothing is easier than to enrich oneself in America. Everybody works.
And the country is still so rich that all who work rapidly succeed in acquiring that which renders existence happy. Political agitation only occupies a small corner of the picture here. There is not an American newspaper in which the price of cotton does not take up more room than politics.
Don't you believe in business, in our American progress?
Well, I believe in American progress. I'm planning to invest some of my money in Western Railroad bonds. Surely that is a sign of confidence.
Oh, why not in steamboats?
Miss Fulton's father is, of course...
Of course, the distinguished Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor of the steamboat.
I think that steamboats have not been operated in a way that could inspire confidence.
Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Sparks?
I've been on quite a few vessels where the strength of the boiler has not quite been equal to the zeal and the enthusiasm of the captain.
Oh?
Steamboat racing, you know, is quite a pastime here. What do I mean, Miss Fulton? I mean racing. I mean blowing up. I mean shipwrecks.
As a matter of fact, Miss Fulton, we have been in 3 steamboat wrecks, with all respect to your famous father.
Oh, dear.
But everyone must recognize the discovery of steam has added unbelievably to the strength and prosperity of the Union because it has made communication easier.
It's very true that in the South, where communications are bad, things languish a trifle by comparison.
Mr. King, I really think it's time for the ladies to withdraw for a moment to collect their finery while you gentlemen enjoy another cigar.
Very well, Mrs. Brooks. Miss Fulton?
Are you ready, Miss Fulton? Most certainly.
Yes. Light up, gentlemen. Let's have a little more brandy.
Yes, Mr. Brooks, there is hardly a pioneer's hut that does not contain a few odd volumes of Shakespeare. It was in a log cabin that I read Henry V for the first time.
You said, Mr. Tocqueville, that America calls to your mind equality?
It does, Mr. Brooks. I see gradually the distinctions of rank being done away with. The barriers that once severed mankind are falling. Property is being divided, power is shared by many, education is spreading, the capacities of all classes tend toward equality. Each man has a consciousness of his independent position and his individual dignity, which doesn't always make him very agreeable to approach, but leads him to respect himself. On the steamboat, we at first wanted to give a tip to the steward. They prevented us, claiming that this would humiliate him. The general equality of condition of the people is a fundamental fact.
There is a great deal of equality, but a great many of us in Boston are trying to keep up higher standards. Tell you what, Mr. Tocqueville, radicals spout a lot about equality in Europe. Well, there's no greater punishment for a European demagogue than to pass a year or two in the United States. Am I right, Mr. Perry?
Our fashionable society in Boston is certainly capable of curing the maddest Republican of his Republican distemper. Yes, sir. Just send him over here for 2 months with plenty of letters to our first people, but he'll return home as quiet and as loyal a subject as anyone born in the glaring sunshine of royal favor.
I'm serious, Mr. Perry. Democracy, equality is not all pleasant by any means.
Democracy is like a raft, Mr. Brooks. It doesn't sink, but your feet are always wet.
Yes, Mr. Sparks. Democracy, like any other human institution, must have disadvantages as well as advantages.
That's certainly true. And one of the disadvantages is that democracy turns into mobocracy. And it is the European emigrants that are responsible. The present company excepted, I don't mean the French, I mean those blackguards, principally the Germans and the Irish. They come here with the most ridiculous notions of liberty and equality. Having been slaves all their lives, they set an exaggerated value on freedom without knowing the value of property. What can a man know about our institutions if he's not raised among us? Our institutions, after all, are only the English ones, improved and mutilated, just as you please. But be this as it may, I prefer the English to our own. I cannot bear equality.
I've made 22 trips to Europe, Mr. Brooks, and I observe that frequently the higher classes in America seem to be determined upon making everyone that is poorer than themselves feel his inferiority in order to make him as uncomfortable as possible. And all this is done with an affection of republican simplicity. which makes every arrogance only the more offensive as coming from an equal.
In order to make any kind of aristocracy tolerable, Mr. Poinsett, it is necessary that it should, in some shape or other, either protect the lower classes or never come in contact with them. The aristocracy of the Atlantic cities is unfortunately neither a protector of the lower orders, with whom it's continually wrestling for power, nor is it capable of avoiding incessant contact with them. Hence arises a continual jarring, the rich claiming a rank which the poor are unwilling to grant, and the poor, provoked by the unprofitable arrogance of the rich, opposing to them insolence which a laboring man in Europe would hardly dare to offer to his equals.
I wonder, Mr. Riker, who would you say does have the power in America?
Mr. King?
By and large, I'd say the elected officers, the men who fill public office.
What kind of men are they?
What kind of men fill public office? Usually, I should say, men whose capacity and character place them in the second rank.
Even Governor Throop of your own state here in New York?
Throop's a good enough fellow, but no family, no background, no roots. And I do not run for office myself. Public positions, you see, do not yield enough money or enough consideration or enough power to attract the energies of really distinguished men. It was, of course, quite otherwise when our republic was founded. Today, unfortunately, we no longer see great statesmen. The great men employ their energy in other careers. Isn't that true in Boston, Mr. Perry?
The fact is, instead of great men, our own Massachusetts House of Representatives is now composed of members who are interested in mackerel inspection, cider presses, proper fencing, and who make their livelihoods raising potatoes or brewing small beer. And these representatives come for no other purpose than to oppose the more elevated measures proposed by the more enlightened members from Boston.
That is a fact. That even our city representatives in Boston have so far degraded their station that it is now a disgrace, not an honor, to be delegated by the people.
But, Mr. Brooks, what have they done to disgrace themselves?
That is soon told, Mr. Beaumont. Every country member comes with a determined purpose to oppose us, and above all things, to let the Bostonians pay most of the expenses of the state.
The positive fact is that few of our representatives are gentlemen.
The fact is, Mr. King, that very few gentlemen will nowadays consent to become representatives except it be for the Congress. Even that won't last long if things go on much longer the way they have for the last 7 or 8 years.
Is this Jacksonian democracy?
General Jackson, the president, is partly a scoundrel, partly a fool, and partly a mountebank.
But he was elected by the will of the people, Mr. King.
The voice of the people is the voice of God. Not, I think, when they called him General Jackson. No, our democracy is of the worst kind. It does not strive for equality, but for supremacy. All we lacked was universal suffrage to complete our misery, as if the mob had not enough power without it.
May I say, the United States is, perhaps of all nations, the one where ruling gives least glory to the rulers. No single person is responsible for its leadership. Management of government affairs does not depend on a few men. It is the work of all. You must admit, Mr. Perry, that you gentlemen from Boston are used to certain standards. You are born to riches.
No, Mr. Beaumont, you mustn't think my attitude arises from my being born to riches, as you put it. Although I do feel I was intended to be a substantial sort of man. I was born in the country, and my father, who was a poor farmer with a large family, used to come to Boston to market. One day, when I was 12 years old, I came with him, hoping to find some work to do to earn my living. We got in early in the morning by driving nearly all night. And while we were in the street waiting for somebody to buy our load, I took a newspaper off a doorstep and began to read it. Almost the first thing I saw was an advertisement of Boy Wanted. When Father had sold his load, we went to look for the place. It was a large house on a handsome street belonging to a merchant. And the boy was wanted to work in the kitchen, help the cook clean knives, black boots, and wait on tables. The work seemed easy enough and the pay good, so I stayed. The merchant was pleased with me, and after a while took me into the store to do errands and such light work. Then I became a clerk, then a partner. The merchant's daughter was as partial to me as her father always had been, and I got married. And here I am. And all from looking into a newspaper one frosty morning in the streets of Boston.
It is one of the great advantages of democracy that a man can change his station.
Perhaps, Mr. Perret, you were born one of nature's men of property, just as they say there are nature's noblemen.
Do you seriously believe there are?
As a matter of fact, I do. Your own George Washington was certainly one. I heard the other day a remarkable story of the War of 1812. British soldiers were sailing up the Potomac in 1814 to set fire to the capital. But as they passed Mount Vernon, the British officers assembled on deck and reverently uncovered their heads in honor of the great George Washington. Even an enemy respected that man's nobility.
Well, gentlemen, I think it's time we join the ladies. Drink up smartly, douse your cigars. Mrs. King can't abide a brother smoke getting into her curtains. The time was I used to have to smoke with my head up the chimney, even in here.
And still, Mr. Tocqueville, you leave tomorrow and you haven't really told us what you think of America.
My dear Miss Fulton, I'm trying. But the subject is so vast. One would need to write a book.
Then do so.
I will.
And what will you say?
Well, that there is nothing absolute in the theoretical value of political institutions.
Oh?
Their efficiency depends almost always on the original circumstances and the social condition of the people to whom they are applied. I see institutions succeed here which would infallibly turn France upside down. Yet I believe this people is one of the happiest in the world. Your society is 100 times happier than ours.
Yes. The quarrels which are carried on in the newspapers or in society only concern persons. For example, the friends of General Jackson versus the friends of Henry Clay.
The more I consider this American society, the more I realize it to be composed of peculiar elements which render imitation very dangerous, if not impossible. Indeed, I wonder if it is ever wise for one people to imitate another, or whether one people should ever urge another to imitate them.
Well, don't mention our newspapers, Mr. Tocqueville. They're so bad, they're quite unimportant.
Miss Fulton, I was quite struck by the toast to the press given at the 42nd anniversary celebration of Tammany, several days after I landed in New York. The toast was, the press, the channel of public opinion. Who would not submit to its occasional abuse rather than forego the blessing of its freedom? I'm quite sure they are very important.
What are very important, Mr. Tocqueville?
Newspapers, Mr. Poinsett.
There's no doubt of that. Many causes, many crusades, many zealous men look to the press for support. And if no newspaper is ready to support them, they start a new one.
Really, there is nothing but a newspaper which can drop the same thought into 1,000 minds at the same moment. I think of a newspaper, Mr. Poinsett, as an advisor that does not have to be sought, but which comes to you of its own accord and talks to you briefly every day of the common affairs without distracting you from your own private affairs.
Yes, and the press enables the people to carry out together the schemes they thought up separately.
I think at once of the valuable and widespread temperance associations. America is full of these voluntary associations that speak through American newspapers.
Are you speaking of temperance associations?
And the press, Mr. Brooks.
Do newspapers always represent some kind of association?
I think so. A newspaper can survive only on the condition of publishing sentiments or principles common to a large number of men. A newspaper, therefore, always represents an association that is composed of its habitual readers. The newspaper brought them together, and the newspaper is still necessary to keep them united. In this way, voluntary associations, supported by the press, help to diminish the tyranny of the majority, which seems to me one of the most serious disadvantages of democracy.
But we have noticed in America that political ideas seem to be invested with what you might almost call a religious aura.
Very true, Mr. Beaumont. A religious aura, but not a sectarian one. You're quite right if you feel that to the vast majority of Americans, the Union itself has an almost sacred feeling connected with it. It's been idealized into an object of love and veneration. After all, it's the principal guardian of our liberties.
Not the press?
Or the vote?
Or the jury?
All these are the children of the Constitution and of the Union.
Why do you mention the jury, Mr. Sparks? It is only made up of ignorant men. It makes mistakes.
The men are ignorant only in learning, Mr. Beaumont. As far as the case before them is concerned, they've given the matter sustained attention.
They certainly have. Last month, when Mr. Tocqueville, Mr. Beaumont, and I were traveling by stagecoach across Alabama, we were told by an Alabama lawyer journeying with us that there's no one who isn't carrying arms under his coat. If a man gets into the smallest kind of argument, he's apt to pull out a knife or pistol.
Mr. Poinsett, I remember asking, when a man is killed in this fashion, isn't his assassin punished?
And the answer this Alabama lawyer gave was, he's always judged and acquitted by the jury, providing there are no very aggravating circumstances. Not a single man of the least note pays for that sort of killing with his life, because every man on the jury feels he may one day find himself in the same situation as the prisoner, and when he remembers that, why, he acquits.
We were astonished at what the people are doing. The people are judging themselves. Instead of common sense, you get perhaps their prejudices in the matter.
Well, they do act from passion, from prejudice sometimes.
And then the judge overrules them.
No, he's not allowed to do that. He can't alter the verdict of the jury. The Court of Appeal does have the right to question the verdict of a jury for any motive whatever, and to send the case back for retrial. But that right is used only in the last extremity, and when the error or the prejudice is glaringly obvious. You see, the people set great store by the judgment of the jury.
Even in civil matters?
Yes. The people watches with great jealousy, lest any blow be struck at the moral power of the jury. The jury, in fact, is the most direct application of the principle of the sovereignty of the people. I should say that the practical intelligence and political good sense of Americans are mainly attributable to the long use they have made of the jury in civil causes. The jury makes every man think like a judge. It teaches every man to judge his neighbor as he himself would be judged. The jury teaches every man not to recoil before the responsibility of his own actions. By obliging men to turn their attention to other affairs than their own, it rubs off that private selfishness which is the rust of society, and teaches people how to rule well.
I agree entirely, Mr. Sparks. The jury, your courtroom system, the federal system are great advantages for American democracy. In France, our courts of justice are called upon to try only the controversies of private individuals. But your Supreme Court summons sovereign powers to its bar. When the clerk in that court calls the docket and announces the state of New York versus the state of Ohio, each party representing millions of men. Gentlemen, the Supreme Court is no ordinary body.
Americans have great respect for law.
Rightly. In America, you obey the law, not only because it is self-imposed, but because it may be changed if it is harmful.
Do you think this is the greatest advantage of democracy?
No, Miss Fulton. I think the greatest advantage is that democracy simply tries to contribute to the well-being of the greatest number. But it is difficult. Nothing is more fertile in prodigies than the art of being free. Nothing is more arduous than the apprenticeship of liberty.
Do you think American democracy will flourish?
Is it an argument against democratic institutions that they cannot last forever? Might you not just as well despise youth and vigor because they are doomed to old age and decrepitude?
Mr. Riker, I'm not so much alarmed at the excessive liberty you find in America in the 1830s as in the inadequate securities against tyranny.
Then do you think men of property have anything to fear?
Those complaints against property, Mr. Brooks, which are so common in Europe, are not heard in America. No. Because every American has property of his own to defend, Everyone recognizes the principle upon which he holds it.
Say what you like, Mr. Tocqueville. Democracy gives you government by the mob, government by ignorant demagogues.
Yet, Mr. Perry, the most remarkable thing is this in the United States. Where public officers have no class interest to promote, the general and constant influence of the government is beneficial, although the individuals who conduct it are frequently unskilled and sometimes contemptible. There is indeed a secret tendency in democratic institutions that makes the exertions of the citizens subservient to the prosperity of the community, in spite of their vices and their mistakes.
At last, Mr. Tocqueville. Is that what you think of America?
I still can't reply in a single word, Miss Fulton. America is not simple, you know. Nowhere does America exhibit that systematic uniformity so dear to the superficial minds of the day. But we are leaving tomorrow, and I'm going to think about that question for a long time. So, let me leave you with a question for you to think about for a long time.
And what's that?
What's the question?
It's simply this, and I address it to every one of you. What do you think of America?
You have just heard The Happy Republic, a study in American values, item 13 in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair and George E. Probst. Music by Lucio Agostini. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to These Precious Premises, item 14 on Democracy in America. This program was pre-recorded and is an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Be brand name conscious. Buy the brand names featured on NBC Radio.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Some mysterious happenings cannot be explained. Some need no explanation. Some are so incredible that even were I to find the reasons, the causes, the whys, the wherefores, it would still escape all understanding. Such a tale the Mystery Theater presents to you today. It is called The Smile.
Whenever I see it, I feel as if it's draining my life away.
You saw it today, Bill? This thing you call the smile?
I see it every day. I see it now.
I want to see it, too.
Turn around. It's behind you. It's right outside the lighthouse window. Great Lord.
You're right. It's there.
Did you think I was making it up?
Well, I didn't know what to think. It does look like a gigantic smile in the sky.
And it's killing me.
Our mystery drama, The Smile, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. It stars Tony Roberts. I shall return shortly with Act One. A ring at the doorbell. A woman puts down her violin and opens the door. A telegram is delivered. The woman's slender fingers slit open the yellow envelope. She glances quickly at the name of the person who sent it to her. It's the name of a man she hasn't seen in 10 years. A man she has been separated from. Her husband. She closes the door and returns inside, reading the telegram aloud. My dear Grace, I'm sure you're surprised to hear from me after all this time. I wonder if you are still teaching the violin. I imagine you have not remarried, nor have I. If we couldn't make it together, I don't think we could with anyone else. The woman puts down the telegram as if she can't bear to read further, tucks her violin under her chin and plays, and then... No. She has to read the rest of the telegram, whether she wants to or not. So we separated because we could no longer live together or needed one another. But Grace, now I do need you. I need your help. I'm not working at all. No writing, nothing. I'm staying with Uncle Wilbur at his place on Chesapeake Bay. Remember, Wilbur, can you come and see me as soon as possible? Grace, I believe I am dying, and only you can save me. Yes, I remembered Uncle Wilbur. Who could forget that crotchety, opinionated old salt, used to having his own way? The same instant obedience he demanded when he was captain of his own ship. I stood on the deck as we crossed the Chesapeake Bay to Wilbur's place. Now a retired sea captain, he tended a lighthouse which kept him near the water and out of trouble. I could see the two of them standing at the point. At least I could make out two figures as the mail and supply cutter brought me closer and closer to an adventure I never thought I'd live through.
Wilbur, is it still up there?
I thought you were looking at the boat bringing Grace out here to the lighthouse.
Wilbur, I'm asking you something much more important. Is it still up there? Do you see it up in the sky?
Yes, Bill, I can see it. Still there. I thought by now you'd come to terms with the fact that it's always there. It is not your imagination or mine.
Sometimes it comes and then it goes away again. I was hoping it would go away today.
I thought you wanted Grace to see it.
I do, yes. Yes, you're right. That's why I sent for her. I want to talk to her about it.
You talk to me about it. Seems to me we talk a lot about it.
Why doesn't it let me alone? Why me?
I see it too, Bill.
Well, I know you do, Uncle Wilbur. I know, but it isn't doing to you what it does to me. To you, it might be just another strange shaped cloud in the sky. It doesn't affect you the way it affects me.
No, that's true. Well, let's get down to the dock. I think the boat Grace is on is about to pull in.
It's killing me, Wilbur. It's draining the life out of me. Whenever it appears, wherever we are, I feel weaker.
I know, Bill, I know. We'll just have a long talk about it with Grace. Let's go down now and help him tie up the cutter.
Of course, at the time, I didn't say one word. But I can tell you now I was shocked. As I stepped ashore at Lighthouse Point, I was so shaken to see how much Bill had changed, I could hardly speak. He was no longer a young man of 40. His hair had turned snow white. He looked 70. He took my suitcase, and the cutter cast off. And an hour later, I was alone with Bill, sitting in the lighthouse kitchen, just the two of us, having sandwiches and coffee.
Grace, you look marvelous. I'd quite forgotten what a beautiful girl I was once married to.
Well, actually, Bill, we're still legally married. But I'll take it as a compliment just the same. You make these sandwiches?
I'm afraid not. That's Uncle Wilbur's department.
And what's your department in this lifehouse-keeping?
I'm not doing much of anything, I'm afraid. Sort of, I don't know, I guess you might say I've gone to pieces, as it were.
Well, that's hard for me to believe. A man like you, always in the middle of things. And you were always off covering a war or a peace conference. Are you doing much writing now?
I'm not doing any. My last assignment that I can remember, well, for the syndicate was, that's funny, I can't remember.
You can't remember? Was it that long ago?
No, not at all. It's just that it just slipped my mind, that's all. Let's see, it was, yes, I did a feature on Tibet. That's an extraordinary kind of life they live up there in the mountains, the Tibetans.
No, I read it, I did. That was a wonderful story, Bill. And you lived up there with them in the Himalayas?
Oh, yes, I did.
For how long?
Yes, I did.
I said, for how long, Bill? How long did you live in Tibet?
What?
Bill? Are you listening to what I'm saying? You keep looking out the window. Is there something out there?
No, not there. Not yet, Grace.
What do you mean, not yet? I asked you how long you spent gathering that material in Tibet.
Time passed as it never passed before. I can't say how long, Grace.
And that was the last piece of writing you've done?
Yes, that was it.
But that was over a year ago. What have you been doing since?
I guess you could say I've been running.
Running? Running away?
No. Running for my life.
Bill, are you being serious?
Why do you think I asked you up here to the lighthouse? I've never been more serious in my life.
Listen to me. We were married for 10 years, and some of them were good years. Then we separated. In fact, we've lived apart as many years as we've been married. Now tell me, what is it you're running from?
You won't laugh when I tell you. It's the smile. At least, that's what I call it. That's what it looks like.
All right. I'll go along with that. This smile that you've been running away from. What does it look like?
Well, I can't quite describe it because so much feeling goes with what I see. When I see it, Grace, believe me, it is actually as if I am looking into a giant face that is smiling. Only I can't see the rest of the face. I can't see the eyes or the nose. All I see is the smile.
And when did you first see it?
I'm not sure exactly when. As I said, I was in a place where time expands and contracts in an unusual way.
You said you were in Tibet?
Yes. So I can't tell you when, but I know exactly where. I had just left the monastery, the one on the highest peak in the Himalayas, a place that is always in the clouds. The sun, the moon, the day, the night has never appeared there. Only the intensity of the light varies. The people go around like people under glass, like people moving in milk. I think that's why they always wear such bright clothing.
You were telling me when you first saw the smile.
I had an interview with the high priest, and I walked out the door of a stone chapel up a little rise, and I looked up. And suddenly the clouds seemed to separate, and I could see blue sky, which I'd not seen in literally months. And up there in that sky was this faceless face looking down on me. And from that moment until this, unless I close my eyes to shut it out, day or night, I always see it.
You mean you see it now?
Yes.
Have you told anyone about this?
You mean other than Uncle Wilbur?
He sees it too.
Certainly. He sees it too, just as I do. I brought it here. I brought it with me. Where I am, there it is.
Have you talked to anyone else about it? A doctor, a psychiatrist?
It's not in my imagination, Grace.
I'm not saying it was. I'm just wondering if you had discussed it with anyone, Bill.
I'm not out of my head. It's not a ghost. It's there. But it's what the smile is doing to me that frightens me so terribly.
Well, I should think so.
You still think it's something I'm haunted with. It's more than that. It's killing me, Grace. That's why I need you. I need someone I can trust, someone who once loved me, who will believe what I say when I say it's killing me. I try to look away, Grace. It draws me to it. It's draining my life from me.
Have you seen it today?
I see it every day. I mean, I know it's there.
Could you see it right now?
Matter of fact, I do. Right outside the window behind you.
Bill, I'm going to turn around. I want to see it, too.
Go ahead. It's clearly visible. It's up there. I'd say about 1,000 feet overhead.
Lord in heaven. You're right.
Did you think I was making it up?
I didn't know what to think. It does look like a smile, but it's strange. It's like a shadow without substance behind it.
It doesn't affect you? You're sure?
No, not at all. Is it always in the same spot?
It never is.
What do you mean, does it affect me?
It doesn't make you feel any differently after you've looked at it for a moment? Any weaker?
No, not at all.
It doesn't harm Uncle Wilbur either. Only me.
Where is Wilbur?
Oh, I expect he's outside somewhere. This isn't much of an island. You can walk around in no time at all. It's only here for the lighthouse, so he won't have gone far.
I'm darned if I know what it is, Grace. It bothers the heck out of Bill. Wish it wouldn't. Some natural phenomenon. That's all I can think.
Uncle Wilbur, Bill says it makes him feel weaker.
He keeps telling me that.
Wilbur doesn't deny the existence of the smile, but he says the idea that it's making me feel weak is something inside my head.
Oh, it's there, all right.
Well, on the face of it, I'd say it was some kind of light refraction or cloud density. I don't know why it disturbs Bill as much as it does. But if it's all right with you, Uncle, I'd like to stay on here a few days and see if there's anything that can be done about it.
My dear Grace, I don't know whether Bill has told you or not, but it was my idea. I suggested he send you that telegram. I've always thought you were a sensible person, and we all need your help.
I'm sure there are those listening who already have made up their minds how this can be happening. 3 people have seen the smile. Grace, Uncle Wilbur, and Bill. But Bill suffers a debilitating weakening when he sees it. I shall be back shortly, closer to the smile itself, when I return with Act 2. Grace Fenchurch, a music teacher, has been separated from her husband Bill for 10 years. He is a writer, or was, until an assignment took him to Tibet. An assignment from which he apparently never recovered. It affected his mind, aged him, turned his hair white, and ever since he's been haunted by a shape that clouds his days. Something that appears near him that he calls the smile. He has retreated from the world to his Uncle Wilbur's lighthouse on Chesapeake Bay. And it is there that this strange story unfolds.
Uncle Wilbur, I have the feeling that you're not very sympathetic to what's troubling Bill.
That's not so. I'm just sick and tired of seeing the darn thing around. Bill, did you tell her about our 3 weeks off?
No, I haven't.
Grace, I'll tell you. You know, they give us lighthouse keepers 30 days off a year. And someone else is rotated to your spot. So with this smile thing, Bill and I thought, okay, we'll give it a run for its money. See if it really followed him all the way from Tibet. See if it's really dogging his steps. Well, we took 1 week up in the mountains, a cabin of a friend of mine. We went on hikes, went fishing, and sure enough, we hadn't been there but 3 days. They found us.
The smile.
Right, spread across the roof of our cabin.
And then we took a week at the shore. It found us there, but where it really hurt, where I realized it was out to kill me.
Now, just wait a minute, Bill.
Uncle, let him tell it.
Where it really got to move was the week we spent in the city. We saw some shows, visited with some friends of Wilbur's old Navy days.
Buddies I hadn't seen in years.
I began to loosen up. It was great for me. I started getting ideas for stories and articles.
Bill thought this apparition had finally left him. Well, on the next to last night, we stopped off at a bar on the way back to the hotel. It was the darndest place.
The bar had no ceiling. The walls, they went straight up into the sky. You know that glow that hangs over a city at night? There was that. And right there over my head, grinning down at me, there it was. The smile.
I had a hard time getting him back to the hotel, but I did. People thought he'd had just one too many.
So even when the both of you got away from the bay and the lighthouse, it wouldn't let you be?
No, it's never left me since. I try not looking at it. Sometimes I make believe it's not there, and I feel free. But when it leaves those rocks, where I think it lives way offshore, and starts coming this way, I know it's lying in wait for me, and it won't stop smiling until I'm dead.
Bill, you said something a moment ago about it comes from the rocks.
I'd say for the past 2 months, that's where it seems to come from.
And could you find it?
At 5 or 6 in the morning, just about daybreak, it leaves the rocks that are just at the edge of the horizon.
Can you show me from where we're standing?
Oh, there. You see those rocks that jut out just where the sun's going down?
Yes.
From there, no larger than a small black curve on the water. Seems to lie there on those rocks, and then as the sun comes up, it starts towards me.
We went fishing one morning real early. Came chasing after our boat like some giant kite. Chased us.
Good. Then we'll chase after it.
What?
Tomorrow morning, while it's still dark, we'll take ourselves across the bay, right out there to where you say this smile of yours starts from. Oh, Uncle, you've got a boat, haven't you?
Sure have. Great little sailboat. Use it all the time.
Well, that's fine. Then tomorrow morning. Agreed?
Why not? I'm game. See that mackerel sky? That means good sailing weather tomorrow. We'll take ourselves smile hunting.
The following morning, the moon was still out. The bay was calm. Wilbur told me we had over 2 hours before sunrise. Bill was walking from the house to the dock, his arms loaded with sails and jugs of coffee and boxes of sandwiches I'd made.
It's going to be a great day to be on the water, Grace. I'll tell you that.
So calm, it's like glass. Will there be enough wind to take us clear across to where we want to go?
I built this little red devil myself. She is so well balanced, a bucket of air could carry her for miles. Speaking of balance. Let's wait till Bill gets out of earshot. There he goes back into the house. Grace, if I seemed unfeeling and unconcerned to you yesterday, it's because I'm trying to act as normally as I can whenever Bill is around me. Now, it's perfectly true that I see that darn shape up there in the sky, and I bet you half the people who live on the bay have seen it.
You're saying then, as I did, that it's a phenomenon.
And that's all. It's not out to get Bill. I don't know why he believes it's his own personal devil, out to bewitch him, drain his life away, as he says. And frankly, he's doing all this bewitching to himself.
Okay, he's coming out the door.
No, he's got to go around the back door to lock up. Anyway, that's why when you said, let's take the boat out and head for those rocks and see the darn smile before it gets up in the morning, I could have shouted for joy. But I had to act cool, as if, well, why not? Let's see.
I didn't know what else to do. Bill is a young man. He's only 40. And he looks so old and tired. It just hurts me to see him like this.
Mind is a curious thing, Grace. I think it can influence us any way we want to go, from total sanity all the way in the opposite direction. And it's been known to even stop a heart. I'm worried because supposing Bill has the will to die, this phenomenon, which we both see, you too, is he using that to kill himself without knowing it?
We hoisted sail. Bill at the tiller steering, I stayed amidships, and Uncle Wilbur handled the sails. We headed straight for those rocks. The smile hadn't yet put in an appearance, but then neither had the... The lighthouse got further away, and a pinkish glow started to come up over the horizon.
Keep nose even with the highest rock, Bill. The one that's getting just a touch of sun on it. Grace, any particular ideas what you want to see when we get there?
Well, is that just a large pile of rocks? Has anyone ever been over there? Are there caves, or is it an island? You just really can't tell looking through these binoculars.
Yeah. I was checking all my harbor charts last night, and I hate to confess this to you two landlubbers, but I could not locate those rocks. The nearest marker is buoy number 9, which we'll probably see if we sail around it. Bill, steady with that tiller. I'll ease off on the sail.
Well, then let's do that, then. Let's sail right around it. If it's an island or a pile of rocks or whatever it is.
Well, we'll do the best we can. We'll just take it slow and easy and try to keep from running aground.
Grace, there's something pulling at the tiller. It's pulling it out of my hands.
Does it feel like we fouled up, Bill, on a line or an underwater cable? Let the tiller go for a moment.
Maybe there's a wreck down there. I couldn't see.
Coming about. Watch out.
Oh,
Grace, stop.
We're spinning around.
Grab it, Bill. Grab hold of that tiller. I'm lowering the sails.
I'm getting that same darn feeling.
What feeling?
That I get when I see the smile.
Bill, for heaven's sake, will you hold on to the tiller? Keep it steady. We're going around in circles.
It's the same feeling crawling all over me.
But there's nothing there. There's no sign of it, and the sun isn't even out yet. Bill, there is no smile anywhere in the sky.
Oh, it's got to be there somewhere. I feel so weak.
Grace, make these ropes fast for me. Just wind them around where I started to. I've got to take the tiller.
Bill! What's the matter?
We've hit a whirlpool and we're being sucked into it.
Bill's falling across the tiller. He's fainting. I don't know how long it took Uncle Grover to get control of our boat, to free it from the vortex that was whirling it around. But as soon as we were clear of that, he and I managed to pull Bill amidships. Grover gave the orders of what I was to do with the sails, and I just did what he said. And gradually, We drifted to the shallows where the water was still.
Yeah. Trouble is, we're not moving. Wind's died down. I've dropped the anchor so we won't drift too far. How's our boy, Grace?
I just keep wetting my handkerchief and putting it on his forehead.
How's he breathing?
He's taking his very deep breaths as if he's in a strange kind of sleep. His eyes are tight shut.
Grace, somehow we've got to get this boat moving and get down along the coast as fast as we can to a hospital.
There's no wind.
Well, if we can't use the sails, we'll use our arms. Stowed on the floorboards are 2 pairs of oars. You help yourself to one and put them in the oarlocks. You know how to row, don't you?
Of course I do.
Good. I'll take this pair and do the same. We'll start due east. Take your pace from me. We're going to head for that buoy. Can you see it? That's due east. About 200 yards across the bow. The black buoy had number 9 painted on it. From there, we'll change direction southward.
Wilbur, look. Look over there. There's a small red sailboat just like ours with 2 people rowing, and their sails are down just like ours.
Huh. That's a coincidence.
But look at the man and the woman. Wilbur, look at them. The man looks exactly like you. And the woman, she could be me. It's a fascinating concept that somewhere in this world there exist duplicates of ourselves. Taking this one step further, which one of the identical 2 pays for the other's sins or crimes, or reaps the rewards? Who of those rowing in an identical red sailboat? Is there an identical man lying in a dead faint in the bottom of the other boat as well? And what does this have to do with that peculiar marking in the sky, the smile, that has been the nemesis of the man they hope to get to the hospital? I shall return shortly with Act 3. A man and a woman are rowing a becalmed sailboat as quickly as they can, because in the center of that boat lies another man with white hair, a man in danger of losing his life. This man is Bill Fenchurch, who has been pursued since he left Tibet by a form in the sky he calls the Smile. Bill is certain, positive, that this smile is draining away his life. Whether imaginary or not, the 2 at the oars do believe his life is in their hands.
Watch it, Grace. Careful as you row. Not only because something might hit us below the waterline, but in this half-morning light, distances are deceiving.
Yes, what about that red boat being rowed by people who look just like us?
Possibly. Possibly. Just like the desert, maybe. A mirage.
Grace. Bill's coming to. His eyes are open.
How do you feel, Bill?
Kind of shaky. What happened?
Hey, you stay right where you are. You're getting a ride. The wind died down, so Grace and I are using a little oar power.
What dumb thing did I do?
Oh, I wouldn't call it dumb. We just got caught up in a whirlpool back there, and you lost control of the tiller. I'm not sure whether it came around and hit you and knocked you out, or if you fainted for some other reason. Anyway, now we're shipshape again, and we're heading back.
So, we're running away again?
No, we're not running from the Smile, if that's what you mean. The sun came up about an hour ago. We didn't see it. The Smile never showed up.
Hey, say, Grace, I feel a wind coming up. Ship your oars and head for the tiller.
All right.
I'll run up some sail, and you keep her steady on buoy number 9.
So, you guys didn't see it. We're not running from it. Oh, that can't last much longer. Why you lie to me? It's taking me. Will it? Look up in the sky, will you? Admit it's there. Admit it. We're lost.
The smile was there, spreading the edges of its evil mouth over the top of our red mask like a two-sided pennant. I had never seen it that closely. It seemed to be talking, wordless movements coming out of its opening and closing mouth. The wind shipped us along. I kept my eye on the marker buoy. I knew we had to get Bill to the hospital, that his life was in danger.
Hey, you there! Red sailboat! Watch out where you're heading!
Robert, it's the same red sailboat we saw before.
Can't you see us? In all my years on the water, I've never seen anything like it. They act as if they own the bay. Come charging across our bow like that. Say, Grace, if you hadn't hung on to that tiller, they would have cut us in half.
It's just pure dumb luck. I didn't know what I was doing. I was so mesmerized by the fact that it was the same red sailboat we'd seen before.
They didn't care. They absolutely didn't. And you know what I think? I don't think they even saw us.
But there's 3 people on board. You did notice them, too.
No, I can't say I did. I'd have recognized any of them. I would have reported them.
2 men and a woman at the tiller. I could see it all so clearly. 2 men, one standing by the mast, raising the sail, just like you were, Wilbur, and the other man sitting down in the center of the boat, just like Bill is doing. And the woman at the helm, she had on the same T-shirt that I'm wearing, identical, blue with red stripes.
Are you sure? You saw all that in that instant?
And the man sitting down amidships had the same white hair that Bill has. Well, what do you make of it?
Well, I sure don't know.
That boat and the people in it were duplicates of ourselves. Everything was the same. I watched them as they rounded the rocks, doing in reverse just what we had done. But there was just one difference. The smile wasn't over us anymore. It was floating over them. Now, who were they? Were they us? I don't know how long it took. It seemed hours. But we made it down the coast, pulled into a town dock, and Uncle Wilbur and I, somehow between us, got Bill to the hospital. We waited. They'd taken him immediately to intensive care. And finally, a doctor came out and took us into an office.
Which one of you is related to William Fenchurch?
I am, Doctor. I'm Grace Fenchurch. Is he all right?
Are you his wife or his sister?
Well, actually, I'm his ex-wife. Not even that. We separated 10 years ago. We each went our own way, but we're still legally married.
Then it's to you, Mrs. Fenchurch, that I must offer my condolences.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
There was nothing we could do, believe me. The entire emergency staff did everything humanly possible. I'm still trying to piece together what could have caused Mr. Fenchurch's death.
But tell me, how did it happen?
He was barely alive when you brought him in, and, well, his heart simply gave out. There was no way of reviving him. How old a man was he?
Bill was just 40.
Did you say 40? You mean he was only 40 years old?
Yes, 40.
Responded like a man who'd undergone shock or some complete trauma. I'm sorry, Mrs. Fenchurch. There's no point in your remaining here now. If you and Mr. Wilbur would care to return tomorrow, we should have much more information.
The next thing I remembered was it was morning. I couldn't quite absorb what had happened. I got out of bed. It was not my own bed. I went to the cabinet where I keep my music and my violin. It wasn't there. And then suddenly I remembered, of course, I wasn't home. I had received a telegram from Bill, whom I hadn't talked to in 10 years. Please come to Uncle Wilbur's lighthouse, it said. I think I'm dying, Bill had written. And then it all became clear.
Grace, you up?
Yes, Uncle Wilbur, I'm up. I'm just dressing. I'll be right down. Of course. It was early in the morning, and the three of us were going to take the red sailboat and go out to some offshore rocks to find something. What was it we were after? I got dressed, and I came down to the lighthouse kitchen. It was still dark outside. Wilbur had made coffee.
Oh, Grace, I was just about to go up to your room and knock on your door. Don't you remember? We wanted to get an early start to sail out to the rocks. Bill overslept, too. Had to wake him up. He's getting dressed now.
Wilbur, you are going to think that I've taken him out of my senses, but I simply cannot remember why we planned this excursion.
You're joking. It was your idea.
It was?
The smile. Now, do you remember? The smile that's been haunting Bill ever since he came back from Tibet.
Oh, of course. Oh, please forgive me. I knew it was something. Now, Uncle Wilbur, do you believe in second sight, a precognition?
Precognition?
Having seen something in advance to its happening? I don't want to go out on the boat this morning. And I don't want you to. Or Bill. I think that we should all stay here.
Well, talk about a woman changing her mind. Would you mind telling me why, Grace?
Yes. I either know of something that will happen to the three of us, or I've dreamed something that I don't want to happen. As we sat there, I recalled every incident as it would be happening. From our conversation on the dock as we loaded the boat, to Bill manning the tiller, to arriving at the rocks, getting caught in the whirlpool, then Bill fainting, the wind dying on us, and our starting to row, and being almost cut in two by an exact duplicate of our red sailboat in which we were traveling. 3 people, exactly like ourselves. And then finally ending up at the hospital. Too late to save Bill's life.
Well, I don't know what to say about all this. It certainly was an extremely vivid nightmare.
So you, for one, don't believe it'll happen?
Of course not. We are going to track down the smile as agreed to yesterday. You had a vivid dream, Grace. And that's all it was.
Well, it's hard for me to believe it was only a dream. I wish I could have convinced you.
Good morning, Grace. Good morning, everybody. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Oh, thank the Lord you're alive, Bill.
You know, I said exactly the same thing to myself when I got up this morning. By the way, I've been standing on the stairs for a few minutes, and I want you to know I heard everything you were telling Wilbur.
I'm glad you did, Bill. I thought it very entertaining. Didn't you? The way Grace told it, one could almost believe it.
You can believe it, Wilbur, because I had the same dream. If it was a dream.
What?
I want to show you both something. Now, Wilbur, to your knowledge, I haven't been out in the skiff since we painted it, have I?
You mean since we painted red? No, we haven't. I'm not sure it's completely dry this morning, but we'll see.
When you called me and woke me up this morning, there was red paint on my sheets. I looked at my hands. I'm turning them over now so you can both see my palms. Look, that's red paint. Where I
I must have been holding the tiller. Oh, I don't understand this at all. Wilbur, I'll have that cup of coffee, too. All right. That red paint in your hands could have only gotten there if... But why don't I remember if I was there with the two of you, just as Grace says it happened? Here's your coffee. Thanks, Uncle. Why don't you remember, huh? I don't know if you don't.
Uncle Wilbur, would you take another look at Bill?
What for?
Look at him closely.
Well, I'm sure he looks pretty good. In fact, better than I remember seeing him. Well, I feel very good. Strong. Raring to go.
Bill, you look 1,000 years younger than when I got here.
Say, what are you doing here anyway, Grace? Not that I'm not all for it. It's a nice surprise.
You don't remember inviting me here to Uncle's lighthouse?
Yes, I do, sort of. Or do I?
Bill, this dream or whatever it is that we lived through, you and I, very close to the end of it, an identical little red sailboat crossed ours and took with it what you used to say had been haunting you.
Oh, yes, the smile in the sky. I wonder why that upset me so much then.
And in that other duplicate red boat were 3 people. Duplicates of me and of Wilbur and of you. The old you. The old Bill who was sick and who needed me was in that other red sailboat which disappeared and which we never saw again. And why it existed, I don't understand. But what I do know is that you are here and very much alive, and your eyes are sparkling, and you look very distinguished. A young man with white hair.
Thank you.
In fact, I'd say you are the Bill Fenchurch I remember when you and I were first married.
Yeah, it does. Looks like a man with a new lease on life. I feel that way. I sort of feel like life is something to smile about.
I think it's pretty safe to say that what we have just heard is not an identical dream as dreamt by 2 people. I'd say that it did happen. And somehow everyone concerned was given a second chance. And as for that mysterious, fateful entity that appeared as a smile, that sort of worries me. Before ringing down the mystery-third curtain, I'd like to say just this. There is somewhere in the world there is such a cloud casting its shadow as the smile, that it's smiling at someone else, not you or me. I shall return shortly. When I was a kid, Thanksgiving dinner was fun. All our relatives would come with part of the dinner. Mom cooked the turkey. Someone else would bring a vegetable, salad, or dessert. And Aunt Helen, well, she was my favorite relative. She always brought the Whitman sampler. Everything in that sampler was delicious. And you know, my favorite chocolates back then.
For almost 2 centuries, Americans have enjoyed the valuable privileges of freedom. Now, freedom needs each American to dedicate himself to its preservation. We must not allow our liberties to be endangered by neglect of our duties as citizens. During this year of rededication, join with your fellow Americans in reaffirming the principles on which this country is founded and the safeguarding of those principles. Make it your business to see that federal, state, and local governments are conducted honestly. Help to maintain the good morale of your sons and daughters in the armed forces. Learn the facts about all candidates and issues. Then vote for the one you believe in. Make the most of every minute on your job. Produce as much as you can, and thus increase our military and economic strength. Work for better schools and a better community. Guard your American heritage of freedom. It needs you.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a special Christmas show, The Happy Prince, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest star, Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. On this Christmas Eve, we have joined a great story with the great music of Christmas, brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Merry Christmas, everybody. On this Christmas Eve, I shall be the statue of the Happy Prince. Lucille Norman is the little swallow, and John McIntyre is our narrator, who spins for us the lovely story of the Happy Prince.
Above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. For eyes, he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large red ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed.
He is as beautiful as a weathercock.
That's one of the town councilors who wanted to gain a reputation for having artistic tastes. Then there was the sensible mother.
Mama, I want the moon. I want the moon.
Oh, why can't you be like the Happy Prince? The Happy Prince never dreams of crying for anything.
And then there was the disappointed man who gazed up at the wonderful statue.
I'm glad there is someone in the world who is quite happy.
One night there flew over the city a little swallow. Her friends had gone south to the Holy Land weeks and weeks before. But she had lingered behind, dipping her wings in the river and making beautiful silver ripples. All day long the little swallow flew, and at night time she arrived in the city. And the statue of the Happy Prince, whose head seemed to brush the starlight, heard the rush of the swallow's wings.
Whence comes this rush of wings afar, following straight the Noel star? Birds of the woods in wondrous flight, Bethlehem seek this holy night. Tell us, ye birds, why come ye here shepherds, birds of the sky, come where the Son of God doth lie. Christ on earth with man doth dwell. Join in the shout, Noel, Noel.
The swallow swooped down and settled for the night at the feet of the statue.
I have a golden bedroom. Now for some sleep. Why, what a curious thing. There is not a single cloud in the sky. The stars are quite clear and bright, and yet it is raining. Another drop. What is the use of a statue if it cannot keep the rain off? Now, really, this is... Why, the eyes of the statue are filled with tears, and tears are running down his golden cheeks. Who are you?
I am the Happy Prince.
Why are you weeping, then? You have quite drenched me.
When I was alive and had a human heart, I did not know what tears were, for I lived in a beautiful palace where sorrow is not allowed to enter. And each year at this time, the palace rang with our joyous Christmas songs. And my voice led all the rest.
Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
Everyone called me the Happy Prince, and happy I was, for I never looked beyond the walls of my palace. But now that I am dead, they have set me up here so high that I can see all the unhappiness in my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep.
What? Is he not solid gold?
Far away in a little street, there is a poor little house. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman. In a bed in the corner of the room, her little boy is lying ill. He has a fever, and his mother has nothing to give him but river water. So he is crying. Swallow, swallow, little swallow. My feet are fastened to this pedestal, and I cannot move. Take the ruby out of my sword hilt and give it to the boy.
I don't think I like boys. Last summer, when I was staying on the river, there were 2 rude boys who were always throwing stones at me. They never hit me, of course. We swallows fly too well for that. But still, it was a mark of disrespect.
Please, little swallow, will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger?
Oh, but I am expected in the Holy Land, where the sun shines even in the winter.
You have been to the Holy Land? Why, then you know the meaning of Christmas. Have you seen Bethlehem?
Oh, yes. Just a bird's eye view, of course. Ah, but it is a beautiful town, dreaming under the starlight. Here, but I will stay with you for one night and be your messenger.
Thank you, little swallow. Thank you.
So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in her beak over the roofs of the city. She passed the cathedral tower where the white angels were sculptured. She passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of the ships. And at last she came to the boy's house. He was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep, she was so tired. In the swallow hopped and laid the great ruby on the table. And then she flew gently around the bed, fanning the boy's forehead with her wings.
How cool I feel. I must be getting better. I shall be better for Christmas.
Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what she had done.
Thank you, little swallow. My entire city is preparing for Christmas. And how unhappy I would be if I did not have you for my messenger. Listen, the carolers singing through the streets of my city. But they do not see what I see.
To save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. God rest ye merry gentlemen.
It is curious, but I feel quite warm now, although it is so cold.
That is because you have done a good and loving deed. Now go to sleep, little swallow.
The next night, when the moon rose, the swallow flew up to the shoulder of the golden, happy prince.
Have you any commissions for the Holy Land? I am just starting.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow. Will you not stay with me one night longer?
Oh, no, I cannot.
Please, little swallow, I need you.
You do not understand. Each day it grows colder here in your city. If I stay any longer, I shall freeze.
Just one more day, little swallow.
I cannot, dear prince.
Please.
Oh, there are tears in your eyes. Are you so sad that I am leaving?
I shall miss you, little swallow. But it is not for my own loneliness that I weep, but for the sadness of others. With your help, I can bring joy to them. But if you go...
Stop your tears, dear prince. Let winter come. I will stay with you for one more day.
Praise God. Praise God. We'll return for the second act of The Happy Prince in just a moment.
But still the swallow remained, doing the tasks of mercy and love the happy prince commanded.
Sit on my shoulder, little swallow.
But I am so cold, dear prince.
Oh, then I shall tell you a story which will warm your heart. The story of the first Christmas.
first Noel, the angels did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel.
It is a lovely story. Perhaps you did not hear us or understand us, but we birds have sung that for a long, long time. They looked up and saw a star shining in the east, beyond them far, and to the with gay great light, and so continued both day and night.
Born is the King of
Oh, little swallow.
What is wrong, dear Prince?
The little match girl in the square below. She has just dropped her matches in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Oh, her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money. And she is crying, for she thinks that Christmas will pass her by. She has no shoes or stockings, and her little head is bare.
Shall I take her a ruby?
Alas, I have no ruby now. My eyes are all that I have left. And they are made of rare sapphires which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck them out and take them to the child.
Oh, no.
Her father will sell them to the jeweler and buy food and firewood. And they will celebrate the birth of the Lord.
Oh, dear Prince, I cannot do that. You would be quite blind then.
Swallow, little swallow, do as I command you.
So the swallow plucked out the prince's eyes and darted downward. She swooped past the match girl and slipped the jewels into the palm of the child's hand.
Why, what lovely bits of glass.
Then the swallow flew back to the prince.
You are blind now, so I will stay with you always.
No, little swallow. You must go away to the Holy Land where it is warm.
I will stay with you always.
You have a loving heart. Look down the streets of my city at the white faces of starving children staring out at the black world. I am covered with fine gold. You must take it off leaf by leaf and give it to the poor.
Leaf after leaf of the fine gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and gray. Leaf after leaf of the fine gold she brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the street.
We have bread now, and perhaps for Christmas, a roast goose, steaming and delicious.
Then the snow came. The streets looked as if they were made of silver. Long icicles like crystal daggers hung down from the eaves of the houses. And the little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder, but she would not leave the prince. She loved him too well. She picked up crumbs outside the baker's door when the baker was not looking, and tried to keep herself warm by flapping her wings. But at last she knew she was going to die. She just had strength enough to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more.
Our task is ended, dear prince. Peace and silence sit on your city.
That is because of you, little swallow. Listen. Listen to the lovely silence of my happy city.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright. Young Virgin Mother and Child, all infants so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in
Now, I must bid you goodbye, dear prince.
I am glad that you're going to the Holy Land at last, little swallow. It is warm there. You have stayed with me too long.
It is not to the Holy Land I am going. I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep, is he not?
Then she kissed the happy prince and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment, a curious crack sounded inside the statue as if something had broken. The fact is that the leaden heart had snapped right into it. Early the next morning, the mayor was walking the square.
Dear me, how shabby the happy prince looks. The ruby has fallen from his sword, his eyes are gone, and he is no longer golden. We must have him pulled down. And what's this? A dead bird at his feet? We must issue a proclamation that birds are not to be allowed to die here.
At the foundry where they melted the statue, there was something that puzzled the overseer.
Why, what a strange thing. This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. Well, throw it away. Toss it over there on that dust heap where the dead swallow is lying.
Bring me the two most precious things in the city, said God to one of his angels. And the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. You have rightly chosen, said God. For in my garden of paradise this little bird shall sing forevermore. And in my city of gold the happy prince shall praise me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And our thanks to Lucille Norman, John McIntyre, Herb Butterfield, Howard McNair, Patty Ione, Stuffy Singer, Katie Lee, and to our entire company. We're so happy you joined us for our Railroad Hour Christmas party. On behalf of all of the American Railroads and all the members of our company, Lucille Norman, Carmen Dragon, and all his fine musicians, Norman Luboff and all his singers, our producer, our technicians, our writers, and our arrangers. A happy, happy holiday, and God bless you, everyone. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next Monday night, when Lucille Norman joins us for the Railroad Hour Review of the Year, a happy holiday, and good night, everybody.
Portions of the preceding program were transcribed. Gordon MacRae can be seen starring in Warner Brothers' Starlet. Lucille Norman appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, who are releasing the Milton Sperling production Distant Drums. Tonight's story, The Happy Prince, by Oscar Wilde, with the great music of Christmas, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroads. Now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Hear the voice of Firestone with Eleanor Steber next on NBC.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Of all the tales I tell, the ones that crawl most across the skin and creep along the spine are those that bring the wronged out of the grave to seek redress from the living. And of all of those, this one, to me, is one of the very most haunting and chilling.
I took the bearings all them years ago when it first was appearing. From Gladskow to Mardyke's jetty, and from under the old George and Dragon sign here to the White House below Forrick Falls. I could fix a marker, boy, over the very spot. Maybe it was a marker, boy, you saw, Captain Jack. It was no marker, it was a woman. And I say it's Libby Filtram, back to collect her due for her. Murder will out.
Our mystery drama, The Smile of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Russell Horton. The pretty little town of Golden Friars stands by the margin of a sizable lake, hemmed around by an amphitheater of purple mountains, a place where legends are born and persist. And those most responsible for keeping them alive are inside the warmth of the George and Dragon pub.
Yeah, that's a wet night. Seems like both natural and unnatural things are having a bit to say about Sir Bale's return from Mardyke's Hall, Dr. Torby. What with the thunderstorm coming on the heels of your mentioning that the baronet was coming home, and her being seen again. Her? The woman in the lake. Oh, Libby Feltram? Elizabeth Feltram that was. Before Sir Bale deserted her and her children to marry the Baroness with all the money. A ghost. He murdered 15 years ago. Oh, come now, Jack murdered the girl, disappeared, that's all. Carrying one child and abandoning the other. She was holding out a baby in her arms when we came near her. Before she disappeared, the ghost woman. But, was she Libby Feltram? She had a scarf or veil-like bound around about her face, and a great cloak with a big hood like them monks will be wearing, and her face all in shadow. When was it you saw this sight? Yesterday, off the point of Snake's Island. The exact same spot she showed up to begin with all them years ago. Now it's Libby Feltram all right, back to collect her due for her and her unborn child. Murder will out. I tell you, there was no murder. Why should she run away? Why should she leave him to another woman?
No, dear Trumbull, don't you see? That's just the point. Oh, I'm not defending Bale's conduct or his morals, but the fact is that he and Elizabeth were never married. She had no claim on him legally. All her children.
Still and all, Doctor, she might have made quite a bit of trouble with the Baroness if she'd still been about. She only disappeared 2 days before the Baroness came down for the wedding.
And showed up in the lake every day from then until they went to Europe. Stark and straight out of the water. Keep high. The way no human being could support itself.
Oh, Captain, it's an illusion or some trick of the mists against the background of Snake Island.
Sir Bale will be all by himself coming home.
Oh, yes. The Baroness died a few months ago, pneumonia.
I wasn't thinking of her. I was thinking of the boy.
Oh, Philip. Oh, well, that I don't know. We shall have to be patient till the end of the week when the Baroness arrives.
Oh, dear me. That'll be the mail coach stopping. Perhaps Sir Bale decided to hurry up his return.
My opinion. He's been summoned.
From what I can see through the rain, it's not Sir Bale. No, this looks to be a younger man and tall. Well, we'll soon see. He's on his way in with the landlord.
I could whisk you up some supper, sir. Cheese and some steak and kidney pie, if you'd like.
No, thank you. All I require is a little information and a smaller noggin of brandy.
Be right back with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, draw close to the fire, sir. We have a cold, unpleasant night, eh?
I thank you, sir.
You're a stranger in these parts?
I could say so, yes.
You surprised us after a fashion because we were in expectation possibly of someone else.
Our local baronet, Sir Bale Mardyke. There is your brandy, sir.
Thank you, mine host.
Yes, Mardyke's Hold is a very pretty object from the lake, sir, and very much admired about here.
As is the house of the Fedrum, at the head of the glen. For all its written in ruin now, close to the house that was on opposite side of lake.
Exactly opposite.
Fedrum. Well, that was one of our great families down here. Dwindled to nothing now.
A pox on both their houses. Nothing but trouble. The woman who rises out of the water of Snake Island has foretold.
Pay no attention to him.
I'm afraid I have no time. This should be enough to pay for my brandy. Now, my noggin of information. Is Mrs. Juliper well and in good health and still under the roof of Mardyke's Hall?
Oh, yes, indeed she is. I saw her early this day, bustling about, getting all in readiness for Sir Bale's return.
Only Sir Bale?
Oh, yes, as far as I know.
Perhaps it is as well that I preceded him. You will excuse me?
A moment, sir, if you will. This room is not well lighted, and I'm no longer as young as I was. Should I not recognize you?
Not really. I am quite different from the babe you brought into the world, Dr. Torrey.
Good heavens.
As you must know already, I am Philip Feltram. And now, if you will excuse me, I must go prepare for the return of my master.
Who can that be? Oh, all right, Mother Juliper. Don't stop to speculate. Just stir your own legs and open the door. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I know I've changed, Mopsy, but that much?
Oh, Master Philip. Oh, sure, I'd never have recognized you in 1,000 years. Oh, my dear boy, come in. Come.
Well, aren't you going to give me a hug?
Oh, you're a little big for that now, but all I have to do is be asked. Oh, my precious little Philip.
Oh, Mopsy.
Oh, my. Oh, how you've grown.
10 years it must be since I packed your little carpet bag and saw you off my coach for the continent the day the master took you away from me.
The master?
Sir Bale. Oh, is he with you now?
No, he won't be down till the weekend.
Then we'll have a little time together. So nothing's changed, is it? In all these years?
If you mean Sir Bale, I'm afraid not.
And the Baroness is dead?
All her money gone with her. It'll be a hard row to eke out all our livings here at Mardyke's Hall. He'd never be back here if he weren't desperate.
I said nothing was changed. But it isn't true. You are, Philip. Oh, my little Philip. Where is all the joy you had of life? The laughter you found in everything?
Where is Papa, Juniper?
Oh, John. He died 2 years ago.
Oh.
A quiet, happy death.
Don't you miss him?
Oh, every moment of every day. But we had 40 years together. A lot of memories for an old lady to live out life on. I still have the same joy for life. The love I tried to give you when I brought you up. When we did, John and me. Before your father took you away from us to Germany. Didn't you find any happiness there, Philip, boy?
Judge for yourself. I was not welcomed by my mother-in-law. Perhaps I rested too hard on my father's conscience. No happiness, Mopsy.
Stay there a moment, driver. I'll raise the house and get you some help with the luggage. Where in the name of the devil is anyone?
Sir Bale!
This is Juniper. Glad to see you're still alive. Where is my natural offspring, to speak of him as kindly as possible? Why isn't he here and ready to greet me?
Oh, we didn't expect you tonight. Sir Philip.
Sir Philip?
Well, I meant Philip. He took the trap over Clouston Way to bring my niece back. If you're to be making your home here, I thought we'd need a little extra help.
Who asked you to make arrangements I didn't order?
Well, in your letter you said to make all ready to open the hall.
I didn't ask you or Philip to make any plans for me beyond those I issue myself.
Well, I'm afraid it's my fault.
No, 'tis Philip's. I thought by now I'd taught him to have no mind of his own.
Not for want of trying. But you won't succeed.
What does that mean?
Come here with me. Across the drive and out to the edge of the terrace. There. Look out across the lake toward Snake's Island.
I abhor that lake. Water of any kind. I won't. I can't.
You must, Sir Bale.
Must? How dare you?
Because I'm old in your service and not long for this world. She's still waiting for you.
Who?
Philip's mother. There. See her in the moonlight before Snake's Island. Standing above the water, reaching to you for all the things she never had from you.
Libby.
Yes, Libby. Elizabeth Feltram. Who do you think it was brought you back here at last?
What is that luminous shape that drifts in the eddying mist, reflecting the soft, deceiving light of the moon? Is it the apparition that gossip believes rises from the lake, crying out for justice? Or is it some trick of refracted light, like the Loch Ness Monster could be, or the spinning disk of a UFO? I'll return shortly with Act 2. For a long, long moment, a glowering Sir Bale Mardyke gazes across the lake. Then, suddenly, a cloud passes across the moon, and the shimmering expanse of water darkens and disappears, and with it, the specter, apparition, or illusion that seemed to hover over it. As though released from a spell, the baronet turns on his heel, heading back towards the house. The old woman hard put to it to keep up with his rapid pace.
All right, driver. You may take all my luggage and file it inside in the hall. When my servant returns, I'll have him put it away where it belongs. Here, take this for your service. Mrs. Juniper, I shall be in the study before a fire to banish this chill from my bones. Is there brandy there?
Yes, sir. Would you care for a bite to eat?
No. I want to be alone till Philip returns. But I want to see him the moment he does. The moment. Do you hear?
It's coming on to twilight, Mr. Feltram. Maybe we'd better hurry.
Not for me. I'm in no hurry to face my employer if he's arrived yet.
Now, that's a strange thing to say. Your employer?
Isn't that what he is?
Well, I don't mean to say anything out of turn, but Mrs. Juniper's my aunt, and I know she brought you up from the time you were 4 till you were 12.
Yes. Mopsy's the only real parent I ever had.
I'm a bit confused. I mean, I know your own mother disappeared but you've been with your own father since you were 12 in Europe.
My father, yes. In a manner of speaking, it isn't quite the same when you've been born, as the phrase goes, on the wrong side of the blanket.
Well, I realize a stepmother isn't quite the same as a real one.
Oh, I had few quarrels with my stepmother. She was a cold, remote, unhappy woman. But the man from whose seed I came is something else again.
I wish you weren't so bitter.
I'm not bitter, Jenny. Just beaten, cowed, and whipped, and as much a slave as if I were clothed in irons.
Mr. Philip.
Please. Just Philip.
All right, then, Philip, if you wish. But you mustn't give up on life. Not at our age. There's too much of it left to live. Where anything's possible.
Yes, you haven't met Sir Bale yet. And, maybe I had better make a little better time. Whoop, Bessie. Oh.
Lord of mercy, I thought you'd never get here. What were you up to?
Nothing, Aunt Margaret.
Oh, well, sure, I wouldn't blame you, the two of you so bright and young, if you had dawdled a bit on the way.
That was my fault, Mopsy.
Well, glad I am to hear it. Shows you have some spirit left in you, for you'll need it. Oh, he's in a black mood, the master is, and waiting for you in the study.
I'll go see him right away.
I think it's terrible. I mean, how can his father treat him the way he does?
How indeed. All for the want of a little scrap of paper. For he's his son. You've only to look at the eyes to see that. But because he has no legal standing, the father has broken him, twisted all the joy and life out of him. You mark my words, Jenny. He'll pay for that before he dies.
Where the devil have you been, Feltram?
I went to fetch Mrs. Juniper's niece from around the end of the lake.
No need of that. If she wanted the work so badly, she could have walked here.
It's 20 miles or more.
Thunderation, you weren't all the way around to the old Cloistered house, poking around?
No. Why would I have gone there?
Well, no matter. You were gone long enough, most of the day.
Sir, I didn't want to push the mare. I mean, it was so pretty by the lake.
Pretty? By damn, if I had my way, I'd drain the miserable thing. It's little better than a cesspool.
I had no wish to anger you.
I needed you, and where were you?
Needed me?
Yes. We've come back to a shambles and a trap. The book's a hopeless mess, rents unpaid or uncollected, debts, and scarce enough money to keep the roof over our own heads, let alone Mrs. Juniper's.
Jenny had come to help her aunt. She asks little in return.
Even that little I doubt if we can provide.
If there's some way I could help them...
I want the papers in order. I want to know who owes what. I'll dun them or take everything away from them that they possess. One way or another, we must have money. We must find a way to get it no matter what it costs.
If you'll excuse me, Sir Bale, I did arrange to have funds set aside, but you used them to bet on the horses.
You puling little mistake of my youth. Don't presume to criticize me.
Well, I wasn't criticizing. I was only trying to explain.
The devil with your explanations. I need money. Now get out and ride the Baroncy. Bleed it out of the tenants who've been living off my absence for all these years.
But they have paid faithfully, sir.
Then find a way to make them pay some more. Unless you want all of us to starve to death.
Why do you take it, Philip? You don't have to be beholden to him. He isn't to you.
Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. What does is that I'm back here. Home.
You think of this as home?
Well, not the house, the surroundings, what lies outside and calls me all the time, telling me my strength and hope is there.
Oh, I think you should get away from here, Philip.
Would you go with me?
Yes.
Jenny, where would I go? Where could I take you?
It wouldn't matter.
No, there's got to be a better answer than that. I must have something to offer you.
Didn't you say less than 3 days ago that you wished you had £100?
A wish, yes.
Which you translated into reality.
Beg pardon?
No, don't play with me. I had here in my desk a £100 note. Now, where's it gone?
You think I took it?
Where else could it go?
And why would I take it? To fly forever from your bondage? To escape your vicious tongue, your constant derogation, your resentment of me because of the past I remind you of?
My dead, sir. I will not listen to some young puppy talk to me.
You need not listen, sir. For this young puppy is unfortunately grown to an age of decision. I want no more of your barbarity, your hate, your venom. I'm old enough to choose my own path.
Financed by the money you stole.
I didn't touch it. Believe it if you will, I am leaving.
And where are you going?
Back to my heritage. Back to the lake. And across it to where my family's home still stands. Back to test the legend you fear. That at last the Mardyke's baronetcy and estates will pass to the Feltrams. That is destiny's decision.
Oh, you can't go out on a night like this.
Why not? It was a night like this that bid me home.
What is it?
It be Captain Jack, Mrs. Juniper. And a sad occasion.
What is it? What the devil are we being roused from bed for?
A corpse, Sir Bale. Drowned it under circumstances all the years on the water cannot credit. And brought home to you.
Who is it?
Your son, Philip Feltram. Give me leave to have my men bring his body in. He came to me and offered me £5 to have me and my men row him across the lake immediately and to pass by the north end of Snake's Island.
£5, eh?
Lot of money, I knows. But it was a rough night and I had to pay extra for oars. We went nigh on to Snake Island when a squall hit it suddenly and we broached to, fighting the riptide. Well, that was when we lost him.
He fell overboard.
Oh, no, Sir Bills, it wasn't exactly like that. There was lightning, as you know, and coming around the point of the island, all of a sudden, like, there was what you might call a illusion.
What kind of an illusion? The figure of a woman above the waterline?
Oh, no, not that one, sir. This was an hand. A woman's hand that reached up from the water and that Mr. Philip bent over to grasp. And before we knew it, he was overboard and underwater and lost.
But you brought him back again?
Yes, sir. We eased up on our oars, and all of a sudden his body was floating calm and peaceful like. We hauled him aboard. Not a thing we could do. Empty his lungs of water. Try the artificial respiration. Nothing would bring him to. So we brought him home here.
There's no question at all, Sir Bale. You did everything you could and more. I'm sure Captain Jack and his men did. Terrible thing, terrible thing.
You're quite sure Philip is... Well, that he's drowned?
No pulse, no respiration, cold as a lead image in the garden. Oh, no. Philip is dead.
Damned irritating little fool. How am I to make do without him?
It's a great loss, one's only son.
You think I care for that? He was a weakling and a burden. But I had uses for him as a servant. Worst of all, he's stolen £100 from me and left me without a penny.
As to that, Sir Vale, you'll have reason to be ashamed. Here's your £100 note. What? I found it among some papers in the waste paper basket that you asked me to empty. So you drove him from the house for nothing, to his death.
Well, how was I to know? By gad, Dr. Torby, can't something be done about that corpse? He's grinning at me as if he'd pulled off some trick or something.
Rhesus sardonicus. The smile of death, Sir Vale. Rigor mortis is setting in.
What is it, Jenny Lamb?
I went in to have a last look, because I loved him so. There he was, rising from the bed.
What the devil's all the racket and excitement?
You may well raise his name. For look!
His ghost. Don't be alarmed. I am no ghost. I'm alive and well. In fact, I have never been in more complete control of my faculties in all my life.
Who and what is he, this Philip Feltram who was drowned and pronounced dead medically? Man or ghost? And almost as amazing and inexplicable is the change in his character, the ring of authority and strength in his tone that all three who face him at that midnight hour react to. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Whatever metamorphosis Philip Feltram had gone through, he is a very different individual from the meek, subservient excuse for a man that he had been. Sir Bale, unable to adjust to their new relationship, was hesitant and defeated. He was no longer the master from the very first morning after Philip's renaissance, for more reasons than one.
What's that, Feltram?
The beginning of the restoration of the Mardyke's fortune, I hope.
It's a leather purse with money in it. Gold. Guineas. A small fortune.
No need to count them. There are 300. A drop in the bucket, but a beginning.
What do you mean, a beginning?
Properly used, they can multiply.
How?
B-swing, falcon, and lightning.
What?
The names mean nothing to you?
No, Oh, stop a bit. They're horses. In the weekend races. 2 of them, anyway. Right?
Correct. All of them.
Well, what of it? You're not suggesting that any of this money should be bet on them.
I am.
But they're also Rands. They have the chance of winning.
Would you like this purse of gold?
Well, naturally. Where did it come from, anyway?
From a gypsy. Lent to me to lend to you under certain stringencies.
What?
That you use it to advance your fortunes, but that you must bet at least 5 guineas each on the horses I named.
And the rest?
You may use as you choose, always remembering that the debt must be repaid.
When?
When the gypsy chooses to call for it.
Who is this gypsy? What's his name?
I cannot reveal that.
Well, I don't know that I want to be involved in something so secretive.
What choice do you have, or do you wish me to return the purse?
Daniel. No. If it amuses you, keep your secret. I shall go to the Heckleston racecourse and live up to the letter of the bargain. But let me reassure you and your mysterious gypsy, Sir Bale Mardykes is still his own man.
Welcome home, Sir Bale. Good day at the races?
Do you ask me that only to vex me?
Why, no. I'd heard your horses won.
Damn your hide. You heard that, did you?
Yes, and at 40-1 on Beeswing, 60-1 on Lightning, and 50-1 on Falcon. Now, let me see. At 100 guineas apiece, that should make...
I didn't bet that way. I bet the favorites.
Oh, that wasn't the agreement.
I lived up to the agreement. Rot your soul. I put 5 guineas apiece on the horses and came away from that with a take of 775 guineas.
But you might have made some 15,050 pounds if you'd followed the handicapping.
I want to meet this gypsy with the second sight.
That can be arranged. Come with me now, and we'll sail across the lake to the other side where you can meet your benefactor.
No man nor any other force will put me on that lake. But you can help me, my boy.
How?
Find me one of your magic winners through this gypsy for next weekend's races, and I'll plunge all this time.
I'll let you know tomorrow. I have your answer, Sir Bale.
Yes?
I took your money to my principal, who was angry and displeased that you did not come yourself. However, I have a name for you to put your remaining winnings on. Another bonanza at long odds. The winner at Langton Lee will be Silver Bell.
May you be banished to eternal hell. I believe this is all a scheme of yours to ruin me, Feltram.
Why? What happened?
I was fool enough to take the other money I'd won, mortgage what I could of the estate, and put it all together to win a paltry 7,000 with 20,000 bet.
How could you risk everything on a mere word from me?
Silver Bell was the favorite. There was no chance for him to lose, except ill luck at the far turn that set his hoof in a pothole and tore his fetlock. I'm ruined. All this is gone. Estate, house, everything I own.
You could recover it if you so desired. Cross the lake with me, and the baronetcy can still be saved.
To meet this gypsy of yours?
Yes.
What chance have I left? Very well. Let's go. Must we set a course so near that accursed Snake's Island?
What have you to fear?
Nothing.
Well, don't tell me you expect to see the famous specter rise from the sea.
I tell you nothing. Get us ashore to meet this mysterious gypsy who holds my life in his hands.
A new experience for you.
You seem to be enjoying this.
Part payment for all you've put me through, perhaps.
Where are you taking me, Philip?
Philip. Doesn't that name sound strange on your lips after all these years? Have no fear. I'm leading you to one who will restore your fortunes.
I think I want to turn back.
You can't. The course is set. The die is cast. This old oak is as far as I go.
You're not going to lead me?
The path is marked. Between the ash trees to the cliffside. From there to the mulberry bush that marks the entrance to the cave.
And there?
Your future and your past.
I don't understand you. All your life a weakling and a burden, and now all of a sudden all this strength. Ever since your accident. How?
You remember the fable of Actaeon in Greek mythology?
Who drew his strength from the ground and lost it when lifted above it?
Exactly. I was drawn into the water, but rose refreshed and invigorated as if newborn. Go seek the one you must find, and you will know why at last.
I don't know if I have the courage.
You've gone too far to turn back. You can never turn back anymore. You will find the one you seek in the darkling cave.
Hello? Hello?
So, you came back to me, babe.
Can it be you, Lippy?
Does my appearance shock you? The eroded flesh, barnacles that cling in my hair, the whitening bones.
Oh, Lord. What can I say?
Nothing. That isn't why I bade you here.
There's no excuse for me, I know, but... Well, I was young.
I was foolish and desperate. The Baroness meant money and a future and escape.
Escape from me and the 2 children you tore from my body.
I took care of Philip.
Oh, yes, after your fashion. The one that was never born was less than murder.
I was desperate then.
How desperate are you now?
Oh, that is, it's another situation.
But you are desperate. You stand on the brink of ruin.
Yes.
Then, will you strike a bargain with me?
What?
Who do you think sent you the purse with the 300 guineas? Or told you the horse that would win?
You stared me wrong on the most important one.
Of course. Because I had to teach you a lesson and bring you here at last. So we could make a bargain with life.
Oh, this is madness. You are long dead and gone. What are we discussing?
Your future. And Philip's. And mine.
I don't understand.
I'll explain it for you. I will give you money again. And I will name you horses which will make you a rich man. And the house of Mardyke secure. On one condition. That you give me what you should have nearly 25 years ago. Your name.
What? How can I marry you? You're 25 years dead.
Philip has made all arrangements with the vicar. If you meet me at the altar of Golden Friars Church tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, the wedding will be performed.
But why now? It's impossible.
My dowry will be a purse of gold of 10,000 pounds. And the name of a horse which will ensure Mardyke's and its heirs for all time. Do we meet?
I will be there. Whatever else betides, I will be there.
Dearly beloved, we are met here in the sight of God to join this man and this woman in
Oh, Captain Drake, the woman from the lake, Mr. Trumbull. What are you talking about, man? That's only an apparition, a ghost, a dead woman. So was Philip, her son. But he rose from the watery grave. Don't talk of such things in the church. It's Libby Felton, all right. Come back. But she's alive. She spent last night at my inn. Why, you saw her face? No. She was veiled, just as she is now at the altar.
Do you, Elizabeth Stanford Feltram, take this man, Sir Bale Mardyke, to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
And do you, Sir Bale Mardyke, take this woman, Elizabeth, to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
Then, by the virtue of the power rested in me as a vicar of God, I do now pronounce you man and wife.
Here, Jenny girl. What are you crying for?
It was so beautiful, Auntie. Her coming back after all these years and finally taking her rightful place as Lady Mardyke.
I wish my mind rested as easy as yours.
And Philip, his rightful name at last. And the stain taken away. Philip Mardyke's. Oh, where will the bride and groom sleep this night?
Marliam. Nothing would do, but Sir Bale must off to the races his wedding night. Oh, no good to a marriage which starts with gambling. Oh, it was doomed anyway, out of the past. You mark my words, Jenny. There is worse to come.
Don't
Pop your eyes at me, my girl. I'm alone, as you can see.
But the Lady
Lady Mardyke's will not be coming here. Get Philip and have him bring the rest of these heavy bags to my room. Come.
Where do you want these, Father?
Put them on the bed with the others. I shall have little enough use for it again. I'll get the door.
Oh, they are heavy enough.
She gave me 3 horses to parley at unbelievable odds. And £10,000 to wager. There's over $1 million on the bed. More than enough to pay all the debts, set the estate to right, and bury me.
Bury you?
You heard me. I must join my wife. But her home must be mine. This one will be yours. You realize that?
I'm sorry, Father.
So am I. For many things. Marry your little Jenny, so there will be a Lady Mardyke's to light up this gloomy old place and banish the shadows forever. Leave me alone now. As soon as it's dark, I shall go to her. I shall never return.
Father,
Forget it, Philip Mardyke's soon to be Sir. It's too late for me. And I go to know better than I deserve.
It was 3 days before they found Sir Bale Mardyke's floating face downward just off the point of Snake's Island. And when they brought him to shore, the exposure to the air set the corpse's face in that haunting grin of death, the rhesus sardonicus. Even the undertaker, with all his art, was unable to wipe it away. I'll be back shortly.
John Williams and the Boston Pops Orchestra proudly present Music of America. Music of America, the ultimate star-spangled double album collection. 20 tunes that made America great. Over 70 minutes of your favorite American melodies, performed by our greatest conductors. And you can get John Williams, the Boston Pops, and 20 classic American songs on 2 records or 1 extra long play cassette for just $14.95 plus shipping. Only $15.95 plus shipping for the compact disc. Only through this exclusive radio offer from Teledisc. To order Music of America for yourself or as a gift for a loved one, simply call 1-800-292-3800. That's 1-800-292-3800. Credit cards accepted and satisfaction is guaranteed. Just call 1-800-292-3800 for Music of America.
In the spirit of holiday giving, the Wall Street Journal offers the following advice. Give your business associates, friends, or even yourself a gift of real value. A gift that can benefit careers and help get the new year off to a successful start. Give the Wall Street Journal. The Journal provides a clear, complete look at the business world, and it's organized to give readers the news they need quickly every business day. From the economy to politics, personal investments to corporate finance, marketing to technology and the law, you'll find it in the Journal. What's more, the Wall Street Journal is a gift that will be enjoyed long after the holidays. Now, in fact, you can send a 12-week subscription for only $29.75. That's 12 weeks for only $29.75.
Call toll-free 800-231-1800. Call now so the Journal's gift card in your name will arrive in time for the holidays. Today's Wall Street Journal. Faster, tougher, smarter. Call 800-231-1800 now.
Sir Bale Mardyke rests now in the family crypt, but not alone. For the night following the discovery of his body in the lake, Captain Jack brought up the body of a woman in the same spot. A scarf was wound about her face, but when Philip gently unwound it, there was the face of his mother, Libby, lovely and youthful as it was 15 years ago. She lies in the vault, too, beside the man who at last gave her and her son what he had denied them so long. His name. Our cast included Russell Horton, Court Benson, Ian Martin, Joan Shea, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
I can't give my child everything, and that really hurts. But he knows I love him, and I'm doing everything I can, like making sure he's healthy. I got this booklet at my food stamp office with all kinds of nutrition tips, like what I should do about snacking and ways I can cut down on too much sugar, fat, and salt. The booklet really helps choose foods for good health and nutrition. That's real important.
In the food stamp program, we know the job of mom isn't easy, but we're here to help. Our free nutrition booklet will help you choose the foods that are best for your kids. We've even included some simple recipes for good, healthy eating. For a free copy, stop by your local food stamp office today. For the love of your kids.
I wish I could give my son more, but we're going to be just fine.
A public service message from the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Ad Council.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Don Amici, Francis D., and Walter Brennan in Happy Land. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings once again from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Along the elm-shaded main streets, under the smoking factory chimneys, and across the flat prairies of America, there's now a tie that binds us all closer together. There's hardly a family in the whole land who has not sent some loved one into the service of our country. To all such Americans has come a tribute in the form of a book and later a distinguished motion picture. The book was Happy Land by McKinley Cantor, and the screen version was made by 20th Century Fox Studio. Tonight in our radio production, we'll have the same two stars who brought Happy Land to life on the screen, Don Amici and Francis D. And with them, one of the finest character actors of our day, Walter Brennan. Happy Land is America at its best. The people are your neighbors and mine, and their courage is the courage that will see us through to the end. I've been doing a little traveling these past 2 weeks, and everywhere that I met and talked to people, it was impressed on me again and again how much the Lux Radio Theater means to this audience. I know now, though I never had any doubts, that you really appreciate what Lux Toilet Soap is doing in presenting the finest artists of the theater in fine drama each Monday night. I brought back a pocketful of penciled notes on plays you'd like to hear. Happy Land is one of them. So, of course, we set that several weeks ago. And I also brought back some mental notes on what you think of our product. Lux Toilet Soap, it seems, is high on the hit parade everywhere, from Washington City to Washington State. And in hundreds of cities and towns, the curtain rises now for the first act of Happy Land, starring Don Amici as Lou Marsh, Francis D. as Agnes, and Walter Brennan as Grandpa. All this happens in a town called Hartfield, Iowa. Don't feel uncomfortable if you've never heard of it. Few people have. If Hartfield were distinguished for anything, it readily could be for its complete lack of anything to be distinguished about. It's just a nice little town whose moderately happy citizens go about their business of being moderately prosperous, without the aid of cocktail bars or traffic jams or...
Hey, say there just a minute, son.
Who are you?
Grandpa Marsh.
Well, I was going to mention you a little later on.
You were, huh? I'm dead. Been dead now more than 20 years.
Yes, I know.
But it appears to me I still know a lot more about Hartfield than you, and we ain't such a little town.
No?
Chamber of Commerce claims 6,782. They're stretching it a bit, maybe. And a lot of Hartfield's young men are away in the Army and the Navy. Post office now is pretty nearly the most popular spot in town.
Not your old drugstore?
Well, I guess maybe the store still is. My grandson Lou runs it. Lou's like me. Folks know they don't have to buy something every time they come into Marsh's drugstore. They can just talk or smoke and pass the time of day. Been that way for 3 generations.
Lou's got 2 in help now. Now, the store carries everything, from vitamin pills to banana splits.
But my picture's still there. Lou still keeps my picture on the wall. Dusts it himself every day. He's a good boy, Lou is. Yes, sir, a good boy.
Boy? Grandpa, Lou's about 45.
I'm going to come back and see Lou one of these days. Kind of think he's going to need me.
Now, Grandpa.
Sounds foolish, don't it? But we'll see. We'll see.
Any objections if we take a look at the drugstore now?
No, go ahead. Go right ahead, son. Lou's there.
Yes, he's talking to Bill Bowers. Mr. Bowers is publisher of Hartfield's weekly newspaper. They're talking about your great-grandson, Lou's boy, Rusty. Rusty's away. He's in the Navy.
Haven't had a letter, Bill, for 3 weeks now.
Not worried, are you, Lou?
No, probably out at sea again somewhere. Pharmacist mate, 2nd class. That's not bad for a kid.
Hey, Lou, we're all out of corn plasters.
Oh, there's plenty on the 2nd shelf, middle section.
Oh. You seen any action yet?
No, the only fighting Rusty mentioned was fighting mosquitoes. Seems to be doing plenty of that.
Oh, Lou, here comes Mrs. Schneider.
Oh, I'll take care of her.
Say, Grandpa Marsh would sure be proud of Rusty now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I guess he would. I'm kind of proud of him myself. Well, drop in, Bill.
I will. So long, Lou.
So long.
Hello, Mr. Marsh. Dogan Valley Vine, Mr. Marsh. The best I have yet made. Maybe you use 2 bottles, yeah?
Well, yes, that's fine, Mrs. Snyder. And, what are you going to have?
All the same as always, Mr. Marsh. Old Dr. Tom's Trusty Tonic. You still got, yeah?
Yes, but, why don't you try some vitamins, Mrs. Snyder? They'll do you a lot more good.
No. Old Dr. Tom's Trusty Tonic. That's good, Mr. Marsh.
Well, I'll have Shep wrap up a couple of bottles.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh.
Shep?
Yeah?
A couple of bottles of old Dr. Tom's for Mrs. Snyder. It's paid for.
Right away.
You leaving, Mr. Marsh?
Yes, promised my wife will be home on time for dinner. I'll be back later, Emmy.
Well, take your time, Mr. Marsh.
Good night, Miss Snyder.
Good night. I hope Mrs. Marsh will enjoy the Dogan Valley Vine. Is that you, Lou?
Well, who were you expecting?
Oh, somebody young and handsome.
Well, that could only be one guy. Any mail?
Oh, no, nothing from Rusty. I guess he's pretty busy, Lou.
Yeah, lots of things to do besides writing letters. Oh, I brought home some shaving cream. Put it in with the other things you're sending him. With his beard, this should last him just about 2 years.
What's the other package?
Oh, this one, it's just a little,
Lou, that awful old Mrs. Schneider again.
Yeah, 2 bottles.
I suppose I'd better lock him up with the others.
Huh. Guy can't even get a bun on in his own house. Well, just for that.
Do I have to go through that again? Horrible coronet. I thought they'd take it. I'd send it to scrap drive.
Oh, no, I'm not that bad. In fact, I'm pretty good.
Too good for meatballs and scalloped potatoes?
Oh, why didn't you say so in the first place? You all ready?
Am I ever late?
Well, let's eat then, Mrs. Marsh. Oh, I wonder who that can be.
Just a second. It's like Hilda Manson. She's delivery boy for Western Union now.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello, Hilda. Oh, say, that's a very becoming hat.
Thank you. Telegram, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you, Hilda. How's your ma feeling?
Oh, she's fine, Mr. Marsh. Well, goodbye.
Bye.
Come on in, Lou.
Yeah, I'll be right.
The Navy Department deeply regrets to inform you that your son was killed. That your son was killed in action in the performance of his duty and in the service of his country. The department extends.
Agnes.
How good of you to come.
I wondered if you and Lou were coming to church this morning.
I'd like to, but...
How are you feeling, my dear?
Oh, I'm all right. But Lou...
Do you think he might let me talk to him?
Oh, if he only would. I know it would help.
He's here?
He hasn't left the house for more than a week. Spends most of his time in the backyard garden. He's there now.
I have a few minutes before church. I'll try again. Maybe I'll have better luck this time. Hello, Lou. Well, nice and comfortable out here.
Mr. Wood?
Mind if I sit down, Lou?
What?
Lou, you've got to get hold of yourself.
You'll be late for services, Mr. Wood.
Lou, I've been your minister and your friend for a good many years. I can't sit by and watch this happening to you.
You don't have to watch.
Lou, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that suffering and pain are part of life. We've got to accept them.
I don't know what you're talking about. But I do know this. No amount of beautiful words can ever bring Rusty back. He's never coming back.
Rusty died for his country. That's a privilege not reserved for many of us.
Rusty's country. What was Rusty's country? What did he know about it? 21 years old, kid. What did he know about life? He never had a chance to live. Never went anyplace. Just a boy living at home, going to school, working for his father. He never owned his own home. Never had a boy of his own to worry about or what to make a scooter for. Just isn't right.
I don't know if I can answer that, Lou, but I'd like to try. Would you let me?
If you don't mind, Mr. Wood, I'd just like to be here alone.
All right, Lou. I'd like to come back, though.
Yes, come back some other time.
Try to get hold of yourself. Please, try. Lou.
What?
Yep, it's me. Grandpa.
What can't be you? You died just after Rusty was born. You people don't come back.
You folks down here have a lot of peculiar ideas. Lou, you've been grieving so long and so hard I just couldn't stand it. So I asked permission to do something about it.
Oh, you're not here at all. This is all in my mind. What's left of it now. You couldn't be here.
Lou, I'd like for us to take a little walk.
I'm going in the house.
Well, if you're thinking of getting rid of me, Lou, that just won't work. Oh, there's Agnes. Yep, still mighty good looking. Always liked Agnes.
Grandpa, please, why don't you go? You'll frighten her.
Lou, look. Aren't these lovely?
Oh?
From Aunt Sally Ross. She raised them from the box we gave her.
Don't worry, Lou. Agnes can't hear me or you either when you talk to me. Are you coming with me, Lou?
I told you I don't want to.
There's no hurry. I've got all the time in the world.
Lou, can I get you something?
No, thanks.
Why don't you lie down, dear, and get a little rest?
Agnes, I'd like to take a walk.
Well, I'll get my hat.
No, I mean by myself. That is...
Now you're talking.
Why? If you'd rather, Lou. Will you be stopping at the store?
Oh, I don't know. I just feel like walking.
Well, be careful, dear. Don't be gone too long.
No, I won't.
Say, ain't that Ed and Sissy Dyer across the street there?
Yes.
Morning, Lou.
Morning.
Nice day for a walk, Lou.
Ed's a nice fella. Say, did old lady Dyer ever pay you for that bottle of perfume she busted?
Ed paid for it after she died.
Oh, what's that new building there? Over there on Sycamore.
That's the new engine house. WPA job.
Awful plain looking from here. Lou, you know, I feel just like walking all over town. How about it?
Doesn't matter. Come on. We'll walk.
What's the matter, Lou? Tired?
No, I hear something. It sounds like music. A parade, but there's no parade in town today.
Of course there's no parade, but there was one about 25 years ago. Remember? Right here on Main Street. Look, Lou, look. Down there toward the railroad station. You see what I mean?
Why, that's us. It's the boys from Hartfield.
Yep, the local militia coming home from licking the Kaiser.
There's Bill Bowers.
And Sam Kendall, and if it isn't Corporal Lou Marsh himself. Looked pretty snappy, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess I did. May 1919.
And look there. No, in front of the town hall. There's a GAR. Foreman had got a welcome.
I look at you, Grandpa, the only one without your GAR coat.
Why, I didn't have time to put it on. Old Lady Dyer kept me in a drugstore trying to make up her mind about a sponge.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Why, what's wrong now?
Look, you ran up to me.
Sure.
And you kissed me.
I guess I was awful glad to see you again, Lou.
Yeah, me too, Grandpa.
I don't know. You were always more like a son to me than a grandson. Seeing as how I was both mother and pop to you.
Look, the parade's breaking up. Where are they all going?
You didn't wait to find out.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
You were looking for someone you'd been dreaming about ever since you went to war.
Yeah, and you could have warned me, too.
Warn you? Boy, you lit out for West Walnut Street like you just sat on a hornet's nest.
Yeah?
Where's Velma?
Who wants to know, soldier?
I want to know. Tell her Lou Marsh is back.
She's tied up.
Well, that's all right. It's me, Lou Marsh.
What's wrong with your eyes?
My eyes?
Can't you see? The Marines have landed and have the situation well in hand.
But
Forget it, soldier. Me and Velma got married last month.
Married?
Hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all.
Who is it, honey?
Why, Lou Marsh.
Hello, Velma. I'm glad you're happy. Goodbye, Velma.
Wonderful seeing you all again. And thanks a lot.
See you tomorrow, Lou.
Yeah, tomorrow night, Charlie. You watch it, Helen.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Well, Grandpa, I see you still got my apron on the same old hook.
Sure, Lou, but you can't work on your first day home.
Yeah, you seem pretty busy.
Let them wait. Hey, I got a surprise for you.
Yeah, so did Velma.
Yeah, but this isn't her husband. Look.
Oh, gee, Grandpa, a clarinet.
Just cast your eyes on that silver nameplate.
Lou Marsh. Oh, gee, this is a pit. Thanks, Grandpa.
Mr. Marsh, if you please.
I'll take care of her, Grandpa.
No, I want to insult her. You get over there to the ice cream counter. A girl's been waiting there.
Yes, miss?
May I have a peanut dope sundae, please?
Peanut dope? You mean a peanut sundae?
No, peanut dope sundae.
Well, I'm afraid I... Hey, Gramp, what's this dope sundae?
Oh, just something Agnes and I concocted. This is my grandson, Lou.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Marsh has mentioned you to me once or twice.
This is Agnes Dickens, Lou. Moved here about a year ago. Agnes and I are pretty thick. Tell him how we put a masterpiece together, Agnes.
Mr. Marsh.
Keep your shirt on, Matty. I'm coming.
Well, it starts out just like an ordinary sundae, vanilla ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put some of that peanut butter sauce on the top.
This stuff?
Mm-hmm. And then some marshmallow.
Yeah.
And then you sprinkle some of those chopped peanuts over the top of it.
All right.
And then a little dab of whipped cream.
And then you eat it?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful. Dare you to try one.
I'd manage to live through the Argonne Forest, but a peanut dope Hey, it does look good, doesn't it? Yeah, I think I'll have one, too.
Yep. That's how you met Agnes, Lou. That Sunday was full of peanuts and dynamite. You and Agnes got married about a year later.
Yes, and then the year after that.
I left you in the hospital, walking the floor.
Agnes was having a pretty hard time.
So was I. And I was only an expectant great-grandfather. I remember I went home about 2 o'clock. It was raining awful hard. And at 3 o'clock, the phone woke me up. Hello, Lou? That you, Lou? Oh, Mrs. Mitchell. Huh? Well, sure. Oh, sorry to hear she's so sick. I'll hustle right down to the store and put it up for you. Yes, ma'am. Right away.
You got up and went out in the rain again. You were 74 years old then.
Yep. Caught pneumonia. I knew I didn't have a chance. Doc Purdy sent me to the hospital. Had a room right over Agnes. Old Purdy gave me 4 hours, but I told him he was talking through his stethoscope. I'd made up my mind I was going to see my great-grandson first. And I did.
This is him, Grandpa. Our baby.
Might red of face, isn't he? Reddish hair, too. Hello. Hello there. Rusty.
That was the last word you said, Rusty.
I don't know if there was any better word to say at the time or now either, Lou.
Oh, say, look where we walked. We walked clear out of town.
Yep. To the cemetery. There's my grave.
Yeah, I remember where you wanted it, Grandpa.
It's fine, Lou. The headstone's a wonderful piece of granite. Must have set you back considerable. You've come here often, Lou. And for that, I thank you.
Agnes, too. And Rusty.
Rusty. He was such a little boy when you brought him here first.
Yeah, he wanted to come. He wanted to carry the flowers.
Rusty, bring Mom another bunch of flowers from the basket,
These ones, Mama?
Yes, those are fine.
Papa, there's an American flag growing where Grandpa is.
Why, sure, Rusty. Once Grandpa fought for that flag. That's why it's here.
Oh. Papa,
Yes?
why is the flag growing where Grandpa is?
And now pay attention, Rusty. I just told you why.
Oh. Will you have a flag like Grandpa when you live here?
Oh, you bet I will. I'll have a dandy one.
I want one.
Well, by that time, maybe you will.
Lou, don't say such things. No, honey, you're not going to have a flag. There aren't going to be any more wars.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Not while any of us are living, anyway.
Lou, what if there were? What if Rusty had to go? Die. Just die.
Oh, but that's so silly, Agnes. If there were a war and they needed Rusty, well, he'd go. Maybe he'd want to, maybe he wouldn't, but he'd go. And I guess I'd want him to.
Lou, that's a terrible thing to say.
Yes, it is a terrible thing to say.
What if he never came back?
Oh, he'd come back.
What if he never did? Did you think of that just now when you said you'd want him to go?
No, I didn't. No one thinks of that.
And you still say you want him to go?
Oh, I can't answer that, Agnes. I haven't any right to, I guess. It'll be up to Rusty and how he thinks and feels about such things.
We can teach him how to think and feel.
Oh, sure.
And it'll be to hate war and to hate fighting.
That's right. And what will we teach him to love?
Why, to love people and what we know is right and just and his country.
Oh, what a wonderful life he'll have, Agnes. He'll live in a free and kind and understanding world. Rusty?
Huh?
You know, you're a lucky man, Rusty. A very lucky man.
Papa, what's a lucky man?
Well, a lucky man is a kid 6 years old in 1929 with red hair and a very pretty mama named Agnes. And a pop who plays the clarinet. More darn questions. Go on, now blow your nose.
During this brief intermission, before Mr. DeMille presents Don Amici, Francis D., and Walter Brennan in Act Two of Happy Land, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Any special news items for us tonight, Libby?
Well, Mr. Kennedy, I've got a little news about one of Hollywood's most popular stars, Virginia Bruce. Did you know she's running a small ranch these days?
That lovely, fragile-looking girl, Libby?
It's hard to get farm help, you know. So Virginia has pitched in herself. She feeds the livestock, milks the cows, and even churns butter.
Churns butter? Say, Libby, that sounds like a useful accomplishment for anyone to have right now.
Oh, if you can get the cream, Mr. Kennedy. But seriously, Virginia's working hard, and looking very beautiful, too. She tells us she's as faithful as ever about her daily Lux Soap facials, and very grateful for such a quick, easy beauty care.
Well, I couldn't imagine a lovelier example of a real Lux complexion than Virginia's.
No, she's famous for her exquisite skin. And here's the way she cares for it. Every day she takes an active lather beauty facial. Virginia says, "A Lux girl? You bet I am. It's a real beauty care. I just cover my face with plenty of the creamy lather, rinse with lukewarm water, splash on cold, and then pat my skin dry with a soft towel. Active lather makes me sure of thorough cleansing," she says.
That's certainly simple enough, Libby.
Yes, just right for busy women. And though it's so easy, they find it really works.
When recent tests were made, Libby, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved with this daily Lux Toilet Soap care.
Yes, these Lux Soap Beauty Facials do make skin lovelier. Screen stars say they depend on them to give skin gentle protecting care it needs.
There's a tip straight from Hollywood for women everywhere who want their complexions to be softer and smoother. Ask your dealer for Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. And if he's temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, the beauty soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Happy Land, starring Don Amici as Lou Marsh, Francis D. as Agnes, and Walter Brennan as Grandpa.
The Navy Department deeply regrets to inform you.
Telegram, Mr. Marsh.
Killed in action. Your son killed in action.
Telegram, Mr. Marsh.
21 years old, a kid. Never had a chance to live.
You've been grieving so long, Lou. I just couldn't stand it.
Grandpa. No, you're not here at all. It's all on my mind.
A little walk, Lou. I'd like for us to take a little walk.
Lou and Grandpa Marsh walk slowly through the little town of Hartfield. And in the stillness of the shady streets, they relive 1,000 yesterdays. Rusty is gone. But in Lou's memory, Rusty is a little boy again. A little boy going to school for the first time in his life.
I won't. Rusty, you must obey me. I won't go without Pete.
Let go of that dog.
No.
Nobody is allowed to take a dog to school, young man. Now, you're either going without Pete or you're going to get a good spanking. Now, what'll it be?
I'm not going to school unless Pete comes with me.
Okay. Get into that room. Oh, I walloped him, Grandpa. I walloped him good. Poor little kid.
Best thing for him at the time.
That afternoon he came to the drugstore. Business was slack, and I was trying to lick that overture from William Tell.
Papa.
Now, you wait just a minute. Now, what is it, bad boy?
Papa, I wanted to tell you that I'm not mad at you anymore.
Well, I'm glad to know that, Rusty. Come on up here. Oh. How was school?
Oh, school was nice, Papa. But I don't think Pete would have liked it.
Say, who are those 2 boys? Friends of yours?
Yeah. Come here, Jackie. Come here, Todd.
Well, boys, I'm very glad to know you. I'm Rusty's father.
Have you got 1,000,000 tons of ice cream? Rusty said you had.
Huh?
They just moved here, Papa. They live in that old house near the railroad. It ain't got any windows. They're busted. Jackie's only had ice cream twice, Papa. Once I had a chocolate bar.
Well, now, what do you know about that? Well, now, look, boys, why don't we walk over to the fountain there and we'll see what we've got,
We like strawberries. They'll take strawberry first, Papa.
Oh, you should have seen the way those kids shoveled in that ice cream. They were half-starved, Grandpa. Seems the father didn't have a job and another baby brother just arrived. So I called up Agnes and she sent some things over. You know, eggs, groceries, and things like that. Then somehow Rusty found out about it and started asking questions.
Papa, why'd we send Jack and Todd those things to eat? Don't they have things to eat in their icebox?
Well, Rusty, when you run across a fellow that hasn't got anything and you've got things, why, you just give him some of your things. Some people call that charity.
What's that?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't like the word anyhow. All it really is just being friendly.
Can I be friendly to you?
Oh, I wish you would.
I want to help you.
Oh? Doing what?
Oh, just help you, Papa.
Well, let's see. Oh, I know. You can grab that broom and we'll sweep out the stockroom,
Sure.
25 cents a week. That was his pay.
A little under the union scale, wasn't it?
Oh, there were raises as he grew older. He really worked hard. Joined the Boy Scouts when he was 12, and that brought up new problems. The biggest was the matter of a regulation Boy Scout act.
45, 46, 47, $2.47. Only 38 cents to go, Dad, and I'll have the axe. Oh, I'll sure need it to cut firewood in our hikes.
Oh, I should say you will.
Well, it's time to lock up and go home, isn't it, Dad?
Yes, but I've got to register a letter at the post office. Now, look, Rusty, a man's coming in for this prescription, a Mr. Watson. Now, if I'm not back, be sure to collect $2. Just ring it up in the cash register.
Sure, okay, Dad.
He said he'd have it ready, son. The name's Watson.
Yes, sir. It'll be $2, Mr. Watson.
Sonny, I got 35 cents. That's all I got.
But the manager said I was to get cash. Maybe you better let me have that back.
My wife's needing that medicine pretty bad. I was thinking maybe the manager wouldn't mind if you trusted me for the other $1.65.
Well, I don't know.
I'll get some work maybe tomorrow, and I'll bring it in, honest.
Oh. Well, I guess it'll be all right with the manager. Here.
God bless you, son.
Gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, darn it anyway.
Rusty never said a word about using his axe money to pay for Watson's prescription. 2 days later, Watson came in. I found out. Rusty wasn't there at the time. I'm glad he wasn't. I bawled a ball like a kid.
And then rushed out and bought him his axe.
Oh, sure. Oh, he grew up so fast, Grandpa, so fast.
Became something of a football player, didn't he?
Well, he seemed to be better in track. He came in second to state meet. Tired all the time, though, he kept working at the store. He got going to church, too, pretty regularly. Never showed signs of becoming a missionary, but he liked the young people's meeting Sunday night.
For more reasons than one.
Where are you going, Rusty?
Oh, nowhere.
I was thinking we'd better get together on the rebuttal for our debate.
Yeah.
Why don't you come home with me and then
Excuse me a minute, Lenore. I'll be right back.
Oh.
Say, Gretchen, I was just wondering.
Did someone call me?
Yeah, say, it's sure nice out, huh?
Very nice.
It doesn't look like rain either.
No, it doesn't.
We always have quite a lot of nice weather here.
That's nice.
Did you like the meeting? Pardon me. My name's Rusty Marsh.
Yes, I know.
You do? Look, would you... Can I... I mean, may I walk home with you, Gretchen?
Why, that'd be awfully nice, Rusty.
Oh, gee. Thanks.
Rusty?
Oh, well, good night, Lenore. I'll probably see you in school tomorrow. Probably.
It hit him like a 10-ton truck.
Yes, Rusty had it bad. I always thought he'd fall for Lenore, but Gretchen Berry turned out to be quite a girl. A few nights later, Agnes and I were playing cards, and Rusty came home about 11:30. His face smeared with the reddest lipstick you ever saw.
Aren't you coming in, Rusty?
Just hanging up my coat.
Did you see his face? Stick.
Yeah, I think we'd better find out about this.
Shh, don't tease him now.
Hello, Mom, Pop.
Nice time, Rusty?
Oh, swell.
It was, huh?
Wonderful.
Oh, aren't you going to kiss me goodnight?
Oh, sure.
That's better. Wake you at the usual time?
Yeah, please.
Oh, Agnes, now look what you did.
What?
Lipstick all over the boy's face.
Oh, Rusty, I'm so sorry. Dad brought home some new lipstick samples.
Oh, that's okay. I'll wash it off. Good night.
Good night, Rusty.
Now, aren't you the smart one?
If he comes home again like that, he won't get off so easy.
Gretchen Berry. She seems sort of sophisticated for Rusty. I suppose we don't dare say anything.
No, not if we want to stay on speaking terms with him. He sure looked goofy, didn't he?
Did you ever get a look at yourself when you were courting me?
I courting you? I didn't have a chance. I was hooked.
Rusty graduated from high school that year, didn't he?
Yeah. I went back to the drugstore after the exercises. About closing time, Rusty came in. Face kind of long. He went back and put on some overalls. Picked up that old Boy Scout axe and started unpacking some crates. Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, I just thought I'd unpack these bath salts while you were closing up.
Oh. Anything go wrong tonight?
Oh, just Gretchen.
Oh.
Yeah, I had a date with her for Sunday. But there's a guy who works for her father. He's about 25, and he's got a Buick convertible.
Oh, he has, huh?
He asked her to go to Des Moines with him, have dinner there, and a show.
Well, you can take the Ford. Mom and I won't be using it, and if you'd like...
No, Dad. If she wants to go with that guy, she can darn well go. Oh, hey, look. Look what I just did.
Well, I guess that act's going to have a new handle. Say, Rusty, Mrs. Snyder was in before and left this bottle of Loganberry wine. What do you say we get good and drunk, huh?
Dad.
Would you like one glass, Rusty?
Oh, would you?
You know, somehow I think this is just the right moment for you and me to have a glass of Loganberry wine.
Me too.
You were pretty proud of Rusty right then, weren't you?
Yeah, I think he knew it too, Grandpa. And he was just as proud.
Oh, here's your glass, Dad.
Thanks. Well, here's to you, Rusty.
Oh, here's to us, Dad.
So Gretchen rolled out of his life in a Buick convertible.
Yes, but he never had much trouble finding other pretty girls.
Yeah, for a long time, though, he didn't have much to do with any of them.
No, till that day when he and I took Agnes to the railroad station. Agnes was taking the train to Omaha, visiting her folks.
Now, don't forget to keep the icebox door shut tight. And be sure and turn the gas off in the oven. And, oh, what's the use? I suppose I'll find everything in a mess when I get back.
Oh, we won't be home much. Rusty and I are going on a bat.
Yeah, we might use the old shack to throw a couple of wild parties in, Mom, but we'll try not to bust up all your best china.
Just you dare.
Hello, Mrs. Marsh.
Why, Lenore, where did you come from?
Just came back from Chicago. Hello, Mr. Marsh.
Hello, Lenore.
Rusty.
Hi, Lenore.
Lenore, how nice you look.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Marsh.
Oh, goodbye, my boys. Now, don't stay up too late and don't drive too fast.
We won't.
Have a good time, dear. Hurry back, because I might miss you.
Goodbye, Mom.
Goodbye, darling.
Don't go talking to any strange men now.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
And you write to us here every day.
I will.
Bye.
Gosh.
Yeah, gosh. Well, let's get on back.
Goodbye, Mom.
Oh, Lenore, can we give you a lift home?
Thanks, but Father's coming to pick me up.
What have you been doing all summer?
Oh, just visiting my Aunt Peggy.
Can I give you a ring sometime?
Of course, Rusty, if you'd like. Oh, there's Father. Well, goodbye. Here I am, Father.
Can you imagine that?
Imagine what?
Lenore, how can anybody change so fast?
Oh, I don't know. Pretty dress, cute hat, but I think she's the same old Lenore, Rusty. Same old pain in the neck.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
And that was Lenore's entrance into his life.
Oh, Rusty had known her for years, but that was really her entrance. He saw her pretty nearly every day after that. Sometimes they'd go out alone or with the rest of their gang, and quite often the whole lot of them would come to the house. They played badminton, and then we'd bring out the radio, and they'd dance in the court, and Agnes would always have quite a spread ready for them out there in the backyard.
Come on. Food's ready. Food. Sandwiches over here, boys. Chicken, ham, cheese. Chicken sandwich, Tom?
Did you say chicken, Mrs. Marsh?
Here you are.
You know, Mrs. Marsh, you're my dream girl.
Why, certainly.
And anytime those Marsh guys don't treat you right, you
I'll come right over.
Hey, where are you going?
To make the coffee.
You sit down right here. I'll make it.
And ruin my new percolator? I can't say not.
We interrupt this program of dance music to bring you a late news bulletin. A communique just received states that the German Air Force now has complete control of the air over Poland. Their ground troops are advancing steadily in spite of stubborn resistance from the Poles. Our dance program will resume in just a moment.
Turn it off. Oh, it's just awful. Why can't they pick on somebody their own size?
Well, don't worry, Lenore. Just wait till France and England start cracking down.
Well, who wants to fight anyway?
They'll have Poland war stop in a couple of weeks. What's going to keep them from doing the same thing to Paris and London?
The Canadian Flying Corps is asking for volunteers. I wrote yesterday for all the dough.
You did?
Well, why not? How about you, Rusty?
Oh, well, oh, gosh. I hadn't thought about it like that. Gee.
Todd Gramlich joined up. Went to Canada.
The kid who had a chocolate bar once and lived in a house without any windows. Killed in the Battle of Britain.
Well, how'd you know?
Aren't you forgetting something, Lou? I get around. I thought Rusty would want to join up with Todd, but he didn't, did he?
You see, I don't think I'd make such a good pilot, Dad.
Well, then, what about college?
Well, I've been thinking, Pop. Maybe I won't want to go to college either. Look, I've been of some help to you in the store, haven't I?
Oh, maybe a little. Say, I'd have had to hire 2 extra clerks to do all you've done.
Well, then look, Pop. Why don't I go down to Des Moines to the School of Pharmacy and qualify for my license? If the war stops, then I'll be all set to do some real good for the store and for myself, too.
And if the war isn't over, if we get in it, then what?
Well, I guess I'd be a lot more useful as a technician, even in pharmacy, than I'd be as just another recruit without any trade. Well, what do you say, Dad?
Well, I say we'd better go and talk to Mom. Then we better sit down and write a letter to that School of Pharmacy. We missed him awful. But he'd get back for weekends now and then, and he was doing so well in school.
Better grades than you got, Lou.
Yes, I know. And then one Sunday morning, I was watering the front lawn. He and Lenore were in back, but I could hear them.
Why weren't you at the station to meet me yesterday?
I just forgot all about it.
Oh, I bet you did. You didn't sleep a wink all night just waiting for me.
Oh, your ego is still holding up nicely, I see. Rusty, I'm so glad you're back.
No. Kiss?
Oh, well.
Oh, my forehead. She kisses me on my forehead. That's the kind of a welcome home I get. Look, honey, I got to talk to Pop for a minute. You mind?
Terribly.
You're right back.
Lawn's kind of droopy, Rusty. Looks like a gopher's been at work.
Yeah, it does. Look, Pop, I might as well get right to the point.
Oh, sure. Let me turn this water off.
Pop, I know we're not in the war yet, but, well, they've started drafting guys, and I figure what's the use waiting?
Okay, Rusty. What's it going to be? Army, Navy, or Marines?
You sound kind of resentful about the Marines. How come?
Never mind. Well, which is it?
Well, I guess I always did want to ride around on the ocean.
Well, then join the Navy and ride around on a lot of oceans.
Yeah. I wonder if I'll get seasick.
Well, in the last war, I only got seasick twice. Once going over, once coming back. Go on in and tell your mother. Go on. Tell her you joined the Navy.
He looked real good in his uniform, Lou. You know, sailor uniforms haven't changed much since the Civil War.
Yeah, he looked fine. He had to leave a few days before Thanksgiving. We met him at the station, Agnes, me, and Lenore.
Look at him now. Just look at him.
Yeah, fine sailor. Never even saw the ocean.
Don't you worry. One of these days I'll have stripes on my sleeve. You'll see. Pharmacist mate.
You're fine just the way you are.
Well, what's the matter with you, Lenore? Say something.
Rusty,
Don't I look real cute? Doesn't this kind of get you?
so much so that I can't talk.
Well, now what are we standing around here for? Come on, let's get on home. Here, I'll take you back, Rusty.
He was so happy, Lou. Rusty couldn't have been any happier if he'd lived to be 100.
He was home nearly 2 days. I took him back to the station late the next night. We shook hands and said goodbye. That was the last time I saw my boy.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Don Amici, Francis D., and Walter Brennan in Act 3 of Happy Land. And now, a canteen, a soldier far from home, a young hostess, and music.
What a dancer you turned out to be. You're smooth.
Why, thank you, Sarge. You're not so bad yourself.
A guy couldn't be bad, not with music like that, and a girl like you.
Now, there's a girl who has what every woman wants to have and ought to have. The kind of charm that makes men say, a girl like you. Girls who have this kind of charm are often not exactly pretty, but, well, let our heroine speak for herself.
Well, I decided long ago to take the Screen Stars tip and use my complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, for my daily bath soap, too. It's a wonderful way to protect daintiness and make sure of skin that's always fresh and sweet. I'm on a defense job now, and there's many an evening I have that all-in feeling. But after I've relaxed a few moments in my luxurious Lux Soap bath, I step out feeling fresh as a daisy, my skin all delicately perfumed. And after I've rubbed down with a nice, thick towel, I feel like a million. Sort of sure of myself, you know? And then, well, I guess I look it, that's all.
Yes, Lux Toilet Soap, the complexion soap 9 out of 10 Screen Stars use, makes a truly wonderful bath soap, too. You'll find the whole family agrees on that. They'll love the rich instant lather Lux Soap gives, even in hard water. So, put Lux Toilet Soap on your shopping list tomorrow. You'll find it's thrifty because it's hard milled to last. These days, it's patriotic not to waste soap. Lux toilet soap lasts even longer, too, if you'll always put it in a soap dish that's dry. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll have a chat with three delightful people, our stars, after the play. But now the curtain rises on the third act of Happy Land, starring Don Amici, Francis D., and Walter Brennan. It's dusk now. The sun's in the west, far beyond the Missouri River, a great red ball of fire. And the father and the great-grandfather of a boy named Rusty Marsh have circled the little town. But only Lou's footsteps are heard as they walk slowly back in the fading light. At a little field near the Marsh home, Grandpa pauses a moment and stoops down in the grass.
What's the matter, Grandpa? Did you lose something?
I used to stop here whenever I passed. A little weakness of mine, I guess. I wonder if they still grow here. Yep, I got one. A great big one. Here, Lou. For you.
What is... Oh, four-leaf clover. Thanks, I'll keep it in my wallet.
Lou, I've been thinking.
Well, I used to be able to think. Seems years ago.
As long as kids can play Indian and go to school, join the Boy Scouts and do a good deed every day and eat ice cream, or take a box full of pennies and nickels honestly saved for an axe and use them to buy medicine for a stranger, as long as they can run the high hurdles and kiss girls...
As long as they can do all those things, then what?
It'll be worthwhile.
What'll be worthwhile?
The whole thing. A guy named Rusty and a lot of other guys like that with a lot of different names. Don't you think so, Lou?
Oh, Rusty did lead a rich life. You're right about that. You know, I'm glad you came, Grandpa, and I'm glad we've walked. And I know all the other things you're hoping I'm going to say. But I can't. He was my boy. And now he's dead. I miss him. I can't help it. I'll always miss him. I'll always wish he was back. As long as I live.
Sure you will, Lou. Well, looks like we're back home. Right back where we started from.
Grandpa's kind of awkward with Agnes not being able to see you, but if you want to stay and sit down and supper with us...
You forget my peculiar situation, Lou. Anyway, I've got to be getting back. Well, there's Agnes.
Lou. Why, Lou Marsh, where on earth have you been?
Oh, just taking a little walk around town.
You must be all tired out. You've been gone nearly 3 hours.
Is that all? No, I'm not tired. I think it did me some good.
I'm sure it did. You look better. Did you stop in at the store?
No, I didn't. You wanted me to, though, didn't you?
Yes, Lou. It'd do you good to get back to work.
Well, maybe I'll go down tomorrow.
Better if you go down tonight, Lou, after supper.
Or I might go down tonight.
That's it, Lou. Thank you, son. I've got to go now. Goodbye, Lou.
Goodbye, Grandpa.
What? What is it, dear? Did you say something?
No.
What are you looking at?
Nothing. That hedge. I was just noticing the hedge. It looks a little ragged. Say, I found something for you on my walk. Here, in my wallet.
Oh, what is it?
Oh. What's gone?
That's a shame.
Yes, it must have fallen out. But I thought sure that... Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Supper ready?
Mm-hmm. Just what you like, dear. Meatballs and scalloped potatoes.
Well, if I'm going to get to the store tonight, I guess we'd better go right in.
Mr. Marsh. Well.
Oh, Mr. Marsh, it's so nice to see you back in the store again.
Thanks. How things been going?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Marsh. Been pretty busy. Excuse me a minute.
Are you going to stay a while, Mr. Marsh?
Yes, I'll stay a while, Emmy. How's that line of writing paper been moving?
Oh, just fine.
I thought it'd be a sticker. I see we're running kind of low on bath salts.
Put them on the out list last night, Mr. Marsh.
I'll order some.
They're exactly the same.
I tell you, they ain't the right kind, and I don't want them.
Oh, what's that all about? Hello, Jake. What seems to be the trouble?
Huh? What? Why, Lou. Well, hello, Lou.
It's these bile pills, Mr. Marsh.
Yeah, for 8 years I've been coming to you, Lou, for my bile pills. For 8 years you sold me white ones. He's trying to make me take these here pink-colored ones.
Well, Jake, we had to get those pills from a new firm, and I guess they just don't like white. Color's only a trademark anyhow. The ingredients are just the same.
Oh, well, you say so, Lou. Okay, I'll take 'em. Yeah, kind of missed you around here, Lou. Good night.
Thanks, Jake. Good night. Shep.
Yes, Mr. Marsh.
You and Emmy sort of clean up and then go on home.
Pretty early for us to be leaving.
Oh, do you good. Besides, I'd like to be here alone. Silly, but...
Well, sure, Mr. Marsh. Be in the morning?
Yes, I'll be in.
Well, I'll go tell Emmy to hustle up.
All right. Evening. Oh. Sailor, huh?
Yeah. They scared in Hartfield or something?
Oh, no. I just...
You're Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
I'm Anton Cabrick. Tony.
Oh.
Oh, I thought maybe Rusty had mentioned me in some of his letters.
So you're Tony, hmm?
Yes, sir.
Well, what do you know? Sure, Rusty mentioned you in almost every letter. Mentioned Chicago. That's your home, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Such a home as I got. Been on my own since I was 16.
Well. If you'll excuse me, I'll lock the door. Store's closed. I thought I had locked it.
Oh, if you're leaving, well, I can come back tomorrow.
No. I just don't want anyone to interrupt us. Nasty people like customers.
Ah, this is some drugstore. Looks kind of familiar, too. Oh, maybe Rusty told you. I used to jerk sodas once in Chicago. Oh, you got a swell fountain there, Mr. Marsh. Oh, say, let me help you finish what you're doing.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just getting some more stock up on the shelves.
What's this? Old Dr. Tom's Trusty Tonic. Any good?
No. Look, this can wait. How about a cigar?
Oh, I wouldn't mind.
You like this kind?
Oh, say. I don't very often smoke cigars. Cigarettes usually. You know how it is. Well, this is swell, though.
Look, are you bound for Chicago? When do you have to leave?
Oh, no special time. You see, Mr. Marshall was like this. Rusty and I used to talk about what might happen. See, I haven't got any folks or anything, but Rusty always said if anything happened, to him. He said I ought to come when I got a chance and call on you and his mother.
You came in on the 10:13 from the west?
Yes, sir.
When do you have to go back?
Oh, I still got the better of 2 weeks.
Oh, well, I guess I better call Rusty's mother and tell her we'll be right over. How's that?
Oh, that's fine, Mr. Marsh. That's fine.
This is Rusty's mother, Tony.
Tony.
How do you do?
Mother, where are we going to let this big tramp of sailor sleep tonight?
I guess you know, Lou. If he wants to.
Oh, you mean Rusty's room? Oh, that's okay with me, Mrs. Marsh. That's fine.
I was just fixing a little late lunch. Would you like some?
Oh, that sounds good to me. Tony?
Swell.
Well, come on in the kitchen, then. You like veal loaf, don't you?
Oh, you bet.
I wonder... maybe we ought to talk about it now. Tony, is there anything you feel you ought to tell us about Rusty?
Well, there really isn't very much to tell, Mr. Marsh. Never is. Happened so quickly. We weren't surprised, but they had a lot more planes than us, and they kept coming over pretty fast. Rusty was down below in sick bay. That was his job, you know. Well, something must have hit us below the waterline. An aerial torpedo, I guess. The last time I saw Rusty, he was coming up from below carrying a fellow that had been hurt. Before he could get upward, another torpedo hit us. I was blown into the water, so I didn't see anything else that happened. If Rusty hadn't been carrying somebody, he made the deck, I guess. That's about all I can tell you. Except that I thought quite a bit of Rusty.
I see.
I hope you don't think I got a nerve, but I was wondering while I'm here, could I maybe go down to the store with you and sort of help out a little? I don't want any money. It's just that, well, I feel it.
Oh, that would be fine, Tony. Wouldn't it, Lou?
I was hoping you'd say that, Tony. I was hoping you would.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Tony, how would you like a little Loganberry wine? There's a little old woman who makes
Oh, I guess I never had any Loganberry wine, but I bet it's swell.
Mother?
You know, I never had any either, Tony. But I'm going to try some.
Oh, that's fine. Well, we'll drink to... We'll drink to what's in our hearts. Our thankful hearts.
That this may always be a happy land is the earnest hope of every American. And to Don Amici, Francis D., and Walter Brennan, go our congratulations on some fine acting.
Thank you, C.B. It's great to be back, especially with two swell people like Francis D. and Walter Brennan.
It's mighty nice you to say that, son.
Hey, look, you're not playing my grandfather any longer, Walter.
Well, Walter always loses himself in any part he plays. That's why he's so good.
Best performance I ever gave was my first part in pictures.
Another grandfather?
No, Francis. Years ago, a director rented a donkey to bray in a picture, and the only trouble was he wouldn't bray at the right time.
And that's where you came in?
Correct. I stood in for the jackass and brayed. Never had a part that suited me quite so well since.
You might get some argument on that, Walter. By the way, have you realized that we're all neighbors here? All San Fernando Valley ranchers?
Well, that's right. Our place can't be more than 10 miles from Don's.
No, and we're practically next door, Francis, 12 or 15 miles.
Well, I wish you'd all saddle up and come over to my ranch someday. It wouldn't be more than 25 miles for any of you. Just think, the road would be hot and dusty, and after a long ride to my ranch, I'd give you some real unrationed hospitality. I'd even give you all a cake of Lux soap to wash up with.
Well, that's my favorite complexion care, Mr. DeMille. I've used Lux soap for years.
No, I knew anyone of your beauty and intelligence would be a Lux girl, Francis.
What's on the fire for next week, C.B.?
A gay and delightful musical, Don. It's the 20th Century Fox hit, Coney Island. And our stars will be Alan Ladd, Dorothy Lamour, and Chester Morris. Well, there was romance and adventure and lovely tunes at Coney Island around the turn of the century. And we'll have all those things here next Monday night with three great stars, Alan Ladd, Dorothy Lamour, and Chester Morris.
Standing room only, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Happy Land made a happy company this week. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Alan Ladd, Dorothy Lamour, and Chester Morris in Coney Island. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a way for housewives to get extra red ration points. For every pound of used kitchen fats you bring into your butcher, he'll give you 4 cents and 2 red ration points. Keep a tin can handy on the back of your stove and pour into it every drop of used fats. No matter how burnt or black they are, they're valuable. Used fats are urgently needed to supply ingredients for medicines for our soldiers, for munitions, and for other vital materials. Remember, every single spoonful you save is a wartime job well done. Don Amici will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Greenwich Village, and is currently filming Wing and a Prayer at the same studio. Walter Brennan appeared through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn, producers of the picture Up in Arms. Francis D. will soon be seen in the Universal picture Patrick the Great. Heard in tonight's play were Bob Haynes, Joan Loring, Bill Martell, Tommy Cook, Charles Seal, Leo Cleary, Charlotte Treadway, Dorothy Scott, Leon Ledoux, John McIntyre, Norman Field, Fred Barton, Bobby Larson, Norman Nilsson, Gloria Fisher, and Jack Morrison. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Tonight, when you tuned in to the Lux Radio Theater, you knew you would get good entertainment. Try tuning in to this same station tomorrow night and Wednesday at this same time. Tomorrow night, you will hear George Burns and Gracie Allen with their guest star, Herbert Marshall. Wednesday night, Frank Sinatra sings I Love You and other favorite tunes. Sophie Tucker will be Frank's guest. Make this station at Lux time a habit Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for the best in drama, comedy, and music. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Alan Ladd, Dorothy Lamour, and Chester Morris in Coney Island.
Here's the secret. New Easy Mix Fry Shortening cuts cake mixing time 2/3. No creaming, no long, tiresome beating. And yet you get lighter, better-tasting cakes that stay fresh longer. At your grocer's in the same handy jar, new Easy Mix Spry. Brand for all baking and frying. Buy Spry. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Los Angeles.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your chaperone at these arcane revels, which are celebrated here 7 times each week. There's the smile of love and the smile of deceit, and the smile of smiles, where both smiles meet. Why are love and deceit so often found together? Must we deceive to love, or do we love to deceive? But where you find love and deceit together, they do not usually remain alone. Often, this duet becomes a trio, and the third member turns out to be death.
How do you render justice in your country?
We have courts.
Courts?
Halls, where people assemble, and we have judges, juries, lawyers.
Ah, yes. Is it wise to allow people to judge people?
It is the best way, the most democratic.
Only the immortal gods may decide.
But how do you know to get them to make a decision?
The gods have sent my people a spring of sparkling water. The accused must drink at the spring.
And what does that prove?
The innocent walk away vindicated.
And the guilty?
The guilty fall down dead.
Well, it is hardly the way.
You will see it with your own eyes. We shall have a trial tonight.
Oh? Who is the accused?
You are.
Our mystery drama, The Smile of Deceit, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Jennifer Harmon. The poet tells us that nothing succeeds like success. The question, therefore, arises, what is success? That depends on whom you ask. Inquire of the philosophers, and you'll soon discover that, as a group, they tend to knock it. They say things like, success has always been a great liar, or the greatest success is an early death. That's all very well, but who among us would refuse to be successful? Who, if given free choice, would choose failure? Certainly not Miss Velma Strait. Women's lib to the contrary notwithstanding, success for many girls in our society still means the acquisition of a wealthy husband. And Velma, as we shall discover, has hit a rather respectable jackpot.
Just a minute, darling. Oh,
it's Aunt Rose.
Well, I see you were expecting Darling.
I was.
Well, may I come in?
Of course. Come in, Aunt Rose. By all means, come in.
Well, aren't you glad to see me, Velma, dear?
Well, you know I am. I just... Well, you said you didn't think that you could get away.
And I really can't. But would it be right for you to graduate all alone, with no one to applaud? Besides, you said you're engaged, so I just had to.
Come down and see if you approve.
Oh, I shall approve. I know how I raise my little girl. I'm sure you chose a wonderful man.
Oh, he is, Aunt Rose. Absolutely wonderful.
Well, tell me all about him.
Well, his name is Robert Morris Hastings III.
Oh, that sounds impressive. Is he at school here?
Oh, yes.
And is he graduating too?
Oh, no. He's on the faculty.
An instructor?
A professor.
Oh, that's marvelous. Dear, I wouldn't dare to suggest this. It's so presumptuous to advise the young, but I'd hope you'd choose a mature man.
And I did.
Oh, the young men today seem so unsettled, so uncertain. An older man is so much safer, so much more secure, and in many ways more romantic. Now tell me everything about Robert Morris Hastings III.
Well, you shall meet him in exactly 1 minute.
Oh, I will.
He promised to stop in and say hello on his way to the faculty assembly. He said he'd ring the bell at 11 o'clock, and he is the soul of promptness.
Well, that's an excellent quality and a sign of good character. What does he teach?
Anthropology.
Oh, dearest, I am so happy for you. To be the wife of a professor. To live in the intellectually stimulating atmosphere of a university.
Oh, well, we won't live here, Aunt Rose. Robert's resigning his post.
He is?
We're going out into the field. Robert's specialty is in psychic phenomena among primitive peoples. It's fascinating how the mind can be manipulated to produce, well, almost anything. Even death. Anyhow, starting next month, it'll be deserts and jungles. Well, will you look at the clock? 11 exactly. Robert, darling, come in.
I can only pause for a moment, my dear.
Darling, the most wonderful human being in all the world is here to give us our blessing. Aunt Rose, this is Robert. Robert, Mrs. Maynard Gardner. But you'll have to call her Aunt Rose.
How do you do? How I have looked forward to this occasion. Velma never stops talking about you. Aunt Rose?
Well, let's all have some coffee.
Oh, my dear, I don't have time.
Darling, it only needs a minute to boil the water.
Yes, but a cup of coffee right now would be too much. I already have had 2 at breakfast.
Now, Robert, you promised to watch that.
I know, my dear, and I do try.
Oh, he's just terrible, Aunt Rose.
I really should be going.
But you just got here.
I promised to pop in on my way to the assembly to say hello, and now I must pop out. I'll look for you both at the commencement exercises.
Well, if you must go.
And, Aunt Rose, you will be our guest at luncheon.
I should be getting back to the city.
Nonsense. Of course you'll be our guest, Robert.
I'll make a reservation for 3 at the Hamilton Room. Goodbye, ladies.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Well?
Velma.
Isn't he marvelous?
Are you serious?
Are you saying you don't like Robert?
How could you consider marriage with...
Oh, I know. He's not as young as you might have expected. But didn't you say it was wisest to marry an older man?
Older, yes, but...
But what?
Well, let me put it this way. I happen to be more than twice your age, and he'd even be too old for me.
Age isn't everything, Aunt Rose. Robert is handsome, generous, very intelligent, kind,
cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. I know, a veritable Eagle Scout.
And most important, he's rich.
Oh, no. No, I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Why not, darling?
You would marry for money?
Absolutely.
Oh, no, Velma, no. That's not how I raised you. If you can say that, then you learn nothing in my house.
But I learned everything in your house, Aunt Rose. I learned how important money can be because I saw what can happen to girls who marry for love and love alone, the way you did. I saw what happens when a cheerful spirit is hemmed in by too small a house, and badgered by too small a budget.
Your uncle and I were deeply in love.
My uncle and you were deeply in debt.
Velma, what happened to that idealistic young girl who went off to college 4 years ago?
I grew up. Giddy, romantic love is a peculiarly American myth.
Oh, really?
It's because we're still a very young country. We have yet to get rid of our juvenile fantasies. Love is a fleeting, ethereal emotion. How can you base a marriage on it?
How?
Yes, dear, how? Marriage is a contract. And a contract should be guaranteed by some solid collateral.
Very well. Very well. If you must marry for money, is he the best you can do?
Oh, yes, I've explored all my options.
Velma.
I discovered that Robert happens to be among the wealthiest men on campus, student or faculty. He's the sole surviving member of the Hastings family.
I never heard of them.
They were Detroit people. Robert's father was a pioneer maker of motor cars. He was bought out by one of the big corporations for a fabulous sum of money.
Oh, but there must be other wealthy men closer to your own age. Oh, Lord. Listen, now I'm talking.
Yes, there are, but Robert's money is clean money.
Clean?
He's the only surviving member of his family. The money is all his, and when he dies, the money will be all mine. The others had brothers or sisters, all kinds of family complications.
But, Velma, do you realize in 10 years Robert will be a very, very old man? Why, you'll hardly be in your 30s.
I don't expect Robert to live another 10 years or even 5. He has a heart condition.
Velma.
And will be living a strenuous outdoor life in areas that aren't exactly healthy. I shall be a very young widow. And then I could afford to marry for love.
Oh, Velma. Something has taken possession of you. Suppose 5 or even 10 years go by and Robert is still alive. Suppose somehow he may live on to an incredibly old age.
Then I suppose I'll have to burn that bridge when I get to it.
Ah, there you are, Aunt Rose. Have you been waiting long?
No.
Were you able to see Velma at the commencement exercises?
Yes.
She looks stunning. Don't you agree?
I agree.
Why do you disapprove of me?
The fact that you would have to ask such a question would indicate that you couldn't possibly understand my answer.
Well, why not answer anyhow?
Well, first and foremost, this dramatic disparity in your ages.
Why should it bother you?
Because Velma is being cheated out of a young and vigorous husband.
Evidently, that doesn't bother Velma.
It will. Why do you suppose she wants to marry you?
For my money. You're shocked. Why?
I never heard of anything so cold-blooded, so practical.
If money is so important to her, why shouldn't she marry for it? She loves me. She loves me for the security I can give her.
Why do you want to marry Velma?
Well, because I love her. No. You must let me finish. I love her for the beauty and the freshness she brings into my life.
Oh, it goes against all logic, all reason. I don't know what you did. Perhaps centuries ago it might have been called witchcraft.
Such a statement is beneath you, Aunt Rose.
But I cannot explain it any other way.
Only ignorant people explain away what they can't understand by witchcraft. Not everyone has your values, your attitudes, your perspective on life.
You're a clever man, a convincing man. But I can't be had. I insist. You must have cast a spell over Velma.
How can you be sure Velma hasn't cast a spell over me?
Well, I can't be sure of anything anymore.
Aunt Rose, Robert. Oh, there was such a crowd. Sorry I kept you waiting. No, I'm not. I wanted you to get to know each other. Aunt Rose, isn't he just marvelous? Tell me, Aunt Rose, what do you say now?
Bless you, my children.
Well, there's a marriage for you. But maybe it's not so outrageous after all. At least the principals are being honest with each other. Or do they only think they're being honest? Let's review the bidding. He wants her to be fresh and bright and beautiful. She wants him to live no longer than, say, 5 more years. And I want you to wait just a few moments. And then I shall return with Act 2. What is the best basis for a marriage? The question has intrigued the sages since the original introduction of men and women. It would appear, however, that the best basis is the one that works best for the individuals concerned. You have already met Professor and Mrs. Hastings, Velma and Robert, May and December. Since each had what the other wanted, shouldn't they be able to look forward to a successful marriage? It all goes back to what I said at the very beginning. What do you mean by success? Well, here's Aunt Rose to bring us up to date.
And so they were married. And they left immediately on a combined honeymoon and field trip to study the customs of a remote tribe in the Amazon. At first, Velma wrote often. But a year went by, then 2, 3, 4, even 5. And her letters became more and more infrequent and less informative. And then, for a while, I didn't hear from her at all. And then one day, I received a strange, frightening letter from Brazil. Dearest Aunt Rose, save me. Please save me. You must save me. Perhaps it is my fault. But I don't want to die. No, I must be calm. I will tell you everything. Even the part that makes me look bad. You're my only hope. You must save me. You were right. Oh, how right. It's 5 years. I've been married 5 years. I can't stand it any longer. I can't. What are they banging on those things for?
It's a very interesting ceremony, my dear.
I'm sure.
It's called the Test of the Bitter Water.
Sounds fascinating.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Damn it, I said I was all right. You want me to write it down and get it notarized?
Obviously, something is the matter.
Why can't we go home?
My work is here.
Why can't I go home?
Home is wherever our work takes us.
It's your work. Why do I have to be here?
Because a wife's place is with her husband. Now, come on, we'll be late for the ceremony. Chief Araya will be insulted if we don't attend.
Please convey my regrets. I have a headache.
My dear, we are the honored guests. It would be an insult, and I need the chief's goodwill.
That's too bad.
I'm afraid it is. If I tell him you have a headache, he'll send his favorite medicine man to cure you. And that might be quite painful.
And so I went with Robert. I had no desire to be sewn into a pigskin and smoked for hours to drive the evil spirits from my head. The entire tribe, hundreds of men and women, were gathered about a rock, from which there flowed a spring of sparkling water. All eyes were on a woman who stood alone near the spring. A woman who seemed transfixed by terror. Finally, the drums increased in intensity, and Chief Araya himself, a tall, imposing man with steel blue eyes and stark white hair, stepped forward.
Let the drums be silent.
What is he going to do?
He's going to make her drink some spring water from that silver cup.
Why is she so frightened?
She's afraid the water will kill her.
Is it poison?
No, I drank it myself.
Well, then why is she...
She's been accused of infidelity. To prove her innocence, she must drink from the spring. If she is guilty, the water will kill her.
But if it's not poison, how can it kill her?
And that's what these people have believed for hundreds of years. If she's guilty, she'll die. I've seen it happen.
But how can it happen?
That's what we're here to study.
Well, suppose she refuses to drink.
That's an admission of guilt. She'd be stoned to death.
Marva, daughter of Reina, wife of Corey, step forward. I accuse you of infidelity. I accuse you of disgracing your family, shaming your husband, and soiling the honor of this tribe. Do I speak truly?
No, I...
Shall you then submit to the test of the bitter water? Will you drink the bitter water?
Please believe me.
Why do you avoid the test? The water is pure. See, I drink. See, my wife drinks. See, your own mother drinks. The water is pure, but only for the pure of heart. What have you to fear if you are a virtuous woman?
I'm innocent. Innocent. I swear to you, I am innocent.
Then drink. Take the cup. Take it in your own two hands. Raise it to your lips. Drink. And now the gods will judge you. Drain the cup. Now, throw the empty cup to the ground. Immortal gods, what is your judgment? The gods have spoken.
Is she dead?
There's no doubt about it. She's dead.
What do you mean I can't wear pants?
I didn't say you can't.
Well, what did you say?
I only said Chief Araya thinks that they're immodest.
Immodest? Why, the women in his tribe run around practically naked.
It's remarkable how modesty is culturally determined. In our civilization, a woman is immodest if she exposes her body. And here a woman is immodest if she conceals it.
This Chief Araya of yours is becoming a pet peeve of mine.
Well, he's a stern moralist, almost in the mold of an Old Testament prophet. Now, how would you like to drive the Jeep to Porto Sao Diego?
What for?
The Institute is sending me an assistant.
Oh, really?
A highly qualified scientist and an erudite scholar.
Well, that killed it.
Would you pick him up and bring him back here?
I don't know, Aunt Rose. Tell me, does life get its ideas from the movies? Because he's tall and he's good looking. And he's not old. He's young. And he's everything I've been missing and longing for in a man. Everything I thought was unimportant. How can I describe it? We're tuned in. We like so many of the same things. We can talk so easily. We like to dance. You understand, don't you? And he was even honorable. Notice I said was. Isn't it a glorious night?
Tell me, Dennis, have you read the Stevenson-Halley analysis of the South American Indian languages?
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you agree?
Well, I think their premise is correct, but it sheds no new light.
If you boys are going to talk shop again, I think I'll turn in.
But, my dear, you haven't finished your dinner.
You can't go to bed yet, Velma. We have to have our dance. Professor, do you mind if I ask your wife to...
Dennis, Velma, I would rather you two didn't do any more dancing.
Now what's the matter?
Well, it seems that this kind of thing is shocking to the natives.
Can't be serious.
Chief Araya spoke to me about it. Dennis, you understand.
Yes, I think I do, sir. These natives are remarkably straight-laced people.
You know, it's odd. Our culture sees the savage as free and unfettered. Actually, they're the prisoners of so many taboos.
So am I. Everything wrong that happens from here on is my fault. All my fault. I admit it. We were walking in the forest and suddenly...
Don't move. It's all right now. Just a snake.
Just a snake.
No, he wasn't going to bother you, but you disturbed him. I'm sorry I had to shoot him.
Sorry? Why, the murderous thing.
We do enough to destroy the balance of nature as it is.
What did you say?
The balance of nature, it means...
I know what it means. In my own way, I've destroyed a certain balance of nature.
You have? How?
And in destroying it, I'm also being destroyed. Slowly.
Are you... something the matter?
Hold me. Please hold me.
About,
Closer.
Velma, we shouldn't.
We should.
But this isn't right.
Don't you want to?
Yes. I want to. But I...
Then don't talk. Oh, Dennis.
I love you, Velma.
Oh, how I love you, Dennis.
Well, then, let's tell Robert.
Tell Robert? Are you mad?
It's the honest and honorable thing to do.
No.
Then you can get a divorce.
What are you saying?
You must divorce Robert.
Why?
Well, for 100 reasons. 1, you don't love him. 2, you love me.
Let's wait.
For what?
For Robert to die.
Velma.
How much longer can he live?
Velma, I can't believe you're saying this.
Kiss me.
No, it's not right.
Don't you want to love me?
Yes. But as my wife. Marry me.
How much money do you make?
What kind of question is that?
A very important question.
Well, I have a research grant for the next 36 months.
How much does it pay?
$8,800 a year.
You can't be serious.
Well, why is money so important? We won't starve.
Robert has money. He has over $2 million. Think of it. $2 million.
Oh, well, who cares?
I care. It's all going to be mine when he dies. Do you want me to throw away $2 million?
What does it matter as long as you have love in the house?
It matters. It matters. He can't live forever. Oh, kiss me.
But we...
Don't talk. You talk too much. Darling, you're not eating.
I'm not hungry.
You want to go for a walk?
Well, we can't go for a walk now. The whole camp will know.
Oh, what's the difference? Robert's asleep. I think he's not well. Maybe we'll be free sooner than we think.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. Robert is the best friend I have in all the world. He taught me everything I know. And how do I thank him? I betrayed him.
That's an old-fashioned word, darling.
Its meaning never changes. Let's tell Robert now.
I can't. I won't.
Then I will.
I'll swear to him it's a lie. I'll swear you wanted to seduce me, and because I refused, you're trying to...
Do you know, I think you would. And for you, I betrayed my best friend. I even betrayed myself.
Dennis, don't look at me like that. No, Dennis. Please, no.
Why do young girls like Velma get themselves into these situations? An extensive literature on the subject of May and December marriages exists. Indeed, a great deal has even been said on the subject on many of our own little tales here. However, the most succinct statement was uttered by Mr. Benjamin Franklin, who observed that where you have marriage without love, you will soon have love without marriage. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Straight, against the advice of her Aunt Rose, has married a man many years her senior. And way back in Act 1, practically all of you were predicting what was bound to happen. Well, why shouldn't it have happened? It's what usually happens in life, isn't it? The ancient Greeks called this kind of thing fate. And it happens to more people than you would think.
Yes. I betrayed myself. Do you hear, Velma? I betrayed myself.
Dennis, Robert, he will hear you.
Oh, yes. Robert mustn't know. I don't feel well.
Yes, Dennis, you don't look well. Maybe you better go back to your tent.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Do you want me to walk with you?
No. There are things I have to think about.
Think, Dennis. Think about us.
Oh, yes. I am thinking about us.
Everything will be all right soon.
Yes. Soon. Everything will be just fine. Good night, Velma.
Velma?
Oh, did I wake you?
No, I've been lying here thinking. Did you and Dennis talk about anything interesting at dinner?
Oh, not particularly.
He's quite depressed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was a job to head a research foundation, very prestigious, well-paying, and he put in for it.
I didn't know that.
I was amazed. I didn't think money and prestige were that important to him. He was always happy just working in the field. Or so I thought. But evidently it wasn't enough for him.
The job? What about the job?
He got a letter this morning. The job's been filled.
Oh. What was that?
That was a shot.
Yes, Aunt Rose, it was a shot. And it came from Dennis's tent. Something said to me, don't go in there. Don't go in there. But Robert went in, and after a while, he came out.
He's dead.
But
I suppose the rejection by the foundation was a little too much.
Oh, it's horrible.
I'll have to report this to the authorities. I'd hate to say it was a suicide, but...
Maybe it wasn't.
My dear, I know you liked him as I did, and you want to protect his name, but it's obvious.
You must come down here, Aunt Rose. You must. I have no one else in the world. Only you can save my life. Help me now. I'm enclosing money for an airline ticket. You take the plane to the city of Brasilia, and then a bus to Sao Diego at the edge of the jungle. And I'll meet you there with the jeep. You must come before the 25th of the month. Please, before the 25th. Because here's what's happened. The day after we buried poor Dennis, that horrible chief, Araya, walked into the camp.
Friend Robert.
Chief Araya, sit. Join us for some refreshment.
I am not permitted to eat and drink at your table.
Is there a spirit here?
An evil spirit.
Powerful?
A spirit of death.
In whose body?
Hers.
My wife?
I make the accusation.
Of what?
The most disgraceful of all crimes. Adultery.
How dare you?
Please, my dear.
Please, my dear. This filthy, disgusting, heathen savage dares to slander me, and you say, please, my dear.
Now, Chief, who makes this charge?
I, Araya, chief of all the forest country, make the charge. It is my duty.
What right do you have?
It is my right. My duty. You live in my country. You live by my law. Friend Robert, I have come in peace.
Go in peace.
I live in peace.
What is this? What right does he have to accuse me?
Oh, my poor darling. The way you dress to him it suggested a wanton woman.
But
And the fact that you danced with Dennis means to him that...
There was never anything between Dennis and me. It's untrue.
We're not talking about absolute truth. We're talking about the truth as he perceives it. And this means...
What?
It means you'll have to take the test of the bitter water.
And if I refuse, shall I be stoned to death?
Darling, if you refuse, I shall lose the friendship of the chief.
That's too bad.
Drink the water, and once and for all, you'll prove to the chief that you are a virtuous woman.
I refuse.
Come on, darling, what could happen to you?
I won't. Do you hear me?
But why? What could happen to you? What are you afraid of?
Well, what are you afraid of, my dear?
I don't know, Aunt Rose. Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, it's such beautiful country.
It isn't. It's hot and humid, and there are flies and mosquitoes and bugs and snakes.
Now, dear, pull yourself together.
I don't know what to do.
Well, if the water isn't poisoned, drink it. What can happen?
I'm just scared.
Well, then don't drink it.
Well, then Robert loses all the years and effort he's invested in this tribe.
Velma, if you are terrified by the prospect of that test, then regardless of the cost, don't take it.
And if I don't, then Robert will surely divorce me.
Well, that might be best for you both.
Oh, no, not now. Not after these 5 wretched years. I never knew how miserable a woman could be.
I may have tried to tell you that a long time ago.
I know. You were right. You were always right. But that doesn't help me now. Robert's visibly fading. He can't live much longer. He has $2 million.
Velma, you must forget about the money.
How can I forget? That's all I've lived for. It's my money, and I won't give it up.
Well, darling, it seems your choices are obvious. Drink the water or lose the money.
There must be another way.
You did have an affair with Dennis?
Yes.
Well, turn the chief around and come with me.
No. It's a crazy superstition of savages. I won't give up a fortune. I'll drink that water and spit in his eye.
All right, then. You've decided. Thank you for seeing me, Chief. Araya.
You come in peace?
Oh, yes, certainly.
How may I serve you? You are a fine woman. Fine-looking woman.
Thank you. My niece, Robert's wife. This test. It is to be tomorrow evening?
Yes.
Oh, it's very upsetting to her.
Why? What is there to fear? She is innocent.
Chief, she's not as strong as the women in your tribe. She comes from another world. You are a man of wisdom. You understand another world where customs are different.
A world where women may commit adultery? No. Even your world says no. Even missionaries from your world say your God says no.
But she is very upset.
Why? If she is innocent, what is there to fear? Let the drums be silent. Velma, wife of Robert, I accuse you of infidelity. Do I speak truly?
Answer him.
No.
Shall you then submit to the test of the bitter water?
Yes.
Here, I have filled the cup from the spring. Take it. Drink.
Aunt Rose.
One moment. Chief, may I drink from that cup first?
Anyone who chooses may drink from the cup.
All right. Well, nothing seems to have happened to me. Here, Velma, the water's okay.
Aunt Rose, I don't know what to do.
Velma, I have gone as far as I can. I've proved the water isn't poisoned. Now, dear, you must decide.
What am I, some stupid native woman? Why am I afraid? Hand me that cup.
Take the cup in your two hands. Raise it to your lips. Drink. Now the immortal gods are judging you. Throw the empty cup to the ground.
Aunt Rosa.
Velma, child, you're all right. You're all right.
Aunt Rosa. I see Dennis. He's pointing that gun at me. He wants to kill me, too. He wants to take me with him. No, I don't want to die. Stop him. He wants to kill me.
No, she isn't.
She is dead.
Oh, she can't be.
She is dead. The immortal gods have spoken.
How do these things happen? We do know that people die of fright, of remorse, of all the unknown ways that silently attack the mind. Robert died a week later. The shock was obviously too great for him as well. Velma was wrong. Robert didn't have $2 million. He had 5. And all of it went to a research foundation, which is where all of it, except for a small bequest to her, would have gone anyhow. On the other hand, everything we have, we give to you, as I shall explain when I return in a few moments. The question that faced us in the beginning still confronts us here at the end. What is success? According to the poetic Mr. Thomas Gray, all that beauty and all that wealth ever gave awaits alike the inevitable hour. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. If this is true, then the only really successful creatures in this world are the worms. But if we cannot guarantee you success, we can promise you enjoyment if you tune us in 7 times each week. Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Arnold Moss, Joan Shea, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
I took my family to California on vacation. I need to carry a lot of cash because I taken along my Citibank Visa. Then, in the middle of the trip, I lost it. So I called the 800 number from Citibank.
I canceled his Citibank Visa and immediately issued him a new one.
She got the new card to my hotel within 24 hours. If it wasn't for Citibank, the kids would have missed Disneyland.
If you lose your visa, and it isn't from Citibank, it could be a week before you get a new one. What if that's the week you were on vacation or had to travel for business? What are you going to do then? Well, if you lose your Citibank visa and it's an emergency, we'll get a new card to you in a day. That's right, 1 day. Just call our toll-free number. If you want service like this from your visa, get a Citibank Visa. Look for an application in the mail or in selected magazines, stores, and restaurants. Not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And all went to be taxed, every one into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was, that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. I just read you the story of the Nativity as told by St. Luke in the Bible, according to King James. Good evening, everybody, and Merry Christmas. This is Orson Welles bringing you another radio show for Lady Esther, a Christmas show.
Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day.
Christmas is the time for warm spirits and high feelings. The season to hang a holly wreath on your door and set up a fir tree near your heart. The season when everyone's heart beats a little faster, including the postman. And at this time of year, for 10 cents worth of mistletoe, you can kiss anybody you want to. It's the only time of the year a lot of people ever sing a song.
Good King Master of the South, on the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay on
Above all, it's the time for good things. For plum puddings and Santa Claus and Dunder and Blitzen and Tom and Jerry. Here in America, our way of celebrating Christmas, like our very population, comes to us from many lands. From the old Scandinavian Druids, we've taken the mistletoe and the happiness it stands for. From the French, we've learned to sing a glad Noel. From England, we've adopted holly and the Yule log. From the old legends of Middle Europe, we've taken the Christmas tree, and the first chimneys Santa Claus ever climbed down were in Holland. We've made certain changes, American children know, for instance, that wooden shoes won't stretch while stockings will. But the changes aren't the important thing. What doesn't change is what's important about Christmas. And on this Christmas 1941, that's a good thing to remember. God rest you merry, ladies and gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay. We send you with this program the warmest greetings of Christmastide. Goodwill toward all men of goodwill throughout the world. Our story tonight is an apostrophe to the spirit of giving. It's one of the first things my mother ever read to me. Your mother probably read it to you. It's called The Happy Prince. We'll do it for you in just a minute. Right. Now here's the story of The Happy Prince. High above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. For eyes, he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed. One night there flew over the city a little swallow on his way south to the pyramids in Egypt. He stopped when he saw the statue on the tall column.
I will put up here for the night. This is a fine position with plenty of fresh air. I have a golden bedroom.
Just as the swallow prepared to go to sleep, a large drop of water fell on him.
What a curious thing. There's not a single cloud in the sky. And yet it's raining. The climate here in the north is really dreadful.
Then another drop fell.
What's the use of a statue if it cannot keep the rain off? I must look for a good chimney pot.
But before he'd opened his wings, a third drop fell, and he looked up and saw... what did he see? The eyes of the Happy Prince were filled with tears, and tears were running down his golden cheeks.
Who are you?
I am the Happy Prince.
Why are you weeping then?
When I was alive and had a human heart, I did not know what tears were. My courtiers called me the Happy Prince, and happy indeed I was, if pleasure be happiness. Now that I am dead, I am up here so high, I can see all the ugliness and all the misery of my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep.
What? Isn't that solid gold?
The swallow said this to himself. He was too polite to make any personal remarks out loud.
Far away in a little street, there is a poor house. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman seated at a table. Her face is thin and worn, and she has coarse red hands, all pricked by the needle, for she is a seamstress. She is embroidering passion flowers on a satin gown for the loveliest of the Queen's maids of honor to wear at the next court ball. In a bed, in the corner of the room, her little boy is lying ill. He has a fever and is asking for oranges. His mother has nothing to give him but river water, so he is crying. Swallow, little swallow, will you not bring her the ruby out of my sword hilt? My feet are fastened to this pedestal, and I cannot move.
I am waited for in Egypt. My friends are flying up and down the Nile and talking to the large lotus flowers.
Swallow, little swallow, will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger? The boy is so thirsty, and the mother is so sad.
It's very cold here. But I will stay with you for one night and be your messenger.
Thank you, little swallow.
So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in his beak over the roofs of the town. He passed by the palace and heard the sound of dancing. A beautiful girl came out on the balcony with her lover.
How wonderful the stars are, and how wonderful is the power of love.
I hope my dress will be ready in time for the state ball. I have ordered passion flowers to be embroidered on it, but the seamstresses are so lazy.
He passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of the ships. At last he came to the poor house and looked in. The boy was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep. She was so tired. In he hopped and laid the great ruby on the table beside the woman's thimble. Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what he had done.
It is curious, but I feel quite warm now, although it's so cold.
That is because you have done a good action.
And the little swallow began to sink, and then he fell asleep. Thinking always made him sleepy. When day broke, he flew down to the river and had a bath.
Tonight, I go to Egypt.
The swallow was in high spirits at the prospect. When the moon rose, he flew back to the happy prince.
Have you any commissions for Egypt? I am just starting.
Swallow, will you not stay with me one night longer?
I am waited for in Egypt. Tomorrow my friends will fly up to the second cataract. The river horse couches there among the bulrushes, and on a great granite throne sits the god Mammon.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow. Far away across the city, I see a young man in a garret. He is leaning over a desk covered with papers. He is trying to finish a play for the director of the theater, but he is too cold to write anymore. There is no fire in the grate, and hunger has made him faint.
I will wait with you one night longer. Shall I take him another ruby?
Alas, I have no ruby now. My eyes are all that I have left. They are made of rare sapphires, which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck out one of them and take it to him. He will sell it to the jeweler and buy firewood and finish his play.
Dear Prince, I cannot do that.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow, do as I command you.
So the swallow plucked out the prince's eye and flew away to the student's garret. It was easy enough to get in as there was a hole in the roof. Through this he darted and came into the room. The young man had his head buried in his hands, so he did not hear the flutter of the bird's wings. And when he looked up, he found the beautiful sapphire.
I'm beginning to be appreciated. This is from some great admirer. Now I can finish my play.
The next night, the swallow flew back to the happy prince.
I am come to bid you goodbye.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow, will you not stay with me one night longer?
It is winter, and the chill snow will soon be here. In Egypt, the sun is warm on the green palm trees, and the crocodiles lie in the mud and look lazily about them. My companions are building a nest in the temple of Baalbek. Dear Prince, I must leave you. But next spring I will bring you back 2 beautiful jewels in place of those you have given away. The ruby shall be redder than a red rose, and the sapphire shall be as blue as the great sea.
In the square below, there stands a little match girl. She has let her matches fall in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money, and she is crying. She has no shoes or stockings, and her little head is bare. Pluck out my other eye and give it to her, so her father will not beat her.
I will stay with you one night longer, but I cannot pluck out your eye. You would be quite blind then.
Swallow, swallow, Little swallow, do as I command you.
So he plucked out the prince's other eye and darted down with it. He swooped past the match girl and slipped the jewel into the palm of her hand. Then the swallow came back to the prince.
You are blind now, so I will stay with you always.
No, little swallow. You must go away to Egypt.
I will stay with you always.
And he slept at the prince's feet. All the next day he sat on the prince's shoulder and told him stories of what he had seen in strange lands. He told him of the red ibises who stand in long rows on the banks of the Nile and catch goldfish in their beaks, of the Sphinx, who is as old as the world itself and lives in the desert and knows everything, of the king of the mountains of the moon, who worships a large crystal, of the great green snake that sleeps in a palm tree and has 20 priests to feed it with honey cakes, and of the pygmies who sail over a big lake on large, flat leaves and are always at war with the butterflies.
Dear little swallow, you tell me of marvelous things, but more marvelous than anything is the suffering of men and women. There is no mystery so great as misery. Fly over my city, little swallow, and tell me what you see there.
So the swallow flew over the great city and saw the rich making merry in their beautiful houses, while the beggars were sitting at the gates. He flew into dark lanes and saw the white faces of starving children looking out listlessly at the black streets. Then he flew back and told the prince what he had seen.
I am covered with fine gold. You must take it off, leaf by leaf, and give it to my poor.
Leaf after leaf of the fine gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and gray. Leaf after leaf of the fine gold he brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the street. Then the snow came, and after the snow came the frost. The streets looked as if they were made of silver. They were so bright and glistening. Long icicles, like crystal daggers, hung down from the eaves of the houses. Everybody went about in furs, and the little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder. He would not leave the prince. He loved him too well. He picked up crumbs outside the baker's door when the baker was not looking. Tried to keep himself warm by flapping his wings. But at last he knew that he was going to die. He had just enough strength to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more.
Goodbye, dear prince. Will you let me kiss your hand?
I am glad that you are going to Egypt at last, little swallow. You have stayed too long here.
It is not to Egypt that I am going. I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep. Is he not?
And he kissed the happy prince on the lips and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment, a curious crack sounded inside the statue, as if something had broken. The fact is that the leaden heart had snapped right in two. Certainly it was a dreadfully hard frost. Early the next morning, the mayor was walking in the square below in company with the town councilors. As they passed the column, he looked up at the statue.
Dear me, how shabby the happy prince looks. And here is actually a dead bird at his feet. We must really issue a proclamation that birds are not to be allowed to die here.
And the town clerk made a note of the suggestion. So they pulled down the statue of the happy prince. And then they melted the statue in a furnace. And the mayor held a meeting of the corporation to decide what was to be done with the metal.
We must have another statue, of course. There shall be a statue of myself. Of myself?
Of myself.
Of myself?
Said each of the town councilors, and they quarreled. When I last heard of them, they were quarreling still.
What a strange thing.
Said the overseer of the workmen at the foundry.
This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace.
We must throw it away. So they threw it on a dust heap, where the dead swallow was also lying. Bring me the two most precious things in the city, said God to one of his angels. And the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. You have rightly chosen, said God. For in my garden of paradise, this little bird shall sing forevermore. And in my city of gold, the happy prince shall praise me. That was Wilde's The Happy Prince. The music was by Bernard Herrmann. There's more to our Christmas show right here. I'd like to tell you the good news about next week's program. Our store is a new one, and it's the best thing of its kind that's come our way this year. And our guest is Miss Rita Hayworth. Now about tonight. I'm going to do something of G.K. Chesterton's. I stumbled on it the other day. It isn't new, but it isn't very well known either. It might have been written especially for tonight. Especially for this Christmas, 1941. Our whole program tonight is intended to be a sort of radio Christmas card from Lady Esther and from all of us in the Mercury to you. From Bernard Herrmann, composes all our music and conducts it. From Harry Esmond, who makes the sound effects. From our engineer, Gary Harris. From Claire Olmsted and Jack Moss. From lots of people whose names we never mention on the radio, but without whom we wouldn't have a show. And also from those we do mention. From Ray Collins.
Merry Christmas!
From Agnes Moorehead.
Merry Christmas!
From Joseph Cotton.
Merry Christmas!
From Edgar Barrier, Erskine Sanford, Gus Schilling, and Tim Holt.
Merry Christmas!
And way out there in New York, from Paul Stewart, Alice Frost, Betty Gard, Everett Sloan, Chubby Sherman, Eustace Wyatt, and George Coulouris. And from all the Mercury people in Chicago, and from the Robert Mitchell Boy Choir, and from the orchestra, and from everybody.
Merry Christmas!
And of course, really, no proper Christmas card is complete without a few gay rhymes.
And of course, Joe's right. We want our greetings to be as hospitable as any host. Inviting you in on Christmas morning.
Come, bring with a noise, me merry, merry boys, the Christmas lawn to the firing. For my good dame, she bids you all be free, and drink to your heart's desire.
We want our greeting to be as generous as the beggars.
Christmas is coming, the geese are getting fat. Please to put a penny in the old man's hat. If you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. If you haven't got a halfpenny, God bless you.
We want our greeting to be as logical as the farmers.
At Christmas, play and make good cheer. For Christmas comes but once a year.
You know, those rhymes are really honest-to-goodness old English and American poesy. And now, because we want our greeting to be timely and very beautiful, too, here's the Chesterton poem I promised you. Passionate peace is in the sky, and in the snow is silver sealed. The beasts are perfect in the field, and men seem men so suddenly. But take 10 swords, and 10 times 10, and blow the bugle in praising men, for we are for all men under the sun, and they are against us every one. And misers haggle, and madmen clutch, and there is peril in praising much, and we have the terrible tongues uncurled that praise the world to the sons of the world. The idle, humble hill and wood are bowed about the sacred birth, and for one little hour the earth is lazy with the love of good. But ready are you, and ready am I, if the battle blow and the guns go by. For we are for all men under the sun, and they are against us, every one. And the men that hate herd all together to pride and gold and the great white feather. And the thing is graven in star and stone, that the men who love are all alone. Hunger is hard, and time is tough. But bless the beggars and kiss the kings, for hope has broken the heart of things, and nothing was ever praised enough. But hold the shield for a sudden swing, and point the sword when you praise a thing, for we are for all men under the sun, and they are against us every one, and meme and merchant, thane and thrall, hate us because we love them all. Only till Christmas tide go by, passionate peace is in the sky. Good night now. Lady Esther and we of the Mercury wish you everything that's good for your Christmas. We remain, as always, obediently yours. And again, God rest you merry, ladies and gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From out of the West comes America's greatest half hour of Western fun and music, the Hollywood Barn Dance. Yes, friends and neighbors, this is the place to spend your next half hour, for there's big doings taking places with the Barn Dance boys and girls tonight. And now here comes the man to get the proceedings underway, your Brushwood poet from down Texas way, Cottonseed Clark.
Much obliged, Jay, sir. Much obliged, Jay, and it's mighty nice to see that you folks went to the trouble of keeping company with our barn dancers again this payday. As Jay told you, there's some mighty big doings here in the barn tonight, and beginning right now, for in rides America's greatest Western singing stars, Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, and the company of Western Pictures' newest singing cowboy star, Jimmy Wakely. They're going to sing one of the feature songs of Jimmy's new picture in which Foy Willing and his boys are featured. The picture is Saddle Serenade, and the song is Happy Day. And here it is, just as you'll see and hear them do it on the screen. Men, we're listening. Let's go.
Happy day, wear a smile and you will find that it will pay. Happy day, sing a song and drive your troubles all away. There's not a care or a worry out on the lone prairie. The boss is hanging out a rainbow and it's waiting for you and me. Your happy day, wear a smile and you will find that it will pay. Happy day, sing a song and drive your troubles all away. Give me a horse and saddle, give me a range to ride. My gal is waiting over yonder, and she'll soon be my blushing bride. Happy day, wear a smile and you will find that it will pay. Your happy day, sing a song and drive your troubles all away. Happy day.
Riders of the Purple Sage with Jimmy Wakely singing Happy Day. And, of course, all the regular gang is on hand tonight, all fitting in a fiddle. Johnny Bond, Cliffy Stonehead, Al Floyd, Jimmy Dean, the Sunshine Girls, and the mighty sweet little miss you're going to hear from now. The sweetheart of every last one of us old ugly boys and all the other folks who know her, Colleen Summers. And here she is to sing Flight Officer Gene Autry's great new song that's making such a big hit with Western music fans everywhere. Mail Call Today. Colleen, honey, you sing it up real pretty for the court.
Had mail call today, dear, your last letter came. I just stood there smiling till they called my name. As I read it over, the sky turned to gray, and tears dimmed my eyes, love, at mail call today. I can't understand, love, what's happened to you. The day that I sailed, love, you said you'd be true. But now it's all over. What more can I say? My poor heart was broken at mail call today. I hope you'll be happy with somebody new. But always remember, my heart beats for you. Good luck and God bless you wherever you stray. The world for me ended at mail call today.
And I know we could all do a lot of boys and girls in the service a lot of good by adding a little pleasure to their lives at mail call time.
Hiya, Cottonseed, old pal, old pal, old pal.
Hiya there, Johnny Bont. Say, you're looking none the worse after 2 hectic weeks in court.
Oh, that was nothing, Cottonseed. My wife, little bit, she finally forgive me for beating her up, and everything's okie-dokie now.
Oh, I always said that Little Bit was a fine woman, Johnny.
Well, I guess she's all right sometimes, Cottonseed, but she's kind of funny, you know.
Kind of funny? How do you mean?
Well, she wouldn't let me insure her clothes for her. She's done gone and hired a guy to watch them.
Hired a guy to watch them?
I guess so. I found him in the clothes closet yesterday. Anyway, I got to sing my song now and leave. I'm going down to Cliffy Stonehead's barber shop, and I got to get a shave and a haircut.
You know, if that Stonehead's not holding court or working in a hardware store, he's running a dang barber shop. Well, go on and sing, John.
Okay, the title of this song is Mother, You've Worked for Me All Your Life. Now go out and work for yourself a while. I know a little ditty, it's as silly as can be. The guy who wrote it wanted it, so he handed it to me. Found I couldn't use it just because it sounded blue. And that's the very reason why I'm handing it to you. It's the song the alligators sing while coming through the rye. The serenade the elephants up in the tree so high. The iceman hums the city as he shuffles in the cold. The monkeys join the chorus up around the northern pole. Now ain't we crazy, ain't we crazy? But this is the way we pass the time away. Ain't we crazy, ain't we crazy? We're going to sing the song all night today. For the benefit of the radio listeners, they're not laughing at me, they're laughing at this silly Cliffy Stonehead doing the same about us.
It was midnight on the ocean, not a streetcar was in sight. I stepped into a drugstore to get myself a light. The man behind the counter was a woman old and gray, who used to peddle shoestrings on the road to Mandalay. Good evening, sir, the woman said, and her eyes were dry with tears. She stuck her head beneath her foot and stood that way for years. Her children all were orphans, all except one tiny tot, who lived in a house across the street above a vacant lot. Now ain't we crazy, ain't we crazy? But this is the way we pass the time away. Ain't we crazy, ain't we crazy? We're going to sing the song all night today. Yes, sir.
So long, Sonny Bond. We'll meet you in Cliffy's barbershop in a few moments. Yes, that takes us back to those days of long, long ago. And another pleasant few moments with your brushwood poet, Cottonseed Clark. I reckon that at one time or other, every one of you folks has experienced that gosh awful ordeal of having to wash your feet before going to bed so as not to soil your mother's bed sheets. Well, now let's listen to the story in rhyme as Cottonseed recites, "Washing your feet before going to bed." Now, I ain't such a hand at explaining things, 'cause my school days was very few. I was brought up most by the Bible, and I was taught to be honest and true. Now, Ma taught me the meaning of friendship and the things that's really worthwhile, and she said to speak kind to everyone and to all is wear a smile. I learned what it was to work hard and struggle to forge ahead. But June or September, I could never remember to wash my feet before going to bed. Well, I could get up at 4 and kindle the fires and milk the cows with a song. I could go without grub till the horses was fed and chop cotton all day long. I could bug the taters and wear a smile and laugh as I plowed new ground. Pick okra till I sting in like fire, strip sorghum and never once frown. I could stay awake on Sunday night and hear what the preacher said. But I'd rather saw logs or slop the hogs than wash my feet before going to bed. Why, many's the night I jumped into bed and finally warmed the sheet and then heard Paul boom from the other room, "My son, did you wash your feet?" Well, I know dang well when I slid out of bed that it meant a trip to the well, 'cause the bucket was sure to be dry as a bone. Just why, I never could tell. Well, I admit it weren't Paul's fault. For the fix I was in, I know he always said, "There's one thing don't forget, son, and this is it. Wash your feet before going to bed." Oh, in this land of beauty, the home of the brave and the free, someone may hear my story who will sympathize with me. Someone who knows the tortures that nightly fell to my lot. Someone who suffered the same as me, and like me, ain't forgot. Surely there must be someone among you who works for his daily bread that's followed that track to the well and back to wash his feet before going to bed. Thank you very much, friends and neighbors. Well, we have a lot of old Texas folks visiting here in our barn tonight, and just as sure as little green apples grow on trees, they asked to hear Texas blues. And for all of you folks who happen to be in Hollywood or vicinity and would like to visit our new barn along with these Texas folks and many others from all over the country, we'll be glad to mail you tickets. Just enclose a self-addressed stamped envelope for return mailing. And out of Fort Willing, and the Riders of Purple Sage, and the biggest record since 1944, and it's still going, those Texas blues.
Chugging down that railroad track, Texas home, I'll soon be back. See that fireman shoveling coal, all aboard, let her roll. Those Texas blues, oh, some bones are blue. There you find the rainbow there, the bars of gold, the faithful friend, all those Texas blues.
Thank you very much, folks. The Riders of the Purple Sage, Al Floyd, Jimmy Dean, and Fort Willing. And now all of you folks at home pull the rugs back and join in with us because the fun is a-fixin' to commence. Ted French and his exhibition square dancers have the floor. Tex Lightning has his fiddle, and Johnny Bond has a set of calls. So everybody join in, clap your hands. Let's get ready and dance till that take out.
First couple out, bouncing, swing, go to the right. Yes, step, seven, yes, step, girl, yes, step, for the girl down the way. Now the possum, now the girl, now that big boy round the way. Don't sell that bale of hay over there, lady, that's perfect on it. First go forward, get to the toe, don't you know you ain't right.
Yes, there's fun galore for everybody here at the Hollywood Barn Dance, folks, and the festivities will continue after a 30-second pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's the Hollywood Barn Dance, friends and neighbors, carrying on with a regular Saturday night get-together in America's greatest half hour of Western fun and music. Here once more comes your master of the proceedings, Cotton Seat Clark. Again, thank you, Jay. All right, Johnny Bond, swing them right on out to the barn.
Well, if you'll get out of the way, Cottonseed old pal, we'll do it. Go, there's no stolen. Promenade all, promenade a mile.
Much obliged to you, Ted French, and to all of you folks who join in the dancing here every Saturday night. Well, folks, three mighty busy little girls in Hollywood these days are Colleen, Vivian, and June, the Sunshine Girls. When these three young ladies have time off from tours of camps and hospitals, you'll find them making records or busy on a movie lot. But as sure as Saturday night rolls around, you'll find them here on our Hollywood Barn Dance ready to offer you folks some mighty fine singing. And right now their offering is your request, and we know you'll like their unique way of singing in My Adobe Hacienda, the Sunshine Girls.
In my Adobe Hacienda, there's a touch of Mexico. Cactus lovelier than orchids, blooming in the patio. Soft desert stars and the summer makes every dream seem so sweet in my Adobe Hacienda. Life and love are more complete in my Adobe Hacienda. Nestled in the western hills, evening breezes softly murmur, harmony with whippoorwills. When the setting sun says the long day is done, sweet music starts to fill the air. My Adobe Hacienda, harmony is everywhere.
The Sunshine Girls, Colleen, Vivian, and June. Thank you, children, for a mighty fine bit of singing. Well, I reckon the folks who run Monogram Pictures figured Jimmy Wakely was going to break a leg or something, the way he's been making pictures here late. For this week, he finished the fourth in the current Wakely series, and leading theaters all over the country are showing them as fast as they're made. The reason for this is obvious, of course, and here comes the reason right now. Western Pictures' newest singing cowboy star, Jimmy Wakely. Come out of here, son. All right, Jimmy, it's good to see you again tonight. So what about our offering in the way of a song?
Well, Cottonseed, I'd like to sing I'll Never Let You Go, Little Darling.
Well, okay, we're all ready.
So please don't try to say goodbye.
That was Jimmy Blakely singing I'll Never Let You Go, Little Darling. And now we take you to the corner of 4th and Oak Streets, where we find Cottonseed Clark waiting for that long, lean, lanky, lazy Lulu from Lizard Ridge, Johnny Bond.
Now, that Johnny Bond was never on time. Here I'm in front of Cliffy Stonehead's barbershop where he said to meet him. Oh, here he comes now.
Hiya, Cottonseed, old pal, old goober puss.
Hiya there, Johnny. Say, what's the idea of having me to meet you down here on the street?
Just wanted to talk to you, old pal, that's all. Hey, let's go in this barber shop here. I got to get a shave and a haircut, and you can have your toupee trim while you're waiting.
I left it at home, but I'll go in with you anyway.
Okay, pal, let's go in. Good evening, gents. What can I do for you today? Give me the whole works, pal. I got a heavy date, and I want to smell good. How much is a haircut?
Haircut,
For you, it'll be $1. You got about 6 months' growth there.
Say, how much for me? I haven't got as much as him.
For you, it'll be $2.
$2? For what?
For having to search for the hair.
I think I'll read a magazine.
Now, never mind him. Where'd I sit? Right in this chair. Single? No, I'm married. You better quit drinking that bay rum. I'll have a shave also. Say, haven't I shaved you before? No, I got these scars in Albuquerque. You see, I was being shaved by a lady barber and a mouse run across the floor. It was about 2 years ago, and Ouch! Hey, what's the matter? Isn't my razor taking hold? Taking hold, all right. It ain't letting go. Well, I guess I'll have to be more careful. Will you have something on your face? Well, if you don't mind, you might leave my nose. Who's this coming here? That's Razzmatazz Dean, the shine boy. Shine your shoes, boss? No, thank you. Shine 'em up good. What'd you say? I said shine 'em up good. No, thanks. Well, shine 'em up so you see your face in 'em. I don't want to see my face. Doggone coward. Maybe the other gentleman over there would like a shine, Razzmatazz. You mean this man? He's already got a shine. That's the top of his head. Hey, barber, what are you doing? I'm using my new razor on you. I bet you didn't even know you were being shaved. No, I thought I was being sandpapered. Say, how come your little dog down there keeps looking up and watching us? Oh, he does that all the time. Sometimes I snip off a bit of a customer's ear. Yeah. Should have snipped that one out of the script. Hey, oh! What happened then? Oh, dear, I do believe I cut you. Here's a mirror. Take a good look at yourself. A what? Take a look. Okay, let me see that. Oh, well, my nose was too long anyway. Say, give me a glass of water, will you? Why? I want to see if my neck leaks. Well, I think that you'll get well in a few weeks. Would you like for me to go over your face again? Yeah, but this time don't go under the skin like you did last time.
Say, Johnny, how about getting out of here? I got to be leaving.
Yeah, I got to be going too, Barber. Here's the money for your shave, and here's $1 tip for you.
Gee, thanks. Hey, wait, Johnny, did you give that guy $1 tip?
Yeah.
Oh, but look, he cut you 4 or 5 times and put pieces of paper over the cuts, and then you give him $1 tip?
Cottonseed, old pal. Anytime a man can be a barber, a butcher, and a paper hanger all the same time, he deserves $1. Let's get going.
So long for you, Johnny Bond. We'll be looking to see you next week. Folks, no greater contribution has ever been made to Western music than Bob Nolan's Tumbling Tumbleweeds. And certainly no greater writer of such music has ever been known than this Stephen Foster of the West. Long after Bob Nolan's span of life, Tumbling Tumbleweeds will remain a living monument to his genius. Four Willing and his Riders of the Purple Sage with the Sunshine Girls bring you a sincere and authentic rendition of this fine story of the West.
All right, let's everybody dance. First couple out, bounce and swing, goes to the right, gate, step, tennis, gate, step, squirrel, gate, step, pretty girl around the world. Now the possum, now the coon, now the big boy round the moon. Circle forward, middle of the floor, don't see road, gents, you know you ain't reckoned now like you would a while ago. Okay, boys, let's all together around the starter cake. We all going home pretty soon. Circle, don't keep your walk right on your heel and toe. You ain't recognize the club for the good. Go to the right, duck before doing the thing there just once more.
Well, folks, we'd like to stay around a while longer, but it's way past bedtime, and tomorrow's church day. Just don't forget that all the Barn Dance boys and girls will be on hand again next Saturday night to bring you the kind of fun and music you won't regret on Sunday morning. See you all in church. Until then, this is Cottonseed Clark speaking for all of the Barn Dance boys and girls, saying so long, good luck, good night, and may the good Lord bless you.
Your Hollywood Barn Dance with Cottonseed Clark and Gang will come to you every Saturday night at the same time from their new barn just off Gower Gulch in Hollywood. Jimmy Wakely's newest picture for Monogram is Saddle Serenade. Jay Stewart speaking with the CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
System.
KMX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.